Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sin Bin Podcast Season 2, Episode 3. And of course, we're live and direct with all the sinners in the house tonight. We got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexican. We also got Sinner Mr. No Fact Checks Saucedo, also known as Tyler. And of course, we got Sinner Tony, aka the Shiner. And back in the house for, what, the third time, I guess?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think it is the third time.
He's definitely done two.
Yeah.
I think this is the third time.
Yeah,
back in the house.
The Blunt Edition.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
For the third time, we got the rash with the stash, Dan the Cameraman, also known as the Porn Man. And I be your host, the Toxic Sinner, Moodz. Yeah.
I dig
With
that
my
chainsaw shirt.
SYNers. Yeah, what's going on, dude?
Thank you, JP.
Look at Dan's chainsaw shirt. I
like this shirt. I've had it for a little while now. I don't
Oh,
know
hell
the
yeah.
artist's name. I apologize. It's got the thing on the back. Probably can't see it, but just the logo. It's the artist who sells it. I know he has a book of art, and this is the cover. So I apologize. I don't have his name right now, but you can.
That's the
Google it.
artwork on that big ass edition.
That's
Yeah,
like
I don't
the new
remember his
4K.
name though.
Yeah, on the new 4K.
Oh, okay. And that
There was
yeah,
one.
it's great.
There's an older one too. It's like this big ass.
Yeah.
It almost
Yeah.
looks like a
Right.
fucking deluxe vinyl set. But
I'll see if I can find the name right here just to give credit, but you guys do your thing. Jason Edmiston, thank you. That's the artist. I don't know.
yeah, I think that
Jason.
artwork's cool. That's cool.
Mhm.
Very talented artist.
Yeah, man. So what's going on, my Cinecines? Yo,
Sin.
Cinecine.
Round here.
Around here, man, dude, that's so. I should have been doing that from the start. That's amazing. Oh, dude, so good, so good. Now I want to watch Friday.
I know, bro. It's so quotable, dude.
It is. It really is. Right off the top of the show, man, dude, we have this reputation for
Killing people.
essentially killing people. I mean,
we killed someone.
we did it. We did again. So it was brought to our attention that that Tony mentioned Gene Hackman a little while ago, and then he dies. And then
Sorry about that.
So we're scheduled to record today, and we are recording, obviously, the same day that Wings Hauser passes away. And Tony, again, is the culprit here. He is the one reviewing the Carpenter. So I'm assuming that your words are deadly, man.
It's true.
Killing people,
So,
dude.
yeah.
But that is a little bit ironic.
Hopefully none of y'all cross me.
This is a little ironic, like a little bit ironic, though. Like, we're literally covering a Wings Hauser film tonight, and he passes away the same day. So rest in peace to Wings Hauser, man. He was always a dude that I always liked Wing Hauser. I thought he was always pretty fun.
I would
I
try
love Wings
to
Hauser.
kill Jess Franco, but
He's already dead.
It worked.
Well, you do realize that Jess Franco never wanted to make that movie, right?
Well,
No, he didn't. He absolutely hated the cannibal genre, and he got paid by the studio to do those two films. That's why he shot them back to back. He hated them. He never put any into it. He's been on record saying it.
Ruggero Deodato and Lamberto Lenzi hated him.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, they probably hated him because they were getting super famous for their cannibal films, and he was pretty outspoken about how shitty and how much he hated that subgenre. So,
Really, I can't tell.
yeah, I can't wait to talk about that with you because it's
He probably loves it just as much as Eli Roth does.
this is why I didn't say anything when you said that you wanted to do White Cannibal Queen. I was like, I just did one of those. I was like, fucking perfect. He's never
We don't have to
seen
go in
it.
depth yet, but I'm curious, just off the top of your head, what is the better film, White Cannibal Queen or Cannibal Terror?
Neither. They're both ass.
That's
hard.
It's like
I
comparing.
might honestly favor White Cannibal Queen just by like maybe a cunt hair, but man, they're just two of the
Like-
worst cannibal movies.
They're so bad all the way around that it's like comparing a solid piece of shit to diarrhea. They're both still shit.
Yeah, but one's got mutton chops.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, well, I mean,
The same
diarrhea
shit.
is
It's just
worse, right?
it's a matter if you want to eat it or drink
Well, it
it.
depends, man. I busted open my bunghole a couple times on some solid ones, and diarrhea is diarrhea, man. It is what it is. Doesn't hurt
Oh,
as
so
much.
this is you actually participating in the shit it on them, not like you got a bucket of each.
Dude, I can't believe you picked to do this. It's so fucking funny. I really hope that the features were good on that shit, man, because like I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, because I never even looked to see what they were, but
Is it Vinegar Syndrome proper? Yeah, it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
You never watched it for 1980 when we did the prep for 1980?
I don't have it logged, but there was like a lot of times where I would start watching something and then like fade out and then I just wouldn't count it and then just like skip it, you know what I mean? But for 1980, because I was like really behind on that year. So yeah. I don't remember if I watched it. It's possible.
Yeah.
Well, now you have.
It is
Yeah,
pretty
we all have.
it is pretty forgettable.
I
Yeah,
watched
now
it
you need to update your top 10 list.
twice.
Shit.
Yeah,
Shit.
we'll get to that, but yeah, it's episode 3 here. These are the February titles. We
Coming
just
what?
recorded one like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, this is coming 2 weeks later, so we are officially caught up.
Yeah, this was a freaking crazy weekend. It's not even over yet. We had the March Madness show that we recorded for 22 shots in 2 sittings. And then this show tonight, and then we have a show on Sunday. So literally, we're basically getting Tyler divorced.
So by the time you're watching this, if you're following 22 shots, then that'll already be out, and that is over 7.5 hour show. So think about that.
Yeah, that was a grinder.
Yeah, but it was really fun. I highly recommend anybody listening to this checks that out because I think it's going to be enjoyable, and I think people are going to be raging at some of the results.
I think I used the word crucified at one point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, just put it in your own terms.
I told my girlfriend who won, and she just went, "Oh."
Telling you, man, the way it was fun. It was fun. Just put it that way. Check it out.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vinegar Syndrome this month. There was actually I actually picked up like a good bit of stuff this month. Did either of you guys pick up the cinematograph titles this month?
Nope.
Yeah, I grabbed them.
Yeah.
No.
Like,
Did you
are we talking like the last of the red
for this
February?
February.
No.
What were the titles again?
The Joy of Sex and something else.
Female perversions, was it? Yeah,
I got the
female
Joy of
preservers.
Sex.
No, I said pretty much fuck this shit.
I feel like they're getting a little better. Female perversions wasn't bad. It was pretty cool, but kind of some of the commentary went over my head a bit.
Apparently,
very,
they're gonna
like,
have an
feminist
action movie
movie.
for the next one.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah, Under Siege 2. No, I'm just kidding. When did it crease?
That wouldn't be the first one. Wasn't it Last Embrace an action movie?
Yeah, kind of. Like action suspense sort of thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. But yeah, Tyler made that point before. We were talking about that when that originally got announced. Because that was originally a Kino title. And as a Kino title, it was like a $10 one. It's like, that's a pretty good movie. And I liked it well enough. But as a cinematograph, like big release title, it was a little like, I don't.
Yeah, I never picked it up. So I was like, dude, if I wasn't going to pick this up for $9.99, I'm not going to suddenly pick it up for $40 because they put a nice package on it. Come on.
Right.
Yeah.
Tyler, did you see the film by any chance?
No, I haven't seen The Last Embrace.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, never mind.
No, it was this movie I saw on the Kino sales like forever, and I just like never just was like, never made it.
It's good, but yeah, it's like it's good for if you bought it at a Kino.
Kino just
so I
has
wouldn't,
it has so much variety and like so many different things that it is hard for like just kind of like a middle of the road like thriller action movie to make it unless there's like someone like wild in it or it's like a director I really like or something.
Right.
It's true. Because, like, pretty much we all wait for sales to buy our Kinos and shit. And by the time the next sale rolls around, there's already another, like, 10 releases you fucking want.
Yeah,
That
there's
you're gonna
always
put in
like
front of it.
There's always a handful of 4Ks that come out now that I'm like, I'm auto getting this.
Do you guys ever see like the monthly releases, like the quantity that Kino puts out every month is fucking staggering.
There's so many that people don't
They
even
put
hear
out
about.
so many releases. It's fucking wild, dude. Like I was actually just looking at it the other day and I was like, what the fuck, man? It's fucking
It's
wild.
like multiple a week.
They're like cleanly the most underrated in the game because no one really ever talks about like, you know, Kino specifically as like, you know, one of the big ballers in the game, but like, man, they're dropping heat all the fucking time. It's because they don't have the appropriate packaging. Like Kino does it pretty low key. You know, they don't do the big fancy shit. They don't do a lot of box sets and stuff. They do the film noir sets, but they're just they're 3 films in a box. Yeah. They don't go overkill with the, you know, Last Embrace and put it in its fucking packaging that, you know, makes people buy. You know, I think they do it proper, man. I think the type of films that they're releasing just is, you know, the packaging that they're doing does it justice, man.
Yeah,
perfect for me.
Just gets better for me too, and the more I get into just like my wider view of cinema, because I now the more movies I watch and the more like types of films I'm aware of, the more like prestigious directors like I learn about and want to see more of their movies, and all of a sudden like I'm going through a Kino, so I'm like, oh shit, like now I like this like Preston Sturges guy, so I'm gonna buy 2 of his movies. Now I like this Lou Bish guy, I'm gonna buy 2 of his movies. Like and they're $9.99, so you don't care.
The thing I love about Kino is that they don't fuck around with like the entire graph of cinema. You know what I mean? Like they put out silent era shit all the way to like pretty much modern stuff. It's fucking crazy. Like, and they cover all bases and grounds. It's pretty wild. Like you can't think of any other labels that actually do this because there isn't. It's only Kino.
TerrorVision is kind of hitting a wide range of stuff too.
They
don't have as much quantity.
But I mean, really, like they're touching on like, you know, straight up dramas to like neo-noirs to like silent films, horror, you know, action, thriller. They do fucking classics like
random cult movies.
They're putting films. Bottoms out, that sex comedy from last year.
I mean, they did the whole Redemption line, which was, you know, it was fucking Roll On and fucking, you know, Franco.
But then they also put out like all-time greats, like The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. And
that's what I'm saying. And like bona fide classics and shit like that, man. Like The Great Escape and shit like that on 4K. It's
I've always
fucking wild.
Kino's like a budget friendly like film fan label. Like they're definitely one of the best labels.
They do it, and like I said, I love that they do it so low key though too, because I remember I was talking about Needful Things one time, and I had a comment on one of my videos and like, oh, thanks for telling me that they have the 3-hour cut on there. But it's just shit like that. Like they don't have to have the 3-hour TV cut on there, but it's on there. And it's still like a fucking $15 Blu-ray. It's crazy. Like they have good features, and it makes you wonder like you really are paying for premium packaging with a lot of these labels because they are doing a lot of features, which also do cost them money and stuff like that, which is interesting because the prices are still so affordable, right? Yeah. It's really interesting when you think about it. Like Kino does really good work.
Sometimes
it's not bare bone shit
though.
But remember when Olive was coming out? Like when Olive was around, and like their presentation was fine. It was just a fucking Blu-ray, but they didn't do any features, and they were so overpriced. They would cost like $35 or whatever they were. Like they were always expensive releases, but they didn't have features. Where Kino, pretty much the same thing. You know, we got a Blu-ray now. They're doing a little bit of slip covers and stuff, which I don't really give a fuck about unless it's different artwork, but they got features on there, like commentaries and bonus shit, and you're like, what the and it's like half the price. So when you really put that into perspective as a collector, you're like, damn, Kino is top fucking shelf.
They're top 3 for me.
For the film fan. For the collectors,
they're not very flashy.
It's not very inviting, right? I'll just say that, right? So
it's like a Bud Light for the collectors.
Yeah, because if you want to build a shelf full of like
that's what pisses me off about Scream Factory, because it's like you watch Kino move all this volume for like $10 a piece during a sale, and then you have Shout Factory, who owns the entire Corman catalog, who is putting out these site exclusive Blu-rays for $30 when they're not paying licensing costs for this shit, and they could easily move $10 fucking copies like crazy, but they just choose not to.
Their sales are usually really bad. I took a look at their going on sale, and there's like not a single thing I was interested in.
I think one of the
there was some stuff I was interested in, but not for the price.
Yeah, the closest I was interested in was the JFK 4K and was still like $38.99. Like come
I
on.
think one of the biggest mistakes that Shell Factory / Screen Factory ever made was doing site exclusives. When they started doing all those, like they were putting out some pretty cool releases and site exclusives. I think a lot of people just said, fuck that, I'm not paying the $35 for this, when that title should be released in mass form. Right. It didn't make a lot of fucking sense. And you notice, like, when they first started doing it, which, you know, they did start back in the day, because when they did the Corman line, they released 3 titles that were actually site exclusives at the time, but they were DVD only. Right. And so I only have one of them because I actually found it out. Well. Yeah.
Death Stalker 1 and 2 was one of the earlier ones that they did.
Well, that was the Blu-ray. They did the Blu-ray recently. That was one of the, but yeah, anyways. So yeah, that was one of the exclusives that they did later on, but I just don't.
No, that was one of their earliest exclusives.
Yeah.
The Death Stalker Blu-ray.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about back in the day when they just had the DVD line. There was 3 titles that they had released, whatever. So it had started back then, but they kind of got away from that a little bit, but then they started doing the site exclusive thing. And I noticed that the first few releases kind of sold well, and then people were like, fuck that shit. And then a lot of them aren't selling anymore. They're not going out of print. You know, they can't even sell the 3,000 copies of these things, where I think if they had released these widely with a cheaper price, I think they would have sold. I mean, I would have bought a bunch of these titles if they weren't exclusive, because I'm not paying their stupid ass shipping prices and stuff like that, right? Like a lot of people aren't. You can't even lump things together. And they're bare bones, right? So these are titles that you want to maybe just get off Amazon or wherever else you're buying your shit. So I think people just kind of learned. They're saying, fuck that, not buying these things. But it sucks too, because they have released a few double features that I kind of wanted, but passed on. So fuck it.
I got a few of them during their Valentine's Day sale. Like I forget, the 1992 movie. The fuck is it called? Blind Death or Dancing with Death.
Yeah.
It's like a double with that. I really wanted that for 92, and they finally marked that down to like $15. So I finally got that.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, because that was like a $35 title or whatever. And they had to mark it down because no one was fucking buying it. But, you know, if that had been on Amazon, I would have owned that. I would have pre-ordered it. You know?
Yeah, I would have bought it like 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of going out of your way to get to it.
Because I wanted that title too. Yeah, I wanted that title, and I'm like, fuck, I'm not doing that shit. So, but even at $15 for me, it's fine for you guys. But everything that comes in, you know, with me buying internationally makes it not worth it. Especially screen, their shipping has always been atrocious, though, really bad.
Well, if you would just become Eastern Alaska, you wouldn't have this problem.
Eastern Alaska, I'm more Southern Alaska. Alaska is actually the closest to me. It's only a 7-hour drive.
Only.
Oh, that's normal here. In the West, you drive 7 hours to get to the nearest town for everybody.
Yeah, I could go to like multiple different states in like 2 hours here.
That's like the whole West. So it's like California. All the major cities are they're far apart.
I can get to Toronto in 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like that East Coast.
Toronto.
It's all everything's all close. Everything's all close. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania is pretty huge. It's just I live in like the bottom left corner of it. Well,
yeah, like when I fly to Toronto and drive down to Cleveland for Wasteland, it's only a 4-hour drive, and you go through 3 states. So it's pretty fucking it's crazy. Like 4-hour drive here, I wouldn't even get halfway to Vancouver. It's 8 hours. It's
wild. Nothing there.
Yeah, but Tyler, we're so used to that.
Tyler doesn't drive anymore.
Yeah,
he's liquid.
Did you do you give up your license? I mean, you gave up your vehicle?
No, I don't drive anywhere that it's more than like 4 hours anymore.
Oh, you would die over here.
I'm just like at that point. I'm just like, nah, I'm flying.
I'm driving to Gettysburg next weekend, which is like 3.5 hours, I think.
Yeah, I would do. I would drive that. Like I'd feel stupid flying to Philadelphia. You know, I did that once.
Is that for the film thing? Is that for the drive-in?
No, it's it is the Creature Feature Weekend, which is a convention.
Oh, right.
Which is, I think, like it is one of the coolest conventions, but unfortunately, like nobody's around it, so it's just like I don't know anybody there besides like obviously Carly and like Maddie went last year, and then we know there's a couple people that go. that we've become friends with a little bit. That Carly's done some movies with, but I don't know if they'll be there. But they actually announced the like lineup of like events like for the event, and there's some pretty cool stuff. One thing I'm definitely gonna try to hit up is on Friday night. They are doing a Fright Night screening with live commentary with, I assume, Stephen Jeffries and Amanda Bierce, since they'll both be there. And I don't, I think that there's other people involved in the film there too, but I didn't really look deeply into it. So that should be cool. And then on Saturday night, they are doing a screening of Evil Dead 2, just by itself. And then at 4:45 p.m. on Saturday night, they're doing a Wishmaster with live commentary. So you're gonna have Andrew Dividoff or whatever the hell his name is, doing a commentary for that, and I think the director.
You should do it in his like Jin voice the entire time.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then they are also doing a Evil Bong screening with Charles Band. So
Nice.
that should be pretty cool. There is a lot. Oh yeah, Amanda Bierce and William Ragsdale and Stephen Jeffries for Fright Night. Surprised they're not doing a Silent Night Deadly Night screening with or a Jack Frost screening. That would have been probably cool. But yeah, there's a lot. There's actually like a handful of cool ass people at this one. Like the director Jack Frost and Billy from Silent Night Deadly Night. Like I said, Amanda Bierce from, of course, Married with Children fame, as well as Fright Night. A couple people from Nightbreed, Tim Capello, the the saxophonist from Lost Boys. He's been there a couple
Oh
times.
yeah. I thought I knew
Tommy Chong will be there, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
Andrew Divoff, like I said.
He's a nice guy. I met him before.
Yeah.
See if there's another Cheech and Chong coming out.
Yeah, it's like a documentary. Cheech and Chong's last movie. I'm a big Cheech and Chong fan. Love me some Cheech and Chong. If I was gonna pick my favorite duo, like from like a comedy film or something, like if you got like Harold and Kumar and Bill and Ted and Wayne and Garth, I'd honestly probably say Cheech and Chong is my favorite.
They're definitely out there for me. They're like one of my dad's favorites. A duo? Shit. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I mean, I'm leaning towards Wayne and Garth right now.
Wayne and Garth are good, man. I love me some Wayne and Garth as well. And I also love Harold and Kumar. I still want.
Does Chris Farley and David Spade count?
Hell yeah, they count.
Yeah, I could.
They always felt like they were a duo.
Yeah, they're a duo. They're in multiple movies together.
This what's his name?
You got
Sandler and
Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor.
What's his name?
I was actually just thinking that. I was like, fucking Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
Hear No Evil, See No Evil.
Adam Sandler and Alan Covert count?
I feel like they have to be the same characters. Like
okay, yeah,
like you got Harold and Kumar, they're playing the same guys.
Right, yeah. That makes way more sense.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Wayne and Garth, Bill and Ted, Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, that's a real comparison. That makes way more sense.
Yeah,
well, these two guys are in movies together all the time.
I mean, then you go Lauren and Hardy. But...
Bob and Doug McKenzie up there in Canada.
Yep, Bob and Doug. Bob and
Bogart and
Doug.
McCall.
Yeah, Strange Brew fucking rocks. I was actually at the brewery today that movie was filmed in and delivered there.
You make sure to drink all the beer in the giant vat.
Yeah. I've been in that brewery millions of times. My uncle worked there for like 40 years. So
maybe I'll be able to pick up some damn Full Moon Blu-rays if Charlie's going to be there.
Charlie.
Yeah, I can't see him not having merch.
What's that, Tony?
When does the Bad Channels Blu-ray come out?
I don't know.
Too late.
Too late, yeah.
Hopefully it's before the fucking show.
Doubt it.
Watch it in HD.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because that show won't be till next year. Not next year, but like next fall.
Yeah, September.
Yeah, it'll be out by then.
Yeah, so in the next
For sure.
6 months sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
I still need to pick up the Ginger Dead Man Cookie Tin box set and the Subspecies box set.
That Subspecies one is fucking expensive.
It
June
is. They
10th
had
for
the
Bad
they had
Channels.
the tin for 50. I should have grabbed it.
I pre-ordered that Ginger Dead Man one.
Yeah.
What, the cookie tin?
Yeah.
You yeah. That's so funny. I didn't think anybody was gonna buy that.
I don't buy them because a lot of times what they do is they'll put their box sets as a perk for subscribing to a year of Full Moon streaming.
Yeah.
So like I got the Evil Bong like 8-disc box set that way, and the what was it, like the Puppet Master box set? Yeah, the Puppet Master
Or the
box
giant
set I
case.
got that way, but I'm waiting for them to add like a new one on there because I already have that like Full Moon Productions box set that they did.
Mhm.
Full Moon
That was kind of
Volume.
cool.
Yeah, I really like that box set. That box set is cool. But I pretty much have all the perks that they're offering right now. So I'm not resubscribing until they add something else. I mean, it's worth it if you think about it. It's like $60 to subscribe to a year, and then you get the Puppet Master box set or something with that, which is like, the $60.
Oh yeah, they've gotten me a few times too. It's such a good
Really?
deal.
Yeah. And the streaming is actually pretty solid because like obviously you have all the Full Moon stuff, but you actually have like other things like Blue Underground titles and Vinegar Syndrome titles and Synapse titles.
That's cool.
And there have been times where we would be covering something on the show that I wouldn't own, and it would be on there, but not on like other streaming services. So it's not a bad streaming service.
How often do they add titles on there?
They add titles a lot. I mean, right now they're adding like their Full Moon titles in black and white, like some of them, which is pretty cool, just as like something bonus, something different. And they're working on those like what did they call them? What we talked about it on one of the last 22 shots, something noir.
Oh yeah, they're doing that noir series or whatever. Yeah.
Oh God.
Always innovating, but I mean, I like the idea. I like the idea of, putting out their films just in black and white. I think that's kind of a cool idea, like kind of an exclusive perk. That's cool.
Dude, honestly, like Charlie Band is one of my favorite people to listen to on like podcasts and stuff like that. He's just so rich with stories and knowledge of all the years of basically being a hustler in the genre and such an innovator too. Like
hustler's the right word.
Like everybody, like, look, I don't criticize the grind, bro. It's like, sometimes you got to do some stuff that's a little bit weird to stay in business.
Well, you can grind, but man, cheating people and shit is kind of fucked up, though, bro. Like that big box thing was kind of brutal.
I still don't know about that,
dude. It's factual though, man. He was doing some dirt shit with the big boxes, bro. Like that was not. Like, I mean, like I said, you can hustle and shit, but you can still be an honest hustler. But like, that was a little bit shady. That was a little bit shady. Because it didn't need to be done. It just didn't need to be done. Like it wasn't. It just kind of came out of left field.
I remember seeing like his ad for it too, where he's like selling to people. He's like, people say I'm crazy for only charging this much.
Oh fuck,
dude! You guys fucking leave Charlie Band alone. The only proof that there ever was.
I like Charlie Band.
Guy on YouTube made a video saying that they were fake. That's the only proof. It's just one guy's opinion.
No, there was lots.
He had evidence, though. He had like
he did have pretty good evidence.
No, yeah, that was a pretty good video, but like there was
his evidence was like all like misprints and shit on like the actual sleeves, so it was obviously a recreation, right?
He's like, first off, like look at this, the latch and like the design is completely different.
No, I don't think it was that.
Yeah, there was part of it, like part of like the way the cardboard was. It just wasn't.
I think that dude was doing glue testing too. He's like, man, this is different glue. Like that shit wouldn't have held up from 1980.
There was like something with where like it like latched in or like or where just like it connected where you could see there was like a completely different type of binding like on the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's like a copyright 2010 at the bottom corner too.
Yeah, the smoking gun in the corner.
He's like in some like full moon like warehouse when he's like doing the commercial too.
We're gonna find that dude who committed.
It seems like a commercial like you would have seen like in like 1995. Hi, I'm R.L. Stine, and I write the Goosebumps books.
You're tired of being a bum? Make money now with full moon VHS boxes.
Fuck.
He is like a modern snake oil salesman.
You leave Charlie Band alone.
I want to read his autobiography. I actually heard that book was good. Confessions
It
of a
is.
Puppet Master.
I started listening to it. It is good.
Okay.
Yeah, I've actually seen a couple people talk about it recently, and they said it's awesome, really good.
Yeah.
Don Coscarelli's autobiography is really good as well.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about
True
that.
Indie. It's really good.
You're gonna get to the chapter where it gets to the VHS tapes, and he's gonna be like, "And I would have gotten away with it too. It wasn't for that one prick on YouTube."
I want YouTube to ruin it all.
Hate that fucking.
He's about to start the next VHS revolution and got fucking ruined.
Was that the same dude who was like, I ordered my pieces Blu-ray from Diabolik? And
yes, it was that guy.
His name is the Analog Archivist.
That's it.
He accused Diabolik of pulling the puzzles and selling them separately.
That's what right. Yeah, the puzzle.
Yeah. So see, and
now that one seemed a little bit crazy to me because I was like, why the fuck?
That one's crazy. But finding a box of Wizard Video sleeves.
Well, there was no evidence.
That's not possible.
No, but there was
happened.
That's a puzzle. This is a box. It's very different.
His accusations didn't really follow up with proof on the puzzle thing. Like it was just kind of hearsay.
He had evidence.
He didn't have a puzzle. That's proof enough.
But I wanted to hear from other people because I wanted to hear from other people because I know there was one or two other people that I remember that came out and said that because apparently the deal was if you pre-ordered that item, you were guaranteed to get the puzzle. And some of the people that pre-ordered them didn't get them. So that's where the accusations came in. And I can't remember. There was like some kind of loophole that didn't they respond to it as to why some of the pre-orders didn't get them or something? I can't remember the whole deal now. It's been a while.
I don't know if that was years ago, but I don't remember if it was.
But it was just a pre-order thing. You only got it with pre-orders. You didn't get them after the fact.
I don't even think that was the actual story. I think it was just like you were more likely to get it if you pre-ordered. I don't think it was.
No, it was a pre-order thing. It was all the pre-order.
No, it was like just the first like 1,000 of them came with puzzles or something. I don't remember.
I'm just saying.
I feel like you're right, JP, because I remember like hoping, like I had a fucking like Willy Wonka golden ticket when I opened up my pieces. I'm like, please be a fucking puzzle in there, and then
I distinctly remember them saying if you pre-ordered it, I guess they were probably assuming maybe they weren't going to get over maybe maybe it was limited to 1,000, but I remember them saying that all pre-orders would get a puzzle. So maybe they were assuming that they weren't going to sell over 1,000. So if it was limited to 1,000, maybe they weren't thinking they were going to sell over 1,000. They were just, we'll probably pre-order to like 800 or something like that, and everybody will get one. That's what they were assuming. But I remember it saying pre-orders will get the puzzle.
That did not. I'm pretty sure it did not say that. But
I don't know if this is I don't know if this is salt in the wound, and I know this because I thought it peculiar as well. I bought my copy a couple months after it came out on Amazon, not Diabolik, and it came with the puzzle. So I don't know what that's about. I'm since looking up, and I'm
damn,
like, okay.
you motherfucker.
So when I heard about the puzzle controversy, I'm like, did it not come with all the releases? I don't know. Come off Amazon.
No, I remember that being the argument though, man. It was like everyone that pre-ordered from Diabolik was guaranteed to get a fucking to get a puzzle.
I think you're misremembering it, honestly, because I remember.
How are you right remembering it though? I don't understand what you mean though.
Uh-oh.
So you think I'm misremembering it?
No, but you're saying
how confident are you? I'm pretty confident, but I could be wrong. But I'm just saying that I remember his video saying something like, "If you pre-ordered it, you should have got it because you pre-ordered it. Why are people who didn't pre-order it getting it?" That was the crux of his argument. But I don't think there was ever a thing that said like, "Oh, if you pre-order it, you'll get it." Like,
I could have sworn Diabolik said the pre-orders were guaranteed to get the puzzle, and that was part of the big argument with people. Like that's why it was That's why people run into Diabolik to pre-order from Diabolik, because they were guaranteed to get the fucking puzzle. But it does make fucking sense, though, right? It's a good selling point for Diabolik to get pre-orders in there.
Well, if that was the case, then Diabolik would have been completely wrong in the situation. But I remember in the time when Diabolik responded, feeling like that guy was wrong. So
I have
wouldn't have felt
post
that way. Okay.
So this was posted by Horrorhound in 2016. So they're saying, hitting stores March 1st, this jam-packed definitive high-def set comes complete with an eye-popping pieces jigsaw puzzle, limited to the first 3,000 copies. Available now, pre-ordered through DiabolikDVD and Amazon.com. So yeah, 3,000 of them.
But that doesn't.
So this is what I remember. Diabolik having a post, if you can find this, saying, so if it was limited to 3,000 with the puzzle, I'm assuming their mentality was, if you pre-order from us, you're guaranteed to get one if they had the 3,000 copies. Because they probably weren't thinking that they were going to sell pre-order more than 3,000 copies.
But they didn't say there that you're guaranteed to get the puzzle if you pre-order.
But if it's limited to 3,000 pre-ordered Diabolik, doesn't it just kind of read as, I need to pre-order from Diabolik to get the fucking puzzle?
Well, that's the only people that were selling it.
People were getting puzzles after that guy posted that YouTube video.
Yeah, so that's like... it. That was his argument, is that there was no like...
Yeah, me.
There was no like...
It was probably just a fuck up, like a misprint. Like he just probably got unlucky.
Yeah, I'm thinking something went wrong there, because I'm under the impression that, again, Diabolik was selling the one with the puzzles. If you pre-order, you get it. Well, it kind of makes sense, right?
I'm pretty sure that they were the only ones selling it at the time. Yeah. Like they were the only ones, like for the first like couple like weeks of that release, it was like an exclusive to them.
Well, the wording is weird.
See what happens though with a lot of these limited things that I've noticed. So these sites will have these pre-orders, and maybe you're going to get these from pre-order in the States. I remember when Severin did this with one of the releases. I wish I could remember what it is, but I'll tell you how I got the limited edition, which is so random. So I never pre-ordered from Severin for obvious reasons. And so it was about 3 months down the road, and I remember buying a Severin release, and it had the bonus disc in it. It was limited to 3,000. I think it's actually one of Jess Franco's films. And I got it off Amazon. So I think what happens is, once I think the Severin probably has these, and then they get distributed, because I'm pretty sure that these things wouldn't have went straight to Amazon at the time. If I had a pre-order from Amazon at the time, I bet you I wouldn't have got one, but I just happened to get one that was dispersed out. And that's what I feel, because it was like, it could have been 3 to 6 months after the fact. I should actually go get it, because I actually have a limited to 3,000. It says limited 3,000 pieces. I got it Amazon.ca Prime like 3 to 6 months later, randomly.
So you have the puzzle?
No, it's a totally different release. I'm just talking about limited things that were set to, because Severin had this, it was on their website, it doesn't say website exclusive, but it's limited to 3,000 copies.
I have the disc with the anthology thing that they put out, that like if you ordered from them came with like an extra disc with like old
I've got that too. Mm-hmm. So another one I got.
I think I remember what the archivist thing's main argument was now that we were talking about it. I'm pretty sure that his main argument was the fact that they should have distributed them based on like first person to pre-order gets the first copy, second person second copy, where I think that they just sort of went in whatever order, like by alphabetical, or just started filling orders and didn't do it in any type of order.
But this is obvious, because I think this is what everyone was under the impression. If you pre-ordered it, you got a copy. I think that's what the mentality is of people. So then Diabolik, if they just went in and distributed, so there is 3,000 copies with a puzzle, and then there's another 10,000 copies without, and so they're filling orders and just grabbing shit or whatever. Yeah, I get the fucking point. Because if it was worded in a sense where if you pre-ordered it from Diabolik, you're getting a puzzle, and you didn't get a puzzle, I see where the confrontation comes in, where people is like, yeah, maybe they're fucking people over, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's all speculation at the time, too.
His other point was that he thinks that they were pulling the puzzles and selling them.
That's what I'm saying. That speculation is a little outrageous to me, but I'm saying, but it could be an
like under the table.
I think it's an oversight by Diabolik.
Like on eBay.
I think it's an oversight at Diabolik. You got to remember, at the time when they were filling orders, they were a really, really small company.
I don't think they did anything wrong based on that post that Tony just read. They didn't say you're guaranteed a puzzle.
Well, the wording here, because I actually pulled up the post that Tony was talking about from Horror Hound, and the wording is interesting because what it says here after what he said is, limited, eye-popping puzzle, whatever, limited to the first 3,000 copies, available now for pre-order at Diabolik and Amazon. So maybe it's like they gave 1,500 worth of puzzle to Diabolik and 1,500 to Amazon. I don't know.
Yeah. I pre-ordered through Amazon.
Well, no, like I said, Dan, I think what happens is Diabolik might even have had all the copies, but there was probably all the copies at one place, and then after the pre-orders go, they just disproved. I don't know, because that's how I ended up getting limited shit too through Amazon, which I'm pretty sure if I had bought those at the time the pre-orders were up, I probably wouldn't have got it. I think they get dispersed after the fact. You know what I mean? Because
like to me though, that post basically says like, the first 3,000 we ship is going to have a puzzle. That's how I read it.
But you have to understand the consumer. It kind of reads to people where if you pre-order it from Diabolik, you're guaranteed you're going to get a puzzle.
But that doesn't. It literally doesn't say that though.
But
that's just like people assuming, right?
But exactly. But the thing is though, if you are, but there's a lot of people that just assumed if you pre-ordered it from Diabolik. That's what I'm saying. It all depends on how you read into what the words are presented to you. It's like, I think it's a total oversight on Diabolik's part though, because if you were the first person to pre-order and you didn't get one, Diabolik should have been filling orders in order of maybe the puzzles.
Because like if this guy,
it's an oversight by them. That's what I'm saying. That's why people are pissed off that they didn't get one, because they could have been number 10 and didn't get one. And number fucking 791 got one. Like, what is that?
That was his argument too. That people that didn't even pre-order were ending up with the puzzle because it didn't seem like it was a first thing. Like it seemed like it was just like random.
I know, but it was presented to the person where we thought we were getting them,
Yeah, that is one thing though. If you pre-order, you didn't get one, and someone got it after, then there really isn't.
Yeah, it would piss you off. But I don't think that.
I don't know if I jump to like they're pocketing puzzles. Like I don't think.
No, because then you'd be opening up.
No, like I said that was a little bit crazy to assume that. I just think it was an oversight on Diabolik, and it's probably a lack of having the people to actually put out the orders though too. It's like, so maybe they did get like 4,000 fucking pre-orders, right? And then they just started grabbing shit. They're like, hey, these are the limited ones and these ones aren't, and they just started fucking filling orders. Maybe they do it a different way. Maybe it's alphabetical. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's date. Who knows what the fuck it is? But obviously some people that pre-ordered it early didn't get them and other people did. So maybe Diabolik did fucking shit the bed on that and they were supposed to put them out, but who knows? We don't really fucking know. If you got two people doing orders,
they're stealing shit, but
I don't think they were either.
Two ways to look at it. Like you could look at it that Diabolik, the right thing would have been to make sure the people that pre-ordered got it. But
absolutely.
Then you could also look at it like technically they never said that would happen anyway. So.
And how the hell do these people know what place in line they are? Like, period.
True.
I know, but you can
assuming things.
But again, it comes down to the fact that if you pre-ordered something, a lot of people were, even though if you want to read between the lines, whatever, and you don't agree with the way the wording is, it doesn't mean other people didn't assume or even read it as if you pre-ordered from Diabolik, you were getting a puzzle.
I think the whole argument falls
It's a fair argument to people.
The whole thing just kind of falls apart when you consider people who pre-ordered it got it and didn't get it when people who didn't pre-order it got it because that just means that if you pre-ordered it, like you 100% ordered it before a person who didn't pre-order it.
Right.
So
depends on when you pre-ordered it.
It's not even the first 3,000. It's just random 3,000.
Well, limited to
because you're right.
Limited to the first 3,000 produced.
Okay, but let's just say they have 1,500 total Diabolik, and you pre-order it and you don't get one. You could assume maybe 3,000 people pre-ordered it and I was like number 2,000 or something. But if people that are now not pre-ordering are getting it, that means like the reason you got it was not because 1,500 people pre-ordered before you. The finite amount of numbers of people that had copies did not pre-order before you. If somebody that didn't pre-order it is now getting it, that means it has to be a fuck up on Diabolik.
Yeah, and I feel like all the people that were getting it post pre-order were only getting them through Amazon. Like I almost feel
Oh,
like
It probably
could
was
be
a split then.
I
They
feel
probably
like
did
Amazon
half
probably
Amazon,
had
half.
yeah,
more
it
puzzles than
probably is a split.
Diabolik.
Like that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if I guess you would have to prove that someone from Diabolic that didn't pre-order it got it. But
Like
if that is the case, assuming that's the case based on what I heard, what I've heard,
That's what I always
or
figured.
yeah. But if it is like if somebody just bought it from Amazon, I bet you a lot of people didn't think to pre-order on Amazon.
I love how we just spent like a half hour on some shit that happened 10 years ago.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I miss Diabolik. Like I started buying from Diabolik around they started. I think it was like 2008, 2009. It was maybe 2009, something like that. I don't know. Probably about 3 years before I got on YouTube. And like, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Diabolik used to be fucking awesome though, man, because no matter how many movies that you bought, their shipping was flat rated and it was $7.99 to Canada. So I would do an order every paycheck, which was every 2 weeks. And I would usually buy like 5, 6, 7 movies or something like that. And it was $7.99 shipping. It was fucking awesome. And then after a few years, the shipping obviously went up and they had to jack the price up a little bit. Then it was like, I think it was $7.99 and then it was every item after like 3 or 4, whatever it was like $2 extra. So the shipping kind of went up and then it got to the point where I'll never forget this. I stopped buying from Diabolik for a while because it was just the conversion rate went to shit. And I went there to fucking order something and the shipping was $27 for one Blu-ray. I was like, yeah, I can't do this anymore. That's fucking nuts.
I
was
never
like,
liked Diabolik.
Damn, the shipping
I was never a fan of that website.
I liked it because it was at the time, it was a lot easier. Plus our dollar was actually pretty much par. But in Canada at that point, we didn't get a lot of boutique label stuff. Like even Amazon wasn't carrying a lot of those titles. So I kind of had to do that. Where over time that shit kind of shifted into different spots in Canada and Amazon, blah, blah, blah. You can get other places. But then it was kind of nice because the shipping was so bad and the conversion rate was so bad for me. But yeah.
Diabolik, the only good thing about them to me was that they carried like imports, but I had never once went on Diabolik and found something cheaper than like Amazon or some other website.
I think it was more for the convenience.
It was.
It's only worth it for the imports.
Yeah, the imports
in my opinion
were good, but I wasn't a big importer anyway, so I maybe ordered from Diabolik like twice in the entire time they were around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I did defend them on the puzzle thing a little bit.
To quote the amazing Under Siege 2, assumption is the mother of all fuck ups.
Amen.
I hear you.
Where the fuck is that VSU?
Under Siege 2.
Come on,
did you see the body?
Dude, is that the one where she jumps out of the birthday cake?
That's the first one.
Oh, is that the first one?
Fucking,
that is the first one. Shit.
Is that fucking Steven Seagal?
Steven Seagal? Okay.
Yeah, Under Siege 2 takes place on a train.
Listen, I've never been the big like action star fan. Steven Seagal is the fucking worst. I don't know why.
No, what is this?
Nah, you missed the heyday.
You the worst, bro.
He missed the heyday.
The Glimmer Man, come on.
He's the fucking worst.
Above the Law and shit. Come on, man.
His prime was amazing.
Yeah,
just like he taught Anderson Silva how to kick fucking Vitor Belfort.
He had literally like about a 7-8 year span there where he didn't miss at all, and then he became lazy. So
yeah.
But yeah, that like 15 years from like 88 to 2003 with like Half Past Dead with Ja Rule. That's like golden era.
Half Past Dead is great.
Ja Rule.
Past Dead with Ja Rule.
Yeah.
Droll.
I just found out that Ja Rule and Metallica did a song for the Biker Boys soundtrack the other day.
Yeah, of course, man.
Kind of blew my mind.
What the
That's
fuck?
what I thought it was.
I didn't know Ja Rule still
Just when you
making
thought it
music.
was dead. That's a great song.
Yeah, we went and
did it.
Okay, well that's a good segue right there because fuck Ja Rule.
I call him Droll.
That is horrible. Oh, that's horrible shit right there.
Yeah, that song is insanely like.
I can't even imagine how that ever came about. How do you mash up Ja Rule with Metallica? Like that's two different worlds, but like not even two different music worlds. We're talking two different worlds. Like
he was just really
listen to that song. It's a fucking mess.
They're not even labeled now.
2000.
Oh, when did
exactly how you think it would sound?
When did the song come out?
2003.
2003.
Oh, okay.
Whenever Biker Boys came out.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the movie.
I thought you were saying like this was a recent thing. I was like, Ja Rule still makes music?
No, because I bet you Ja Rule, I'm not sure what label he was on. He must have been on either the major or the sub label that Metallic was on at the time, because that's usually how those things come about. Especially with soundtracks.
2003.
Well, you have that Jay-Z Linkin Park thing that was kind of huge. Remember that little that album they did?
Of course. That's a classic.
What's that?
What about the Diddler and
the Jay-Z Linkin Park mashup album?
Oh, dude, I mean, all these shit had been done before. Like the Judgment Night soundtrack was all hip hop and rock and metal artists and stuff, which was fucking
10
amazing.
out of 10 soundtrack.
Judgment Night's, yeah, dude, that fucking soundtrack rocks, man. It's really good. Really good shit. I always tell the story actually one time back in the 90s, Ice-T hosted Rap City, and I think he was the first person ever to play Slayer on Rap City. He's such a huge fucking Slayer fan. Of course, the song he did on the Judgment Night soundtrack was with Slayer. So, but yeah, it's pretty fucking funny.
Body Count covered Raining Blood on one of their newer albums.
Yeah, it's fucking great. I own every Body Count album. I love Body Count. Like their albums just like keep getting better. It's fucking amazing. Like
they're almost like the South Park of like metal bands, just because they can stay topical with every new album.
Yep. Yeah, Ice-T's the man though, man.
Ice-T's also a horror fan, which is awesome.
Yep. Yeah, he didn't just appear in some of them.
Leprechaun in the Hood.
Everyone thinks about that. Leprechaun.
Dude, the best. I love when he pulls the bat out of his afro.
Oh man. All right. We should get into these reviews though.
Yeah, we should.
Because that intro was a lot fucking longer than I was ever anticipating it to be. Thank you, Diabolical Situation.
I love you.
We could probably go back to 22 shots and find the exact same conversation from like 8 years ago.
We probably did talk about that actually.
Oh, we definitely. I remember talking about it.
It was technically Charlie Band's fault.
Yeah.
It was his idea.
Somehow Charlie Band's fault.
But it was Charlie Band's fault for making those fake VHS covers.
But I thought when you pre-ordered pieces, you got the puzzle and a big box. God damn it. All right. Well, let's get into these fucking solo reviews. So the order tonight is me. I'm never first, but that's the way it went down tonight. And then we got Dan, JP, Tony, and Tyler is going to be the boring anchor tonight.
I thought it was Tony, then me.
No, you heard me wrong. And I even heard you say it wrong after. I didn't correct you because I don't give a fuck. But
now I gotta move these cameras around. Damn
it. After like a 45-minute intro, he's like, where is everybody now?
Wait, what?
I love that you heard him say it wrong. You just let it fucking go.
Yeah, you just let it slide.
I totally
you knew
did.
I was like fixing the cameras too, you fucker.
All right, so the movie I'm going to be reviewing here tonight is, of course, from Saturn's Core. And I don't even... Have I done a Saturn's Core?
Before?
Yeah. No, I think I have, actually. But we're going to talk about Marcus Cook's Rot from 1999. That is one of the artworks on it. We already showed the slipcover. I'm getting some... Whatever. So this Marcus Koch's, I guess, first kind of feature. No, actually, it's technically not his first feature length because he had one, Bad Blood, I think a couple years before they came out. Technically, like his fourth venture into doing an actual movie. If you know anything about Marcus, did I say Koch? Marcus Cook. It's funny because I actually knew a guy, used to play baseball with a guy named Marcus Koch, spelt the exact same way. Yeah. So I can't help but say Koch. It's fucking drives me nuts.
That's so fucked up. I knew somebody with the same last name, but he spelled it. He said it cock.
No,
I swear to you.
If you don't want people to say Koch,
did he have something in his mouth?
Koch.
Yeah.
Josh Cock.
It is interesting though, because I've seen that last name. A lot of people have that last name, and I've never seen it or heard it pronounced Cook. It's always been Koch.
Doesn't make any sense.
It is weird, right? And it's actually because there's a couple features on here. I think one of the guys even says Marcus Koch, but I think it just comes natural. You look at the name and it just reads Koch. But yeah, it's so hard for me to say Cook because I literally knew a guy named Marcus Koch, so it drives me nuts.
I refuse to say Cook.
It's weird. It's like one of those weird things. It's almost like a Canadian weird thing. So Rot from 1999. Of course, if you know anything about Marcus Cook, he is known for doing like shot on video films. Of course, he started his career very, very young in the late 80s, you know, doing films when he was like 12 until like 15 and stuff. And then through the 90s, but he was predominantly doing all shot on video type stuff. And then, you know, in doing all his own special effects and became like a pretty well-known special effects artist who went on to work on tons of films and stuff. I wish he would actually direct more movies. I like what he does, but he's done special effects on hundreds of movies.
He has 104 special effects credits.
Yeah, and he's worked on some pretty notable films also. So, but yeah, he's known as an indie kind of legend in that aspect, right? So yeah, so this movie right here from 1999 is called Rot. It's starring Billy Scam and Tiffany Stinky. Those names are just fucking amazing. Those names are just amazing to me.
Tippy Stinky.
Is that their birth names?
I pretty much know. But Joel D. Wynkoop is, and if you know anything about Joel D. Wynkoop, he's kind of like an indie horror legend, really. I mean, going back to Tim Ritter conversation and stuff like that. Pretty interesting that Cook was able to get Wynkoop for this, but the reason why he got him for this is because he was a fan of the Tim Ritter films, the whole shot on video thing and stuff, but there's more on that later. So basically Rot is follows our two main characters here, which are played by Billy Scam plays Muzzy and Tiffany Stinky plays Sarah. They are a couple. Anyways, the film opens up with actually the opening credits are fucking awesome in this movie. They open up in a morgue, and of course Sarah she's there apparently drawing the dead bodies, but she does a little bit more than draw the dead bodies. But I love the way the credits are rolling, because as the credits are rolling, the names are on toe tags, and it's fucking awesome. Mm-hmm. It's like Billy Scam, and then Tiffany Stinky, and then fucking Joel D. Wynkoop, and it keeps cutting back to her. And as you know, they're introducing the actors and stuff. She gets on top of this dead body and starts fucking it. Like she's literally, as you would. Yeah. Like, I mean, really, if you're like in a morgue and you're just drawing them, why wouldn't you just fuck them? I mean, it's a lot more exciting than drawing somebody. Plus, I have no artistic skill. Yeah. So anyways, that whole thing, the opening credits, and then she fucks his body and stuff like that. Anyways, after that whole thing is done, it cuts to her at home and she's puking. She's like fucking deathly sick. And there's this great line where she says, she's like, oh man, I feel so fucking terrible, but it's not like I wouldn't do it again. I was like, oh my God, that's so fucked up. So she's like all sick and shit because now she's been infected with this fucking disease. Anyways, Muzzy comes home and he just like attacks his girlfriend. He's like, oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a long time. You know, you had a hard day, and they start going at it and stuff like that. And of course, by them having the sex, she infects him with whatever she has. And
the rot.
With the rot, which they don't really know what it is yet. And oh my God, dude, it's so fucking, there's this great scene. So he's all feeling like shit and stuff like that. And they're sitting in the car. And then she's telling him that she basically contracted something from fucking a dead person. And how he responds to it, he's like, well, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck? And she's like, well, I was just there drawing the dead person. And then he's like, what? And then the dead person seduced you? Fucking his person out laughing. So anyways, they conclude that they're both sick. They're both sick. So they just go on this fucking rampage. They just start tearing up the neighborhood. They're driving fucking cars everywhere. They're like breaking into houses, burning down mansions and shit like that. It's like just total fucking chaos and stuff. But meanwhile, we learn what happens to her. She didn't just catch some natural, like, weird disease that you can get from fucking dead people and stuff like that. Basically, what's been happening is Joel D. Wynkoop's character, he plays this, like, ex-evil kind of doctor. He was like employed by the government, and he was there to like basically make some kind of, disease or whatever. It was for population control is what the government calls it, but essentially what it is just it's a weapon for the military to use. It's a deadly military weapon. But anyways, he was like testing out this kind of rot disease on this dead body, and she by chance just jumped on there and got all infected and stuff like that. So now they're trying to like basically figure out how to stop the rot. And Muzzy gets this like fucking insane idea. He's like, what stops rot? And she's like, formaldehyde? So he's like injecting himself with formaldehyde to stop the fucking rot, because they are literally rotting from the inside out. Like they're bleeding out their orifices and they're puking, and they're just, there's nasty scenes. They start making out at this one scene, and she actually pukes in his mouth, and I literally threw up a little bit watching that. So it's kind of fucking nasty, but anyways, that's kind of the whole setup to the movie Rot and stuff. They're just basically trying to figure it out, and they're spreading the plague and stuff. And it's kind of like the commentary in the film is basically, this is what the government wanted. It was used as population control, but it's actually like a military fucking weapon, really, right? If you infect people with some shit, man, you can fucking kill a lot of people. So I thought that was actually kind of cool that a film like this actually has a little bit of commentary in it. But the thing I love about this movie, though, is the fact that like Marcus Cook actually was like a punk. He was part of the punk scene. Well, this whole movie is punks. Like our lead characters are bona fide punks, and they actually weren't actors. He knew these people, and Billy Scam actually has his own punk band and stuff. But our lead characters, Tiffany Stinky and Billy Scam, were actually.
And the camera has fallen.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm listening, but like I knocked it over.
I didn't even notice.
What you're doing.
I'm on my
trying
phone.
out a new angle.
It's a long story.
Fucking Orson Welles over here.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
I'll play Mexican.
So our lead characters, they were actually bona fide punks. So it's actually really authentic feeling and stuff. And this whole movie is just driven by this like hardcore punk soundtrack, this hardcore indie punk soundtrack that generally wouldn't work for a lot of films for myself, but in this aspect where you're dealing with punks and like the whole culture and everything that surrounds it and stuff, it's fucking awesome. It really, really works well. I love the usage of the music in the film, the actual real punks, and like there's a lot of great scenes, man. Like there's a scene where was he actually owes these guys some money and shit like that, and they fucking beat him down. Like they totally beat him down, and they drag him, and this great transition shot actually where they drag him through like the alley into like this whole punk kind of concert thing that's happening. It's like such a great transition for like a shot on video film. It's like totally awesome. But yeah, that's the one thing I loved about this. Like the characters stayed true to what punk culture was. Even like the way the story and like what they do when they get infected and stuff is like totally awesome. So when you're watching a Marcus Cook film, like what you're expecting to see is the gore, right? So it's pretty nasty at times, man. There's some pretty good shit. There's a scene where one of the I didn't actually even talk about like how they have these government agents actually chasing our lead characters in this film and stuff like that. But one of them gets like injected with this shit, and he ends up ripping his fucking face off and shit. And in fact, it's actually pretty damn cool. There's a pretty cool gunshot in this with like basically you see like the whole head being blown out and shit like that. But yes, there's some really decent gore scenes in this too. One of the big selling points for me in this film, besides like the actual the whole punk scene and the music and stuff, which I thought was fantastic, is Joel D. Wynkoop kind of steals the show here. If you know his acting, you know that he's always over the fucking top with his characters. And there's a great scene in the beginning of the film where he explains why Sarah's sick, and he talks about like how he like came back from Nam, and like I think actually at one point in the film they say Nam and then they say Desert Storm at the other point, but I'm like, whatever, who cares? But so he's like this doctor that was kind of like, kicked out of the government and stuff. He's working at a janitor's place and he's doing this crazy shit and stuff. And he gives this huge ass monologue, and then you get introduced to his character, and he's like so over the goddamn top. I literally was laughing every single fucking time he was on camera, man. Dr. Robert Olson is his character. And so he's so over the top. He gives this like crazy monologue and stuff, but then So he kind of becomes like super obsessed with Sarah. And this is where his character gets even more bizarre. Throughout the whole film, he's like trying to find his precious Sarah. And it's just fucking batshit. Like there's scenes where he's like just trying to find her and stuff. And he's like talking in mirrors. He's like talking to toilet. It's fucking just batshit crazy shit. But yeah, like the energy within Joel D. Wynkoop is like, it's ridiculous. I think if you're not a fan of somebody like his energy, this is going to be a little bit off-putting to you. The other thing that had me laughing about this movie was I was thinking about, because we were just talking about Gutterballs, and rewatching this film, I hadn't seen it in years, and I was thinking to myself, dialogue based, because I know Gutterballs has like, I think it even has the record for the most fucks used in a film. Well, this one's got to be goddamn close. Like, there is so much cursing in this movie. There's so much screaming, so much ridiculous over the top yelling, but it also makes sense because they're punks, they're out of control, they're also sick and dying and rotting. Like the whole scenario kind of makes sense to why they're freaking out, why their dialogue is so crazy over the top and stuff. But it really does work for me, man. But Joel D. Wynkoop, every time he's on scene, or on screen, you're just like, what the fuck? And surprisingly, I didn't remember how much he actually was throughout the film. I couldn't remember if it was just like a cameo and they kind of finished up at the end, but he's actually throughout the whole damn film, which is really cool. One thing I did learn from the special features, man, there's this crazy, third act where there's this huge punk brawl and stuff. And he actually did choreograph the whole thing where he's fighting all these punks and shit like that. And there's dudes doing flips off of buildings, which he really fucking did. it's like really wild.
He was a martial artist, right?
Yeah. He was like,
he had his one movie. What the hell was it called? Lost Faith.
Joel D. Wynkoop, but not the guy that does the flip off the building and stuff, was just like some random punk. And I guess when they were on set, Joel D. Wynkoop was like, I don't know if we should be doing this, man, because if he gets hurt, he could be liable. They're like, they call him fucking Spider-Man. He can do it. So this guy like rips off a building and shit, and they're like, oh shit, he can do it. So it's like, it's pretty bad shit, man. I think this movie is actually pretty compelling for a shot on video film. One thing that always plagues, no pun intended, shot on video films is the padding of time. This movie does not do that at all. We have this great opening sequence and it gets right into it. Like there is nonstop throughout this whole movie. It runs about 80 minutes and it's just nonstop fucking scene after scene after scene. There's this really fucking awesome scene. Of course, this movie's all shot kind of guerrilla style too, right? But there's this really great scene where these government agents that are trying to find Woozy and, or Muzzy, not Woozy. They're trying to find Muzzy and, he's coming out of the store and he's drinking this drink. And he overhears the agent on this payphone. Yeah, payphones, right? 1999. And he hears his name and he taps him on the shoulder and he spits in his face and the guy starts running after him and shit. And this fucking scene goes on for like 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 minutes. It's crazy how long it is. But the way they shot it, man, like it's different angles. It's all over the fucking place. It's actually really cool. And it's crazy because the water fountain that Muzzy runs through is like the headquarters for like Scientology or some shit. And I guess they got in like big trouble for that and stuff. It's pretty crazy. But like the scene goes on for fucking ever, man. Like surprisingly, this movie has a lot of bad shit that's going on. Like there's this crazy car scenes and stuff that they all fucked up their cars. And, but one of my favorite things about Marcus Cook, I just did it again, is his usage of not using like boring like static shots and stuff. He's one of those guys that even at a young age, in like his very first film of White Massacre in like 1989, when he was like 12 years old, he realized that like, holding a camera and doing that type of filmmaking is just a lot more exciting. Like his movies are never boring to look at and watch and stuff. There's always something going on. It's not like crazy fucking like, found footage style, right? But it's like, he's holding this camera. He's not using a fucking tripod and shit like that and doing boring static shots. I like his filmmaking techniques, man, because he always has something going on and it just progresses really nice, man. 80 minutes of just fun. Just fun. Has anybody seen this movie besides probably me and Tony?
I mean, I watched it for this. I'd never seen it before.
You did watch it for this, JP?
Mm-hmm.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it's fun. It's first of all, I love just like the punk aesthetic and the punk soundtrack. There's a cool song at the end credits as well.
Yeah.
I like the actors actually. And honestly, just the plot setup of the necrophilia aspect. Big fan of that. Love me some Necromantic 1 and 2. But yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I thought it was one of the cooler shot on video movies that I'd seen, really.
Yeah, it's really good, man. I like I said, like the whole aesthetic, but using real punks was so perfect because they didn't have to pretend anything. And like they go to these punk scenes, and everybody that was involved in this was like a real person. It was fucking cool, man. It was really well done. Mad props to Marcus Cook for, doing something like this, man. And again, it's still early in his his effects and stuff like that, but the effects were good. There was some really good shot. There was some good stuff that was going on there and shit like that. So I personally think that the one scene in this film that's completely out of place is the scene where Jodie Winecoop's character fucking basically lops off Muzzy's head with that fucking uppercut. Like, that scene is so fucking ridiculous because what happens after, they basically just duct tape his head back onto his shoulders and just keep going. It's like so fucked up to me. It's so out of place. But like, I remember reading this interview, or not interview, review a long time ago, and it was saying, oh, this is like one of the worst zombie movies I've ever seen. And I was like, it's not really a zombie movie, but I guess at that point you're like, shit, dude, like if you lop someone's their head off with a fucking punch, it's like, I really shouldn't be alive. But yeah, no, I really enjoy Rod. I think it's very, very enjoyable. Like, if you're not into shot on video films, I would still suggest giving this a shot. It's one of the better ones out there. I mean, like I said, there's always a thing that plagues these movies, just time padding and just boringness and just a lot of filler in these movies. There's nothing like that in this. There's always something going on. I feel like, it was just awesome. It's just fucking fun. It's really, really fun.
It still feels like an original idea too, because it's like nobody's really tackled like the ramifications of like necrophilia in like an STD sort of way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it kind of has a dual meaning, right? Because they are implying that, possibly that, the necrophilia thing caused the fucking disease and stuff. But then when you bring in the government that are involved in this, and too, because they knew what was going on, kind of thing, like it kind of brings a different aspect. It brings that commentary into like, the conspiracy of government doing tests on people and creating, these military weapons, which are diseases, right? Which we know that they've done things like this before, right? So, but why not just use it in this aspect, right? Like infect somebody with this and you kind of spread it like, well, I mean, it might even be a commentary also on AIDS though, too, because a lot of people think the conspiracy is there with that too, that they put that into the communities to kill off people too, right? So who knows? It could be just kind of a play on that, right? But yeah, like it's awesome, man. It's really good. I mean, it's a shot on video film. It's, I think the editing is actually pretty decent in this, to be honest. Like I said, it actually sounds pretty decent for what it is. It is a little bit darker. I mean, you're guerrilla shooting, inside, outside. The lighting's never going to be perfect in these movies. At times it is a little bit dark, but you still don't really miss anything. It's definitely one of the better crafted shot on video films I've ever seen. So, I personally am a big fan of this. I hadn't seen it in years. I do have like the really, really old indie DVD of this, and even rewatching this, I was like, damn, dude, I don't really remember some of this stuff. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, great release from Saturn's Core. Great presentation. I'm not sure how much better it looks on this than the old. Do you remember, Tony? Because you probably have that old. Yeah. So I can't really comment on how much better it does look. I'm sure it probably does look a little bit better. But the thing that really fucking blew my mind about this release was the amount of features, man. Like, I literally watched 4.5 hours of features, and that was without doing the 2 commentaries because I didn't have time this week. I was going to tackle the commentaries because there is a commentary with Marcus Cook and Jodie Winecoop, which I thought was pretty cool. And then there's one. There's a cast commentary with Cook, Billy Scamp, Tiffany Stinky, and Jodie Winecoop too. So that'd be kind of cool too. So you got the whole cast in there, and then, yeah, no. So going into the features here, yeah, like there was like literally 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. So there's the first one right here is it's called Dead Like a Piece of Old Wax. It's like a celebration of Marcus Cook's rot. It's like a visual essay. It's just kind of somebody just giving their their interpretation of the movie and like talking about the commentary and stuff like that on it. It's short. It's about 9 minutes long. I thought it was really good. It was really good. It just kind of gives you a little bit of insight into it and stuff. It kind of things that you were probably processing while you're watching anyways, but it's still really good. It's well done. Then there's one called The Ladies of the Punk House. That one right there is about 22 minutes long. It's featuring Sarah, who played Tiffany Stinky in the film. Or Tiffany Stinky plays Sarah in the film, and the manager of the film. And they basically just talk about like their time being on set and dealing or being in like the punk house and stuff, which the house that they shot in actually was this house. It was like a nomadic place for like these bands that would come in and stay all the time. And like everybody would just stay in this fucking place. So like when Marcus Cook's talking about filming in this place, he would have to like shoo out like 20 fucking people into other rooms and be like, shut the fuck up, we're gonna do the scene right now. Because it was literally this house for like all these punk people. It was really fucking wild, really wild. So that was kind of cool. It's like 22 minutes long. And then there's an interview called The Man, the Myth, the Legend with Jodie Winecoop, which is 63 minutes long. And I have never in my life ever watched an interview where there was so much energy for 63 minutes that it was giving me anxiety, and I don't get anxiety. This guy is so fucking, he's literally what he plays in his movies. He's so crazy. So he talks about in this interview about basically the history of like him linking up with Tim Ritter, which I had no idea. So Tim Ritter was actually Jodie Winecoop's neighbor. And Winecoop's a little bit older, so he used to babysit him. He fucking was his babysitter. So he babysat him for a couple years and stuff like that. Anyways, he moved away from wherever, like in Florida, wherever it was. And so anyways, Winecoop was doing movies and shit like that, and he was linking up with some dude, and they were talking about how this Tim Ritter guy was, working on this film and stuff like that. And he's like, what the fuck? Because he brought him this project, and he was like, what do you mean? He's like, I know a Tim Ritter. He's like, can't be the same. So he actually called up Tim Ritter and he's like, yo, man, he's like, I got this project, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, it's me. It's like, holy shit. So that's literally like how they re-linked. And then of course, Jodie Winecoop and Tim Ritter went on to do like tons of shit together. So there's like this big age gap, but like, that's how they re-linked and then did all their stuff. And so he goes through like this whole history of him and, working on all these type of films and kind of leading up to like working with Marcus Cook and stuff like that. And it's just like fucking so full of energy. And the crazy thing about his interview is that he goes into the doctor's character and starts doing the lines word for word. He can't remember the movie, but he can remember every fucking line of his part. Like, it's so bizarre to me, because if you know anything about Jodie Winecoop, like the guy's been in like 200 fucking movies. I'm sure JP has it up. Like, it's crazy. This guy always has so much dialogue. But like he literally was spitting line for line and doing the and doing all this crazy shit. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's fucking awesome. It was one of the greatest interviews I've ever seen someone do, because he never stopped for 63 minutes. He just spit. He's told these crazy stories about like how, Marcus Cook was like moving into a different apartment. And he said the first time that they linked up, he got there, to do the shoot, and he had Jodie Winecoop move furniture for him because he was like moving apartments and shit. He was like, that was the first thing you got me to do is move fucking furniture. I was like, I thought we were doing a movie. He's like, yeah, no, we'll get to that. We just got to move this couch. And it was just fucking hilarious. I was like, that's so funny. But like the way he tells is crazy. But I couldn't believe his memory of his scenes. I was like, this guy is like, wow. Because Jodie Winecoop's not young anymore. Like, this is an interview from like a year or two ago. I'm like,
wasn't he just at The Last Wasteland?
Probably. I think he's been there a bunch of times, actually.
Was he? I can't remember.
Yeah, and I've seen him on the list before. I don't know if he was there at the last. I can't remember. But yeah, what a great interview, man. Like, really, if you enjoy Jodie Winecoop and, want to learn some history, specific things, I'm sure you'll definitely learn something there. There's another interview called The Man in Black. And this one is The Man in Black is basically the dude that plays one of the special agents in the film. He's actually the guy in the opening credits that's naked on the stretcher, the one that Sarah fucks, basically. So it's about 70 minutes long, and he just kind of talks about his whole ordeal on the film and stuff like that. It's kind of like the same. It kind of gets regurgitate a little bit with the stories and stuff like that, but he made an interesting reference to like how when Marcus Cook sold in the film, he's like, yeah, it's kind of like Sid and Nancy meets Return of the Living Dead, and I was like, man, that's a really good way of actually kind of describing the film a little bit. It totally is. I was like, wow, that's really good. But that interview was kind of cool, like, you know, just coming from his perspective and stuff like that. He went on to do like a bunch of stuff too. So yeah, there's also an interview with Marcus. I think I totally passed that one. There's an interview with Marcus Cook too. Which is really cool. You know, he basically talks about the history of the film, and like he actually shot it it was shot and done in 1997, but didn't come out till 1999. I thought that was pretty interesting. And he goes into the history of like how he did rot and stuff, like with his old VHS tapes and just like the whole history of, and like he tells this really crazy screening story about how they were supposed to screen at this one theater, and that shit all fell through because it changed over owners and managers and stuff like that. Anyways, they end up screening the very first screening of this actually was at the same place where the punk bands were playing in the movie. And what they did, they just went and gathered up a whole pile of TVs, chained them together, linked them all, and just played it like that. I was like, that is the most fucking punk thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. That's super ghetto. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, and then there's an appreciation horror post with this filmmaker, David C. Hayes. I think that one is a little bit shorter too. I think that one is probably about 6 minutes and stuff like that. It's about this this writer that was super influenced by just coming across rot way back in the day, watching it and just being totally influenced by it and stuff like that. It was actually pretty cool. Then there's Behind the Scenes, which is like 16 minutes, which is crazy entertaining because to see these guys on set and like on set and off set and stuff like that, they look the same because they're real punks. It's fucking hilarious. And it was pretty cool, man. It's like 60 minutes of that. And then there's 25 minutes of bloopers, which I thought was absolutely insane. And there's this really funny scene where Buddy fucking fucks up his car in the car chase scene, and he's all kicking his car. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. I was laughing. But of course, there is a couple bonus movies on here. They do have his first movie called White Massacre from 1989. It's basically just like, you know, about a bunch of kids that are hanging out and stuff like that. And they start getting picked up one by one. It's just your kind of stereotypical slasher film and stuff like that. But the killer kind of looks cool. He's got a white mask and stuff like that. Some pretty decent effects for Marcus Cook. He was 12 years old when he shot this. And, you know, of course, he did everything in videotape too. So I thought that was pretty interesting that he shot everything like that in sequence. It's pretty fucking wild. So White Massacre is actually pretty fun for a 12-year-old film. You know, he definitely showed some chops when he was 12, so he kind of knew what he was doing. Some really interesting dialogue and stuff like that in that. There was one thing I wanted to mention about that, but yeah, anyways. So that one's pretty decent, but then you get into 1992 with a film called Lunch Meat. And this one's pretty cool, man. It's basically it's like a cannibal film. And it follows like this 15-year-old kid, and it opens up and it's like got like a 7-8 minute long kind of intro where it's just like death metal playing and stuff. And this kid is like in the basement and he's just like ripping guts out of people and killing people and shit like that. And it goes on for like 7-8 minutes. You're like, holy fuck, it's fucking wild. And then you kind of get introduced, like he goes upstairs in his house and his buddy comes over and he's like, yo man, you got anything to eat? And he's like, yo man, I got some turkey. He makes him a fucking turkey sandwich, is clearly like red, like fucking human meat and shit like that.
Just bleeding turkey.
Bleeding turkey. It's pretty wild. But I thought it was really cool actually, because this is 1992. I'm assuming 91, 92 when they shot this. Like the kid is like playing fucking like brand new Chili songs and Megadeth and stuff. Like those songs had just come out at that time, and he's legitimately playing them on his acoustic and shit. I thought it was actually really cool, man. It's like, wow, that's pretty fucking gnarly. But it's pretty interesting. Like there's actually like a full blown storyline here where this kid like is basically a cannibal and stuff, and he's like that because like his mom was a cannibal and his mom had killed his like brother and sister and father and shit like that, and he didn't get killed by his mom because he actually liked the food and stuff like that. It's pretty fucking out there, but there's some pretty good dialogue and stuff. Like I like, you know, them playing Dungeons and Dragons and like hanging out and fucking watch I think they were going to watch Scanners. Yeah, they're like talking about like Cronenberg and shit. I love that scene though too, because it's like so old school 80s where like early 90s and shit, where everybody had like all their movies like in those tape drawers. And he's like, yo man, where's the Scanners tape at? He's like, yo, it's number 74. I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's fucking classic. Fucking,
I got one of those tape drawers right over there.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. He's like, yo, it's tape 74, man. And so they literally put this on, and it's like they're watching scanners and like keep rewinding the fucking head blowing up and shit. It's pretty awesome. But actually, man, I was pretty impressed with Lunch Meat, to be honest. Like, it runs about an hour long, I think. Yeah, it's 60-minute movie. And again, for a movie that, you know, is 60 minutes made by like a 15-year-old kid, there's not a lot of downtime. There's not a lot of static. I mean, there's a lot of like, you know, kind of bullshit and stuff like that. But it's like actually kind of interesting to hear these kids because it's like a total time capsule. I mean, you guys probably have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Maybe Tony, but 1992. I was like the same age as these guys. So I can completely relate to this, especially the conversation. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. I really enjoyed it, man. Like I thought Lunch Meat was actually pretty fucking awesome. You know, I mean, White Massacre was cool too, his first film, but I think it's pretty impressive because even Koch talks about it in this interview about like how he did a shot in ROT where he did it in camera. So like when you're shooting on tape, like you can actually do it in sequence, and he would shoot in sequence. So that's how he shot his first movies. But of course, later on, he would actually do, you know, tape to tape, shoot stuff out of order. But in those early movies, he was shooting everything in order, like doing the overheads and doing fucking, you know, all that type of shit. I'm like, man, for like a 12-year-old, 15-year-old kid to be figuring that out on his own, he had no training, nothing, he just kind of figured it out on his own. I'm like, man, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. So. But overall, ROT, dude, like I said, I watched 4.5 hours of features, and that was out the 2 commentaries. This is a bona fide amazing release. If you're a fan of this movie and you want to get into, you know, the depths of it, definitely check out ROT. It's fucking phenomenal. I love the movie. For a shot on video scale for this, man, this is a 9 out of 10 for me. It's one of my favorites. I just forgot how much I love this movie. I was just completely taken back. And of course, watching the features and hearing everybody talk about it, especially Cook, it's fucking awesome, man. Really gets into it and just breaks everything down. And you're just like, oh man, that's so cool. And like just all the challenges that they go through and shit. And it's like, it really, I mean, a lot of people kind of take these movies for granted. They just see shot on video, they do it yourself. They're just guerrilla shooting. They don't even know what the fuck. Man, there's a lot more to this, man. And it really shows, there's a lot of heart in this, and it's really well done. Like I said, there's some like even really great transitional shots in this, and yeah, great movie. ROT, great release. Definitely one of my favorites of the year so far. So
I gave it like a 7, which is pretty high for a shot on video movie.
Yeah, I generally like to just have a different, because it's, I don't know, ratings for dummies, doesn't matter.
It's probably the best Saturn's Core release in a long time, in my opinion.
Yeah, their early ones like
blown me away in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't watched. I watched a lot of the early stuff, like Shattered Dead, and like, you know, like a bunch of the early ones, which were those are like bona fide classics, in my opinion.
Did any Saturn's Core titles make any of our top 10s last year?
I don't think so.
I
actually have Age of Demons sitting on my poker table to watch for 92. Oh, actually, speaking of 92, Mind, Body, and Soul, which is a movie that Wings Hauer was in, rest in peace, Saturn's Core put out. So that's one of their films. Just realize that right now.
Check out No Resistance from Saturn's Core. That's a pretty underrated film that I feel like not a lot of people talk about.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched that one yet.
It's good. I feel like it's not like quite horror. It's more kind of like futuristic sci-fi, but that's incredibly ambitious film that I just don't hear talked about even after that release. But their line is definitely very good so far.
There's a few releases in there that I haven't watched the Saturn's Core release that I've seen before. So I have seen a lot of these movies, but yeah, I'll get around to it.
To answer your question, you reviewed Flesh Freaks last year.
Oh yeah.
As a Saturn's Core, and Tony reviewed Severe Injuries, I believe, and I did Mom and Pop, which was not good.
Yeah, that's actually probably that's one of their worst releases. Actually, stay away from the DIY fucking documentaries. So.
That like killed my love for Saturn's Core. Like after I bought Mom and Pop, I'm like, I don't need to be a completist on this line anymore.
It's funny because they have put out some good stuff since that. Yeah, that was definitely a blip.
The best thing about Mom and Pop was that guy that reminded me of Dan.
Was that the documentary about the video?
The guy with like the bowl cut.
Yeah.
And he had like all his old like rental cards, like membership cards, and he's like, "Oh, this one's pretty cool."
had like 100.
Oh my god.
This is a little sun faded, but
Dude,
still works.
speaking of which, my last video store, the owner of it died back in like December and they shut down.
Wow.
So yeah, I
You
still had
video
a
store in
actual
December?
video store.
That's crazy.
Yes, bro. And I even rented titles from there before just to like capture that nostalgia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
We've had
pretty
a video
crazy.
store here in like 15 years.
Yeah, we
There's
had
a-
one, man, till December. I think they shut it down in like January.
When did Blockbuster go to business? 2011?
2013, I think.
Something like that.
Whenever Blockbuster went out of business.
There was a couple
Yeah.
staggers, a couple
Well, the
stragglers
family
around there,
videos
but
were still around until 2020, pretty much.
Dan, I didn't know about any mom and pop places. Did you?
Yeah. Well, actually, the funny thing is that we had a couple of them around because we had in the area we had the Blockbusters and movie galleries. I guess I won't give town names, whatever, but we had one that I frequented a lot. They had a really good horror section. That's how I found out about like stuff like Secret Life of Jeffrey Dahmer and Snuff and like Silipus, Daughter of Eve. They closed in 2014, and there's another one that was next to a Cumberland Farms that's near a college. I won't give specifics for whatever.
I think I know exactly what Cumberland Farms you're talking about. It's like exactly where it is.
That closed down too. That had VHSs actually, because there was a Face of Death VHS. I was going to grab that. Now, what's interesting is that in another area, there was a rental place that closed down. Another area close to Tyler and I. There was a rental place that closed down about less than 10 years ago or so, and recently there's another store that's opening in the next couple months. That's a nonprofit place. So I'm curious to see how they're going to fare. I don't know exactly where the location is, but it's in the downtown kind of area. So we'll see. I hope it works out for them.
That would be the place for it to be if it was going to like survive around here.
It's interesting because the one that closed before was, I think, in the area that they're going to be in. So, I mean, it's nonprofit, so I think I don't know. I wish him all the best, but we'll see.
Yeah, I asked is like me and Dan are only like 30 minutes apart, but he's in a little bit more of like a wooded like area than I am, a little bit more isolated. And all I ever saw in my life, like in my area, was one Hollywood video and a couple Blockbusters.
Man, you missed out.
We had a Hollywood video that was independently owned up until about the time COVID ran in. It wasn't a franchise. They were independent on it, and it was pretty cool because they got like a bunch of crates of shit though. But yeah, they basically, I mean, COVID killed everything. But
yeah, we had we only had like one major, like I think we had a movie gallery and we had a Hollywood video. Those were we had dude, we had tons of mom and pop. Like I had
growing up I had tons,
I think there was
man.
a Sun
I had like
video
10
too.
in like I had like 10 in like within like 10 15 20 minutes of me.
Oh wow.
So yeah, there was a lot.
I think I only ever rented something in a Blockbuster.
It's wild,
but still, like that Blockbuster movie.
Oh man, Hollywood videos, fucking Rogers,
so magic.
Fuck that, like those big ones. But I miss the mom and pops. They were always the best.
Yeah, that had all the weird stuff.
Yeah, that was the cool thing, man. Yeah,
I just remember that. Oh, sorry, JP, you go.
I was gonna say, like, the thing about like the mom and pops is like you could just go in there and be like 12 and just rent whatever. You know what I mean? Like they didn't give a fuck. But like if you tried to rent something without an adult in like a Hollywood video or something, they'd be like, "Ooh, is your parent here?"
My favorite shit was the 5 for 5, man. The 5 for 5 deal was always a shit because I'd rent 5 movies
for 5 days for $5
for $5, but then I'd watch them all in like 3 days and go back and get another. It's fucking amazing,
dude. My one place used to rent VHS for like 69 cents a piece for 3 days.
My one mom and pop store used to have the original Double Dragon game in it, so they knew what the fuck they were doing because like us kids would line up to play Double Dragon, and then when you got done with that shit, you just rent a couple videos and go home after.
What a horrible game to line up for.
Double Dragon?
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about, man?
I'd rather
So
not play
aggressive.
Double Dragon. Why don't you play like Streets of
Dude,
Rage
you
or
are
something?
such a fucking product of the 90s. It's actually pretty laughable. It's pretty fucking laughable, man. See, if you were my age and understood that shit, man, you'd be like, no, that's fucking amazing. You're probably that person, you're like, ah, fuck, man, Mario Brother, fucking 8-bit Nintendo's fucking whack. It's
Bro,
fucking whack, man.
I literally have a Nintendo, so I don't want to hear this bullshit.
So then what's
I
wrong
go
with
get
Double
it right
Dragon then?
now.
What's wrong with Double Dragon?
Dude, most Nintendo on the NES kind of suck. Like most of the games aren't very good.
Yeah, but that was one of them.
What are you talking about? There's like a million amazing games on Nintendo.
He's probably that guy doesn't even like Turtles or anything, man. Fucking whack.
Turtles is not really a good game either.
Not
But
It doesn't
the
have.
first
It's
one.
fun. What the fuck? They're fun, man.
the problem with like those old ass games is they're so fucking hard because the arcade model where they wanted the games to be hard, so you keep pumping in quarters. Like it makes it so hard to play those games now.
Anyways,
But,
Like,
Yeah,
you never-
gotta
you
have
never-
you were
a
born in the
replay
90s.
value.
You missed all the good shit, man. So
No, I played all the good shit. I probably played more NES games than you. Realistically, I'm not even joking, bro.
probably.
Before I started collecting movies, I collected.
But I was playing them
similar to
as they were
Jeremy,
coming
I
out, though.
collected retro games. Yeah, I
That's
guess so.
different.
Well, my
Yeah, and
family
you'd only
was
play
poor,
like two
so
levels and get a game over, then quit. Apparently.
That's what I did. I was like, fuck this shit.
I've actually fucking beat the first NES fucking
Turtle?
Ninja Turtles game.
That
Yeah.
game's hard as fuck.
It's
Yeah,
hard
man.
as it's really hard. It's really the underwater level with the damn coral. Such a pain in
Ugh.
the ass.
I got
God,
so obsessed with Zelda
that's
for
giving me
like
like
a long time.
PTSD.
Like Zelda, I got so obsessed with it.
Yeah, Zelda's
I
fun.
played
But even
Ocarina
like
of Time
Zelda,
till the
right?
wheels fell off.
Like the original Zelda on the NES, right? Such a good game, but it's fucking cryptic as hell, dude. Like if you don't
Yeah.
have like a strategy guide, like there's shit that you can't find. Like it's like, oh, put a bomb on this fucking wall, random wall in the middle of a game.
Bro,
Yeah, light a bush on fire.
bro,
Yeah,
Right.
this is why they literally came out with the Game Genie. Because motherfuckers
Just
couldn't
cheat your
figure
way
this
through.
shit out, man.
and Nintendo
My
Power
stupid ass
and
is
the
like, I
Nintendo
do.
Hotline.
Dude, I used to read the
Power.
Nintendo. I forgot about the Nintendo Hotline, and I was literally watching one of LAB's video a couple years ago, and he brought that up, and I was like, oh my god, the Hotline! There literally was a line you could fucking call if you were stuck in a game. That is so
Yeah, it's the
bad.
wizard.
That's
Kids
so
nowadays
funny.
would be like, yeah, that's called the fucking internet. That's called Google. It's not the same, man.
They
You're
can
not
just
talking
throw
to
it. They
fucking.
can just watch
You're
someone
not
play the
talking to
game on-
fucking. You're not talking to fucking Scotty Anderson on the other line. You know, he's like 365 pounds. He's like, yo, man, this is what the fuck you do, bro. Light the bush. Now you type in some shit on Google and it's like some AI bullshit, and it's just not the same, man.
You can just
Not the
watch
same
people, like,
interaction.
play through games on YouTube. It's pretty
Yeah.
easy now.
I
There's,
still play. Like I got my
street
emulator. I'll be playing like OG Nintendo games all the time. I got a bunch of OG Nintendo shit around here. If I get in the mood, I'll play it. But I just don't have fucking time because I have to record like 17 times a week now. So I'm not
Hotline,
complaining.
and,
I'm just saying I have no time for games.
Yeah, you guys
In the
are like
Wizard,
an
they
hour
call it the
12
hotline.
of recording.
I know this has been a fucking crazy.
Yeah, literally, because we're gonna start until Monday. Either this is the third time in 4 days.
Yeah, and these are long sessions, man. We've already been recording, I think, for fucking hour and a half, and I'm only done my review.
We've gotten one review in out of like 8 tonight.
Oh my
It's gonna be
god!
great.
All
You
right, well,
started your review at
Tyler's got a
8:19.
double feature.
actually,
My
with that,
NES
that's probably
classic right here, dog.
I've got that too.
Nice.
I've actually
Yeah.
got like 4. I think I got 4 of those.
I got this and the Super Nintendo and the Sega.
I got the
Yeah,
It's
Genesis.
not even a real Nintendo.
I have a real Nintendo as well, bro.
Yeah, no, I bought the mini ones too. I actually bought them when I had my motorhome because I put them in the motorhome and they were like perfectly small. But anyways, yeah, that's a good way to segue into Dan's porn. So Dan, you want to talk about
Dan's
some porn?
old porn.
Oh boy. Well, good transition as any. Pick up your joysticks. Make sure you're playing with them. Not too hard though. We're going to be talking about from 1982, a film by the director whose name I immediately forgot. I apologize. Director Bill Milling. we're talking about, of course.
Did you just pull out a black book? Is that part of the release?
Yeah, this actually, if you buy the release, it comes with a journal to write down your life story with it. So, I'm still working on mine. So, when I get to the end, I'll let you know about it.
Like,
anyways, Mr. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if he's being. Is that a serious? Is he making a joke or is that serious?
Dude, they used to use those on flights. Those are like flight recorders, man. Like that survives the plane crash right there. Look at that thing.
Yeah, I got to record my miles on it. I'm like, okay, I traveled here to there. I get like a free Coke if I go another couple miles, so we're good. Speaking of which, I'm out of Dr. Pepper, but I'll get that after. Anyways, gentlemen, let's get serious. We're talking about Blonde Goddess from 1982. And before we even talk about the damn movie, I want to give a shout out to the artist because this is fantastic artwork right here. And the artist whose name I just had up, and now, of course, that I'm trying to find it, I will not be able to, even though I just did. That's incredibly embarrassing. So, anyways, I'll find it after. Anyways, okay. Tony, you watched this too, right? Did you get a chance to watch this?
Yeah, I watched it like 2 hours ago.
All right, I watched it 2 days ago, so I'm going to try to remember what I can about this. So anyways, Blonde Goddess. Now, I think I'd heard about this film before the release. This was one of the Valentine's Day releases. Every Valentine's Day weekend, they have a sale on the most of the adult titles. They have a couple new releases. They had this. They also had I Grabbed Her Body, which is a recent film, and then one other title that I'm blanking on. But Blonde Goddess is a fascinating film. There's no nudity on it, so I got to show the cover on this. It's a fascinating film because you first start out, and we're on this like Indiana Jones type expedition, and it's funny when you can tell when they're on a set and when they're not because I think immediately they're doing something illegal because you have one of the actors just like running up like pyramid steps, which I don't think you're allowed to do, and the camera gets really out of focus.
No, you're not allowed to do that shit. Because I saw that they actually filmed it in the Yucatan Peninsula, so those are legit ass ruins that they're running up.
It's very funny. They would cut between that and like the interior shot where everybody else is, and it looks like out of focus as hell. Like we have one take to do it, run up those stairs, we'll deal with it after. Straight up kind of Larry Cohen kind of mentality, and I respect it. But you're starting off, and it's like this Egyptian kind of sexual sort of thing going on. You're like, what's going on here? You're like, oh my gosh, this woman's in danger. What the hell's going on? But don't you worry because we have a
J.J. Harrison did the cover art, by the way.
Thank you, JP. I couldn't find it, and that's why you're the man. But this ritualistic kind of sexual sacrifice is going on. But don't worry, don't fret, because we have our leading man here, Louisiana Smith, who they make sure to say 5 times. They're like, Louisiana Smith! It's Louisiana Smith! Anyways, he comes in, saves the day.
They said it like 500 times.
Oh, they said it a lot. I watched it with my girlfriend, and for the next hour, we're both like, Louisiana Smith! Louisiana Smith! This is a year after Raiders of the Lost Ark, so you can see the inspiration there. So you're like, okay, right off the bat, it's a good set design. The green screen was a little bizarre. I can't really explain it. It's 1982 and they're using green screen, so that's cool, or at least I assume green screen. But it's in a weird way that I can't really describe it. It kind of looks like a video game. I don't really know how to put it into words.
It's weird. It's almost like the background is like slightly out of focus. You know what I mean?
It's like, you know what it was? It's like the background was stationary, but they were like zooming in on the actors. So it had this weird effect where it's like...
It's probably like an overlay thing.
That makes more sense than a green screen, because I'm thinking this is 82. It's hard to explain. I wish I could show it to you guys right now, because you could probably explain it better than I could. But it looked like a late 90s kind of video game where they were putting like real actors into like these animated sets and everything like that. But so we have this going on, and before you know it, this is actually just a fictional story. We have this main character here, played by David Messa, who is credited as Jonathan Ford in the movie. David Messa didn't really do a whole lot of films. He has a couple small parts in some films. He was like one of the arm wrestling guys in Deep Inside Annie Sprinkle. I remember him at one point. But he's this nerdy kind of guy working at this comic book place, Marble Comics. They put it right in the front there. And they have a whole bunch of different images, like paintings on the wall, And so throughout it, we get different stories. We have... one next to World War I story with Ron Jeremy. We have a detective 40s noir story, a Star Wars kind of parody. And we get a lot of ambition. I think that's the main thing that really kind of props the film up. It's a very ambitious film for what it's trying to do. Because a lot of adult films you see, it'll have some stock footage of an exterior, or they'll go out on a street and be like, let's go in here. And then the next rest of the scene is them in a bedroom or them in an interior setting. And that's fine. Obviously, it's budgetary constraints or anything like that. But here, I mean, the second story they're doing is a World War I kind of story. I mean, you can see it on the cover right there, the plane going around, and you think, oh, it's just stock footage, But then they have like David Messa in a plane, and they have Ron Jeremy in a plane. They're shooting up, like they're filming up at them, and their wind is blowing. And it's like there's a lot going on there, man, and it looks solid. Although ironically, for how strong that directing is, I would say one of the weakest parts of the film is actually the sex itself. I don't think is directed all that best. There's a couple times the shots are just way too close, where it's just taking up the entire screen of just a piece of skin or a genital, and you're just like,
a giant muff.
Looking at this point.
Yes, I mean, like literally, your entire screen is just a pussy.
So if you just walked into the room and you didn't know what was on the screen, you would just think you're in a forest.
You thought you'd be watching like the Deadly Spawn at that point. You're like, what the hell am I looking at? Like I was laughing. I watched with my girlfriend. We were laughing because there's a couple shots. It's like a woman's side of her nipple is the entire frame of the screen. And we're watching this like on a nice TV, a nice 4K TV, and I'm like, man, the dude in the theater in 1982 is probably like, can I get a full body shot of this? What's going on? Also, there's a scene with Ron Jeremy and Nicole Sent, and it's bizarrely choreographed. It's like, I don't know. I can't even try to describe it. He's doing like the squatting kind of thrusting. Nicole's like legs are at like a weird angle. I'm laughing. I'm like, I don't know.
It looked like an aerobics video.
I'm like, who is supposed to be comfortable here? Because they both look completely uncomfortable in the scene. She's gonna have back problems. Ron's gonna pull something. I'm stressed out. I can't get off at all, man. I'm worried about these poor actors. Good Lord, man. But as it goes along, man, you know what? I gotta say, it's not a great film. But boy, oh boy, like I said, I respect what it's trying to do. Although, you get to like the 40s noir segment, you have a voiceover doing a Humphrey Bogart kind of voice, even though they cut David Messa. He doesn't have an accent. I guess they just didn't tell him. But what's funny is that they make a set like in a warehouse. That's like a street. They have like some film posters up. They have like a fence and a gate. That's all fine. But then they have like this sex scene on like a dirty couch, and it's like this fucked up looking couch and like against a brick wall, and I'm like, what is going on here, man? But I mean, the set design and like this dirty desk, like it's like a fucking dirty building. It's weird, man. But it's trying to go for a lot. Like at the end of the film, they have the Star Wars kind of parody. I forgot what they call the Darth Vader character. It's like
Mega. It's not Megatron, but it's like
Megazon or something.
Megazon, not Megalon.
No, not Mega Schlong. But that would have been a good name for it. But that whole sequence I thought was really well done. It's got this really like surprisingly great. I don't want to say surprising, like condescending, but I didn't expect this. There's like animation in the sequence that maybe could have been recycled from elsewhere. I'm really not sure. But it looks really solid. And then even the way they filmed the sex in that, I was talking about before, it wasn't shot the best, but they're doing like cool kind of like zero gravity stuff where the actors are like floating in space. And I'm like, you know what, man, for all the faults that I might have of this film, and there are some, my gosh, man, it's just a fun, enjoyable, breezy kind of film, man. It's also funny because the Darth Vader guy, he's got this mask and he looks like MF Doom, but then he's got like his teeth like sticking out. He's got some dirty ass teeth because like his teeth are like taking up like the entire bottom of the mask. It's bizarre. I'm like, I can't get off of this guy's looking at me, man. It's ridiculous. It's all
Did you say he looks like MF Doom?
Oh, Moodz, you got to see a picture of this.
Except it's like a luchador mask because it's made out of like foam.
It looks like that mixed with MF Doom because it's a silver with like, I can't even try to describe it, but I was laughing. I was like, it's
like the Dr. Doom mask.
I know that's what they were going for. But it just came off like weird like that. I should also say
something like that.
Exactly. Yes.
There's actually
I just have it happen.
Tiny. If you can see.
Oh yeah. There you go. It's not really picking up, but it is there.
Oh yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. Yeah,
So
right.
that's
But the teeth
basically
are
a
like,
static shot of him just like watching people have sex. And it's literally just him like with the glow from like The Last Dragon. And he's just like, yes.
he's like, he sees the two women having sex, and he's like, okay, good job. I'm allowing you to have sex with this other guy now. It's like, thank you, MF Doom. That's very kind of you. Um, Good cast as well, I got to say. We have Jacqueline Lorians, who is in stuff like Night Dreams, Devil and Miss Jones 2, Blue Ice, Misty Reagan from Stud Hunters, the boss character. And the boss, I was like, who is that actor? And that's Gordon Duvall, who was in had a small part in Pandora's Mirror, which Vinegar Syndrome also put out, and I would highly recommend Pandora's Mirror. That's a really solid film. But as it is, man, to wrap it up, the faults are there. I don't think the sex is directed that strongly. The comedy really doesn't work. There's this ridiculous gag they keep cutting back to David Messa in The Office, and he keeps like playing with his glasses, like because Gordon Duvall keeps like trying to seduce like the women, and David Messa's like, oh, oh, oh. They do it like 5 times. It's just not funny, man.
And
But
at one point, he's just like watching them fuck and he's doing it.
I'm like, yeah, no wonder why they can't get anything done at Marvel Comics, man. You're having sex on the table all the time. Good lord.
Marvel Comics, yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. But hey, Tony, I'm curious to hear what you have to say in a second. I just want to wrap this up. But like I said, I think it's just a fun film. I think if you paid full price for this, you wouldn't be disappointed. Now, I will say I was a little disappointed in the lack of features on the release because here we have newly scanned and restored in 4K from its original 35 millimeter camera negative. There's also some aspect ratio stuff they said they had to do before the film. I don't understand the specifics of that, but I guess they do something with it. Original theatrical trailer, original teaser, archival image gallery, reversible artwork, and English subtitles. I would have liked to have seen an interview about the film because Bill Milling, interestingly enough, he would go on to produce a lot of horror films. He did like Nightmare, Silent Madness. He did like exploitation stuff like Cage Fury, and then he kind of disappeared. I don't really. He was like a production designer, I think, at some other stuff as well, if I'm remembering correctly. But interesting career right there, man. But Blonde Goddess, I had, I watched this with my girlfriend and we had a lot of fun watching it. We were just like, yeah, it's really kind of shooting for the stars, and does it all land? Nope, but boy, it's a cool film. So I give it an enthusiastic recommendation. Tony, what did you think of the film?
I thought it was a lot of fun too. I mean, I agree with you about the sex scenes being really awkward. Like my wife, she was like watching it and like the extreme close-up scene. She's like, I think I'm literally just gonna fucking throw up. So I had no choice but to like fast forward through some of the bits. But yeah, some of the sex was cool. Like what you were mentioning with the last segment, like the zero gravity sex scenes. Like there's one part where they're doing like a zero gravity 69 on each other. And to
And
me
it
that's
works.
probably that's like the show-stopping moment of the movie in my opinion.
Right.
But
Wait,
yeah, I
what?
like
Completely
the
agree.
characters too. So they're floating like in space, but they're just like 69ing each other.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's
How
Yeah,
did they
zero
film
gravity
that?
69.
Talent.
I don't
They actually
know.
did it for real. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, maybe they
I
did
think
do it for real.
I when we were watching, I think what they did, because we were even watching it, we were like, how are they doing this? I think they did
that's why I
it
was
like a,
confused. I was like, what I don't get it.
yeah,
I have a
I,
feeling that they filmed it with them standing up, but they
I
like
was just about to
set
say that.
but they set it sideways
Oh,
so it
and then
makes
they
it
turn.
look
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Yeah. But it's still like it's not just like that. Like, oh, they're sideways now. It does look like they're floating. I was thinking of like, which is a bizarre comparison, I know. But I was thinking of like the running scene in like 2001, where it's just like, yeah, it's just a camera angle, but it looks like that. Um,
Like how
but it works.
like Wes Craven did with the rotating room in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Exactly.
exactly.
Right.
But yeah,
I
good
like
stuff,
the
man. I
name.
liked it.
I like the names of the heroes too, because you got like
Oh yeah.
Louisiana Smith. I
Louisiana
like
Smith is
Johnny
here.
Yank. That one's probably my
Yep.
favorite.
Johnny Yank.
Johnny Yank,
Johnny
that's a good
Yank,
one. Elmo
Jack
Smothers,
Hammer.
What a name.
Tony
Jack
Steele.
Hammer's the noir one.
Yeah.
Did they
Even
have
though it's
Buck
funny in
naked in
that
there
one,
too?
that's the sequel. The funny thing about the noir one is like they're like we don't want Jack Hammer here. He's getting in trouble. Let's chain him to a fence and we'll make him watch us have sex on this dirty bench. I'm like, what? You're in the middle. Number one, you're in the middle of the street. I don't do that. Number two, I don't. They never chained up Humphrey Bogart and made him watch him have sex. They probably just killed the guy. But what do I know? It's a little bit more lighthearted than the Maltese Falcon, so what do I know? I'm a dummy.
And three, he could have escaped at any moment, and he decided to let them finish before getting up and being like, "Okay."
I mean, he really did. He really was just kind of like, all right, I'm free now. There wasn't like really much of an issue. Like, oh, I don't want to watch these people have sex.
He stood up. That's all he had to do is get off the couch.
I think
and point a gun.
He like wrapped the chain around himself and then was like, I'm free.
Dan, let me ask you something. So when it comes to like, reviewing a film and stuff and special features, like me personally, man, like, when I'm watching features and stuff, I'm not like the biggest fan of like, blooper reels and shit like that. But I feel like when it comes to porn, blooper reels must be like a godsend. Like if they put together a blooper reel in a porno, wouldn't that just be fucking so much, like no pun intended, but fucking hilarious? Like bloopers in porn must be like in the act of fucking, like I'm not talking about the acting parts, but like that shit must be funny as hell. Did they ever have them on these releases like blooper reels?
No, I mean I have all of the Quality X releases, and I have almost all the Peakorama Blu-rays that they've put out, and I can't think of one that has a blooper reel.
The problem with that, Moodz, is like these movies are the 70s and 80s. Like they didn't really keep that footage.
You're probably right. You're probably right, but like, man, dude, wouldn't it be so awesome to see a blooper reel? Like from a good point, like there had to have been shit that went wrong during, because like all these sex scenes are not shot in sequence. Like there's pauses in there. That's why there's fluffers on set, right? I mean, it's a real thing. I'm not just making a joke, but there's a reason why there's people there to like, keep the dicks hard. But there has to be shit that goes wrong.
Right. No, and you're completely right. And I think a lot of these, for whatever reason, whether it's time, money, you don't have a lot of film, is that you'll often have actors either stuttering their dialogue or they'll say it kind of weird, and I imagine they're probably not doing a whole lot of takes of it as is. I imagine they're probably just like, we got to get this film done. And then for the sex itself, I mean, there's always music over it. There's always ADR of them moaning. So I imagine off set they're either like trying to focus on it, or somebody off camera is talking to them, or anything like that. So yeah, like JP said, they probably didn't really keep a lot of behind the scenes or bloopers or anything like that. I'm with you. I'd love to see that. Just to kind of get a feeling of like the vibe on sets. Because I mean, I've heard interviews, people talking about, oh, this film was fun to work on, this film wasn't. And besides interviews now, in retrospect, there's not a whole lot that I've seen where, they're on set. There's been like some pseudo kind of documentary stuff. Actually, one of the Avon, I'm not going to grab it because I can't. Actually, no, let me grab it right here. One of the Avon triple feature titles that Massacre put out. I forgot which one it was. I think it was Pain Mania, but it was like a fake, like, oh, we're on like that one wasn't like a porno set, but it was like, we're at this club and we're gonna see what's going on, but it was all like just a film. So, but I'm with you. I'd love to see that kind of stuff, but unfortunately not. I would have liked some features on this, a commentary, an interview, anything, but no luck. But I think if people were curious, they wanted to pay full price for it, especially if you're a subscriber. I mean, you know what you're getting into, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, that's actually one that I've never even heard of.
So when it comes to the actual sex, like, are we talking about just pretty standard stuff, or like, I mean, is there anal shit in there? Like, is there like, I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, I've never seen. I mean, I've watched porno movies. I mean, nowadays it's just straight scenes, But
well, like in general, like anal wasn't as popular as it is like now in like 70s and 80s. Like that's
why I ask. That's why I ask, because I have seen 70s pornos before where I was like, I remember watching it and I was like, holy shit, they're doing the butt. That's crazy. Like, I thought it was like a newer thing.
Right. It's pretty standard.
Like stuff. In the 90s. Like, I mean the 90s, not newer thing, but like thought it was like a 90s thing, but
the only thing they're doing is you're like right about goofy positions and just extreme close-ups.
They did a lot of it. They did a lot of close-ups in the 70s and 80s, like more than they do now.
Right. When it comes to like that kind of stuff, I mean, really you'll usually just have kind of like what you would expect from an adult film like this, or you'd have like a big finale in something like, like Malin versus Serena or Deep Inside Amy Sprinkle, where you have a big kind of like group kind of sex thing.
Yeah,
But
there was a lot of like orgies in the finals of porn movies.
oh, dude,
That's like a big popular thing.
I just reviewed
It's like the
Malin
big
versus.
fight scene, but in porno, it's just people, just
Oh
an
yeah,
abundance of people fucking. It's
there's
hilarious. Big brawl scene.
recently I reviewed for my show People Pictures. I reviewed Malin versus Serena, and I even said in that review at the end of the film is one of the grossest finales I've seen in an adult film because it's just these two actresses and about 25 guys, and it looks fucking disgusting. And they're in a bathtub, and the water looks like orange. I thought I was gonna throw up.
So what is it? Just like a huge bukkake or something like that? Like 25 dudes? That's a lot of. That's a lot of songs.
And it's just I don't want to get too graphic. I don't want to get too explicit, but like it's just disgusting. I'm like, to each their own. If you find it cool, God bless you. Don't hurt yourself or anybody else, but I'm good. I'll leave it at that.
They also did a lot of enema scenes for some reason.
Oh.
Do you remember? Did you ever see Pretty Peaches, Dan?
I have Pretty Peaches somewhere here.
There's a
Isn't there three of those? Isn't there like a trilogy of those?
Yeah. There it is. Yep.
Desiree is in that one.
What are the ones? What are the ones that are based on? Yeah, Pretty Pete. Yeah, I know that one's pretty famous. The incest ones. What are those things called?
Taboo.
Taboo.
Taboo. Yeah. I remember that being taboo back in the day, and like but I'd never seen that. I still to this day have never seen a minute of any of them.
I've seen like probably 6 of them.
Yeah, I remember people talking. They're like, they're incest. And I'm like, what?
They pretty much get bad after part 5.
That's crazy. Porno's so infamous, man, within people. Like you knew about this shit back.
I mean,
in the day, you've never seen it, you know?
The first 2 Taboo, the Taboo trilogy, if you will, it's a very popular like porn series. Like it's very well known. It had really big actors in it. You know, you had Kay Parker and Honey Wilder and Lisa DeLayhu and
Curtis Stevens.
Was she in there? Yeah.
Well, even Kay Parker says
not
that
Lisa DeLayhu.
Bring Stevens was in there. Wow.
Forget her name.
No, Curtis Stevens.
Oh, they said Bring. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
He's the director.
But even like Kay Parker will. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Kay Parker was hesitant to even be in the film. There's a great interview with her where she talks about, you know, knowing the material ahead of time and still kind of being like, I don't really know how to feel about this, but still going with it anyways. And you know, I think it's one of her strongest roles. I think she's very
it is a
charismatic
good
in
role.
film.
Mm-hmm.
Kay Parker. I mean, I won't go into it right now, but yeah, Kay Parker I think is one of the strongest real actresses from that era. She has a real charisma, and in that case, yeah, you know, you're seducing your son, but her charisma is second to none. I think she's just a really, really talented actress. You just got to get past the whole, you know, seducing your son thing. Which
that's the best part.
I mean, I don't understand. Good film.
Wait till Taboo 2 where she seduces her.
Oh, I've seen Taboo 2. I've seen Taboo 3.
Or Taboo 3. Yeah, that was in Taboo 3.
Jesus Christ.
I think that was one of the first things JP and I talked about when we met 2 years ago. Wasteland was just about the Taboo movies, and you're like, you know, there's 7 of them. I'm like, what? I thought there was.
There's
like
more
4.
than that. There's like 9, I think.
It's good. Yeah, Taboo. Check it out.
Yeah, actually, Ginger Lynn was at Wasteland last year. I think she's in the 4th one.
Yeah, she's in the 4th one. I think Amber Lynn's in that too, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Ginger's. Yeah, she's always at Wasteland, I think.
Yeah, Amber Lynn is in that one.
Well. Right here. Oh, sorry, is it nudity? No, it's not nudity.
Yeah,
I've not seen Taboo 4 yet.
Yeah, Honey Wilder's in that one as well. It's Jamie Gillis is in that one, I think, as well.
Kay Parker too, apparently.
She's in flashback scenes. I don't think she has like a sex role in that one.
Okay. No, I've not seen this one yet. I've only seen the first 3. My phone knocked over.
Dan's camera.
Jeremy texted me and knocked my phone over, so he's still present. Okay, I didn't know Curtis Stevens directed this one too. Interesting.
Yeah. I think cool. That one's like a good final of like the main storyline, because that one is about Jamie Gillis plays a sex counselor, basically.
Dr. Jamie Lodge.
and he has two daughters, played by the Lins,
Yeah.
and basically his wife is sleeping with his brother. The brother is sleeping with his niece, who is actually his biological daughter. So it's just a whole mess. And he's like a therapist. Honey Wilder is in the class, like the
Interesting.
therapy class. And her son hooks up with Ginger Lynn, I believe.
Mhm.
And yeah.
Yeah, it says the last Taboo film to receive a theatrical release, Taboo 4, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Karen Summer, Lynn, Leslie, and Gillis, as well as Honey Wilder, reprising her role of Joyce McBride, easily
Oh yeah,
among the. Yeah, okay.
Karen Summer. Yeah, I forgot. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Karen
Mhm.
Summers is the sister with Ginger Lynn.
Okay, interesting. No, I'm curious now. I've only seen, like I said, I've only seen the first three. I liked all three of them. So I don't know why I haven't gotten to this one yet, but all in due time.
Yeah, the fifth one is the mom is like whenever she hears like a certain noise, it turns her into like a sexual deviant, and she just starts banging everyone.
Was the fifth one on video or is that on film as well?
I think it was probably still filmed because I think
Okay.
it's still in the 80s. I don't think it was in the 90s.
Well, Taboo 4 was 85, so that's why I wonder if at that point VHS was becoming more prominent and everything was switching over. Because I would assume the later ones would be on video, at least
Yeah, the
after 4
later
or
ones
5.
are definitely on video.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, interesting. Because the golden age was really only going to last for another year after this. Or was I was it ends in 84 or 86, but either way, it's just about at the end. So at that point, everything is kind of transitioning over. They get like a whole new cast of people for like these films. But that's cool that at least Kate Parker came back for it, though.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting. And next, the porn talk.
All right, JP.
All right, so the title I picked this week is called White Cannibal Queen. Oh, look, the actual case does not have the boobage. It's covered up on the case. Yeah, so this is directed by is it Jesus Franco or is it Jesus Franco? I know he goes by Jess Franco, but
Yeah, I think
what
it's
is
Right,
Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
yeah, Jesus Franco, Spanish filmmaker who directed a ton of movies. I
Close to
remember the
200.
first time you brought up Jess Franco, and I was like, didn't know who he was. This was like in the early days of the 22 shots. And you're like, you've definitely seen a Franco film. It's like impossible that you haven't. I was like, I don't think I did, but it was true. Like, it's impossible to have been a cinema fan and not eventually stumble onto a
I feel
Franco.
like if you're into genre films, you probably watched at least a Franco film.
Yeah.
Like,
So this is White Cannibal Queen from the year 1980. It basically follows a man and his wife and daughter who are on sort of like a boat in the middle of nowhere, and there is like it's some island, and basically these indigenous people infiltrate the boat and they kill and eat the wife. They kidnap the husband. The daughter gets sort of shipwrecked. She's like a young girl at the time, like a little kid. They chop off our the husband's arm. He ends up escaping. They find his daughter and basically look at her as a goddess and prop her up as, the white cannibal queen. Then we get back to um where's this? I don't know if it's America or where he goes, but he's back at
It looks
home.
like America. Because all
And
I see, you see just a bunch of white dudes with like
yeah,
sideburns and like pompadours as like the cannibalistic tribe.
yeah. So he recovers from his arm injury, which, by the way, is probably like one of the silliest choices to do in this film, to have the
Oh my
lead
God.
actor fake that his arm is cut off the entire film because it never looks like his arm isn't there.
Including a climactic fight scene in a fucking river while wearing a white t-shirt.
Yeah, and you can
while trying to
clearly see.
disguise your arm, and you can just see like his hand on his chest.
This is just all playing into how Jess Franco really thought about these films. He didn't give a flying fuck. And it sucks too, because El Cliver, like he was dope, dude. Like he's in tons of our favorite fucking Italian movies too, man. It's just such a shit role for him, man. Such a shit role, man. Fucking zombie beyond. Come on, man. It's fucking horrible.
Did you guys mention the Cannibal Ferox illustration in the opening credits?
No.
Okay.
They
What
like
is
had
the
a still
Cannibal?
image of like a poster art, but like inside the art there was like Cannibal Ferox art.
Oh yeah.
And there was also Giovanni Ribisi getting killed, so it's like, this is the right movie.
Right.
He didn't even get paid for this movie.
It's like, what the fuck? I'm still in these movies.
And now we can't even tell him he got ripped off.
And so basically our lead wants to basically form another expedition because he believes that his daughter might still be alive, convinces some people to go out to the location. They're attacked and picked off by cannibals, and we eventually get a reunion between the lead actor and the daughter, who's now grown up.
How did you possibly make this movie sound watchable? That's insane. Because this is like, it's a fucking abomination. Dude, it's funny. Actually,
I think just said the entire plot in the last like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was shot in Portugal, if I'm not mistaken. It was like, I think it's in Portugal, maybe it might be Spain, I don't know. But like, that's one of the funniest things about this movie is that they put no effort into like creating like an authentic looking native.
No, not at all.
They just
And
look
even,
white.
like,
They literally have mustaches and sideburns and shit. You're just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, this is like, there's no fucks given here.
I think one of those dudes is my plumber.
Even just like
they have like snake tattoos on their arms and shit.
It's like they asked us to be in the movie, and it's like, oh, we're native.
You know, because natives always have like natives of the like always have snake tattoos, right? Like, oh my god,
right.
Such
they got Metallica tattoos.
He's got the skull and crossbones,
and like the paint that they're wearing just looks like literally like store-bought Halloween costume paint.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so that's basically the plot. There are some like insanely boring cannibal moments in this movie where it's just like super close-ups of like the shittiest like gore shots, and it just, I think they reuse them multiple times in the film. It's very close up and just not interesting.
It's like slower than slow motion.
Yeah, slow motion, and there's like tons of zooms in this movie. Franco loves to just zoom in on shit, which they pointed out in the commentary. And then yeah, like Moodz said, this was at a time where I think people give credit to Man from Deep River for being Lindsay's Man from Deep River being like the one that sort of kicked off the subgenre of like the jungle cannibal film. But I guess there was buzz that Cannibal Holocaust was going to be coming out, and the producers basically wanted to like rip off that movie before it came out. So they got Franco to make this movie really quickly. And yeah, that created some beef between Deodato and Franco. They talk a little bit about that in the commentary as well.
It's interesting because Jungle Holocaust had come out about 2 or 3 years prior, and that was a cannibal film. So that was kind of like the follow-up to like Man from Deep River. Not the follow-up, but you know,
Right,
it was
yeah.
Deodato had done that before Cannibal Holocaust, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I think that it was also because like Cannibal Holocaust was like suspected to be a big hit, is what they were kind of saying in the commentary. So like the producers always tried to sort of like have their ear to the ground to see what was coming out that was like getting buzz, and then they would try to like beat it to the market basically with a ripoff.
Right.
Which is just hilarious. There was a lot of rip-off cinema going on at the time. And yeah, what all happens in this movie?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Like I swear to God, you
lot
get
of
this
shaking.
opening sequence, and then nothing happens forever. And then when they make it back to the jungle, like the worst stupid shit happens. Like you get this stupid cannibals. Like there's nothing good about this movie. It's fucking insane.
Dude, there was literally a part where they just show like an alligator in like a swamp, and I'm like, oh, that's exciting, an alligator. Like I was so bored to like see an alligator.
For
Like,
so, so
I kill the alligator, or like, what are you gonna do?
So JP, I've literally seen this movie a couple times, and because I remember, like, I think Anchor Bay and I think Blue Underground put it out as the Cannibals. So I had a DVD from years ago and I couldn't remember it, like, whatever. So I watched it like 1980, and like I never like it never dawned on me to check out the specs on the lead actress, which she's fucking pretty hot, right? Dude, she's 17 in this movie. So that makes
that to me.
So this puts it into really weird perspective because she's not only naked through the whole fucking movie, she's literally on the cover naked. She's 17, man. Dude. Like, I don't know what the rules are over there, but
you
like,
guys are sick.
17.
Well, guess
bro.
what? That's not the last time we're going to talk about underage nudity tonight.
I was watching this again going, holy fuck, how did I not know this chick was only 17? That's so bad.
Yeah, and another thing about this movie, it's funny. Did you guys watch the dub or the sub?
The sub.
The dub.
I watched the dub.
I've never seen this movie with I always watch it with the dub.
Dude, there's a guy in the dub when he's
it's like, so bad though.
Some guy at like the bar or something, and his voice sounds like fucking something from Family Guy or something, like Cleveland or something. like they generally like Cleveland.
Hello, Peter.
I'm like, what the fuck is
cannibals in there.
That's the guy's voice they chose.
Right.
But
no, dude, you know who that is? That's Jess Franco in that scene. In the bar, the guy sitting at the table, and they have that really fucking weird voice. That's Jess Franco. That's his cameo. He was doing his Hitchcock impersonation right there.
All right.
You would think that he would like be more like careful about how his voice sounds. Like I would pick like the manliest voice to,
at
like,
this point.
Knowing
that Franco hated the cannibal genre, hated these movies so much, and he didn't give a fuck, it actually, maybe he was just making a funny and being like, "Hey, we're gonna put this weird ass dub over me."
I doubt
I don't give a fuck.
Anything to do with the English.
No, I'm just trying to give it a little bit of credit here, man, for being kind of funny.
Another funny thing about this release and this film in general is, so when you pop it in, there's like a little text that comes up that explains something, but I didn't read it. And the movie starts, and there's about 60 seconds of blackness. And I literally thought like my disc was broken. I was like,
"What the fuck knew you're gonna
why
do
is
that?
This not playing?"
I even thought about this.
Why is this not playing? And I'm like, why is there no video? Like, I was genuinely confused. So I restarted it, and then I read that text.
I'm so happy you brought this up because I was watching it and I'd forgot about that too. And I was like, JP's gonna fuck this up, man. And I knew it. And I fucking I totally forgot about it.
It literally explains it away that there was like in the original like print of the film or whatever, there was like 60 seconds of blackness, and they're like, we decided to leave it in because, you know, whatever, it's the film. But it's just funny because like it's just like it's long as hell. It goes on forever.
That's called the overture to get the audience ready for the film. Get your seats, listen to music, and then raise the curtain.
Well, the irony is though the 60 seconds of blackness is actually the most exciting part of the whole movie.
You're telling me you didn't like when the cannibals showed up and just shook everybody and then ate
You could have fucking turned that off right there. Like, that was awesome. That was fucking awesome.
It's also funny on like the dub whenever that he first like runs back into his daughter, and like the way that it's shot and like the language, it's just like it looks like she doesn't know any English, and she's just like trying to remember how to say one like word, like yes or something. And then like
it's just been like 10 years.
Later, in a scene later, she speaks like full blown sentences, and you're like, what the fuck was that scene before that for, where it looked like she couldn't speak?
Oh man,
a mistake.
And then the final was just this stupid fucking scene where her husband comes to the damn river, and he's like, in our culture you have to fight, and they all speak English too, so it's like, what the fuck, you have to fight to the death to claim the bride or whatever. And then like this other dude's like, no, you can't do it, I will do it for you. And he like fights the dude and he dies, and then it's just another fight, and it's just in this like so anticlimactic, like run on forever scene of just garbage. But there is so much downtime in this film.
Yeah.
Like when I think like like it's so bad that I was almost wishing there was some animal killings in there.
Well, Franco even described it as one of the most boring movies with so much downtime. I'm like, you're the one that fucking made this thing. It's like, it's just, that's so bad. It's so bad.
And he's like, the director of this movie's a piece of shit.
Like some of the locations just like look like freshly landscaped, like things that just are like not in the jungle.
It looks like Florida to me.
Yeah, like Florida.
All the trees look like, like nice exotic, like, Disney World, like right around the corner, and it's like this ancient cannibal tribe. It's like, that dude sold me a Mickey Mouse t-shirt. What are you talking about?
No, I swear to God, in the corner of one scene, you can see a 7-Eleven sign. I'm just joking.
Yeah, the cannibal was smoking. Oh, Marlboro. Ancient,
but like when the movie starts, I'm like, okay, like we got our classic like jungle cannibal movie set up, and then it's just like so much of nothing happens, and then there's like it just drags on. It really does. It's not a good watch. It really isn't. Even if you like the jungle cannibal stuff, this is like one of the worst ones I've seen. It might be the worst.
This cover art makes it look so awesome. Maybe like a fucking maybe like a sword of sorcery. Like it looks pretty fucking awesome, man.
Like where is this bitch standing on a bunch of skulls at? Because I missed that scene.
Yeah, this movie has no business being 90 minutes long. Like it is crazy.
Yeah, and like they escape it. Well, like she lets them go and then they run away, and then they're like, wait, we must go back for her. And it's like, well, yeah, why'd you run away then, dude?
What's a crazy fucking factoid about this? Franco's on record saying that Sabrina Sani is the worst actress that he ever worked with. Now think about that. Put that into perspective. He did 200 fucking movies, and the latter part of his career, every movie was the worst thing he ever did. How in the fuck is she the worst actress that he ever worked?
I don't know. She's a good contender, though.
But 17, though, dude. They even put nipples on the cover. Did nobody check ages here? Like, this is
sure. Are you guys? Is this a Tyler fact?
No, I literally looked at. I mean, the IMDb numbers. I did the math. It said 17. So I was like, "What the fuck? That's fucked up." Because she doesn't look 17. You would never know it. She looks like she's probably in early 20s, right? Like 21, 22 kind of thing. No.
Yeah, the movie itself, there's not much to really talk about because not a lot really actually happens.
I literally couldn't wait for you to talk about this.
Yeah, like I when you said that when we were picking or whatever, and then it started, I was expecting it just to start off like extremely horrible or whatever, and I was like, I mean, it seems fine. But then it was just like I remember like looking at the clock on the movie, and it was like 25 minutes in, and I was like, dude, this is like where, like, when's something gonna like happen?
Yeah.
But
that sums it up right there. That's it.
So the movie itself, not good. I would probably give it like a 3 out of 10.
Wow. I give it 1.
Oh my gosh,
I went down on my rating. I think I had it at a 2, and I was like, this movie's it's awful.
I mean, I probably could go lower, but so the special features, it actually has some like decent features. Most notably about the features is they don't really talk a lot about the movie.
That's the good thing.
I don't remember it.
So there is a commentary with film historians Eugenio Eracolani and Troy Howarth. That was a pretty good commentary. They basically just mainly talk about like Franco's career and also like the history of like
there's literally nothing to talk about in the movie though. Like what does Troy talk about in this? Like
I said, they mainly talk about like Franco's career.
Yeah.
And, like the beef between like Umberto Lenzi and Ruggero Deodato, and Franco, and then that was a
So
pretty
all
decent
three had
commentary.
beef because of the whole Cannibal thing?
Like, I think that Umberto Lenzi and Jared Deodato didn't like Jess Franco, and then Jess Franco didn't like them.
But Lenzi was fine with Deodato doing Cannibal films after he had already done
I
it.
don't know if they were like on the same team. It's just they both didn't like him.
Oh,
You
because
know
that's
what I mean?
actually, I would like to actually know more about
Doesn't
that.
like Lenzi and Deodato not like each other too?
I don't know. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, in interviews, Lenzi has been like, I think this is telephone, so don't take it exactly, but I think Lenzi was because he kind of like disregarded Man from Deep River at first, and then Cannibal Holocaust got big, and Lenzi was like, "No, I was actually the founder of the Cannibal films. I'm the one, not Deodato."
Yeah, and I
some
think like
feature.
Lenzi thought that he made like an artful movie, and Deodato's was just like exploitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I hear you saying. But
I
it's
think I
interesting
remember
that
hearing about
I mean,
that.
it's kind of true though, because Man from Deep River is not like a full blown cannibal movie. Like it's kind of
it's like
different.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's more
it's
like grounded. It's not like as
Yeah.
gratuitous.
I mean, Deodato
it,
definitely came back with more of a cannibal film with Jungle Holocaust than
that's what I was just
Man
about
from
to say.
Deep
That
River
feels
was.
Jungle Holocaust feels much more of a cannibal film than Man from Deep River. The same way that
Yeah.
something like Massacre at Dinosaur Valley kind of gets lumped in, where it's like it's not really that, but
They
I guess you
talked
could if
about
you
that
wanted
one
to.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the
Yeah.
commentary was pretty decent. I like both of those guys. And then you have Jungle Holocaust, an interview with actor Antonio Mayans. Um, honestly, that was a bit of a struggle because he spoke English, but he had a thick accent, and there was no subtitles, so I didn't really
Shitty.
know what he was saying a lot of times. And then you have Sardonic Cannibals, 33 minutes with uh Stephen Thrower, author of Murderous Passions, the delirious cinema of Jess Franco. Again, mainly talking about just Jess Franco's career. And then you have European Cannibals, an interview with Eugenio Eracolani. That's the guy who was on the commentary. That was the one I was watching like when we first got on here. So yeah,
No.
that one's
Oh, really? We couldn't hear it.
yeah. That one's pretty good too.
iMac speaker.
Again, it's just sort of talking about like Franco as a whole, and bringing up like his other films like Wicked Warden and different things like that. Not really a lot of talk about this actual movie. And then the last one I didn't get to, that it's about 2 hours of special features in the video, like interviews, and then the commentary. So quite a bit of features for a movie that's not good. But it's mainly like just talking about Franco, which is the historical purposes are pretty interesting. I don't know a lot about Franco's work, so it was kind of cool to hear some stuff and stories. And the one thing that I and the guys sort of retread the same territory a lot of times. Like you could tell they didn't like hear the other guys' interviews,
Right.
so like some of them were saying the same shit. But one of the things that was really funny to me is like Franco was notorious for getting a film together and getting a budget and taking like a quarter or half of the money and then just go making another movie at the same time by himself. And just like
That's
stealing the
incredible.
money and making his own movie with like the
Literally
budget.
just like embezzling.
Well, this is how he ended up making 200 fucking movies.
Yeah, like so he would just like literally be like go off like and do it like at the same time, like he would be just filming like 2 movies.
He made 200 movies on 100 movies budget right there.
Yeah. And like some actors would get real pissed off when they heard about it. Other people wouldn't really care. Because they're the way, like if you're an actor, you're thinking about it like, bro, you're making a shittier movie by taking the money and putting it into another movie I'm not part of. Like, so it makes sense, but it's just,
Yeah.
it's such a, like, you can never get away with something like that now, but it just like the time period of making movies back then was just so different and just fun. And that's why we got a lot of just weird, interesting stuff that came out. But White Cannibal Queen is not one of those weird and interesting titles.
No, I mean, I would suggest that like if you're pretty green on Jess Franco, don't start with this one. It's not a good idea at all. Honestly, start from his the start, like his Orlov films and shit, like from the early 60s. Those are legitimately great movies. Like, he did a lot of great movies through the 60s, and then he went through his like total sleaze phase and then apparently Cannibal phase, which, he didn't want to do. But there's different phases of Franco. I'm sure Stephen Thrower talks about that. And Stephen Thrower is actually one of those dudes that like I could literally listen to for 24 hours a day and never get bored. He's just, I've mentioned this before in 22 Shots, where like he's the guy that could sell you on this movie any day of the week. He's so good with words. He's so
he was good.
He's really fucking good. Like I said, Nightmare USA is one of the best books I ever read. The whole Video Nasty things, every time Stephen Thrower was on there, some of the best commentary, some of the best things ever said. Like he always is in depth, but he actually wrote the book on Jess Franco, right? Like literally wrote the book on Jess Franco. So yeah, he's the man.
That's all I got for White Cannibal Queen. Yep.
So you give it 2 out or 3 out of 10? 2?
I gave it a 3.
Damn, I don't even. I can't even understand how it could be a 3 because there's not even 3 good scenes in the movie.
I can go lower if you want me to.
I don't. I'm just saying ratings for dummies, but whatever.
I gave it a 3 too.
I think the last, like I said, I came down on this because this watch was so painful for me. I was like, this is just brutal. It's fucking brutal. But I guess we should probably get into Tony. Tony, what do you got for us?
All right, we're going to be talking about our fallen hero, Mr. Wings Hauser.
You know what? I will give it a 2 because I always base it on my other Hall of Pain ratings.
Motherfucker's fighting with himself.
You know what?
I like certain other movies more than this, so yeah, I will go 2. I gave.
So what other 3 out of 10 did you give?
Chainsaw Next Generation. I would rather watch that.
You don't even want to know my rating
5.
of that movie.
I'd rather watch that too, actually, and it sucks.
Yeah. And then Entity, I gave a 2. This is more Entity territory.
That movie is legitimately horrible. Yeah.
What, The Entity? What are you talking about?
No,
not the 82 movie.
Yeah,
from 2012. It was
or
a
83,
Fangoria Fangoria
okay, I didn't see that.
Presents.
That looks good. It's like a Tony movie. Steve Stone, writer director. Good lord.
What, Entity? You think I should watch that?
It looks like a Tony movie.
God.
1998, 34, unidentified. Yeah, I'm ready. I'll buy it.
That was a rough time for us. That Fangoria show.
Set in Siberia, but filmed in England.
That was a rough one.
That era of Fangoria was the absolute fucking worst. Like, that's like bottom.
Yeah, they put out 5 movies and 1 was decent.
It's because they were trying to like recoup like, the nostalgia and the greatness of Fangoria. And they're like, oh, we can do this shit. And then it's like, no, you can't. They were horrible. Stop it.
Was that when they put out Inhuman Resources, like as part of that line
of
films?
Yeah, that was the only one that was half.
I was gonna say I like that film.
Yeah, that was literally because it was actually kind of a cool concept because they were kind of like comic booky and they were numbered like that. So it was like you were collecting the series of comic books, right? It was a cool concept, but the movies have to be good for it to be good. You know what I mean?
Like, you guys are selling me on Entity. I'm ready to watch this fucking movie.
No.
Do it.
I'm gonna. If Tony watches it, I'll watch it.
I'll pass.
All right, I'll watch it.
But you should watch it.
I'll still watch it. Anyway, sorry.
Watch it and report back.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay, we're talking about the Carpenter here. And this is an interesting little slash from 1988.
I think Wings Hauser's trying to come back from the dead right now.
Yeah, because Tony is glitching the fuck out.
Yeah, my internet's taking an absolute fucking shit right now.
Yeah, I think Wings is like, don't review this movie right now. I don't want to be remembered for this on the day of my death.
My
He's literally like, fuck you, man. It's like, that's weird. Nothing's fucked up all night, and then you start talking about the Carpenter. Which is kind of ironic a little bit because he actually plays a ghost in. Wow, that's really fucking trippy. Sorry.
It's really funny too because this like is one of the many like serial killer gets electrocuted by the electric chair and comes back as a ghost to like kill people type of movies that was like really popular in the late 80s. You had like Prison, you had Shocker, House 3, this. Except this one's probably the worst out of all of them because it's honestly kind of like it bums me out because it's like Wings Hauser is so famous for being like a blowhard, kind of creepy, like very over the top kind of like character actor. But here he's like completely scaled back in a role that he should not be scaled back in because this is like the era of like the wisecracking killer, like the Freddys and the Psycho Cops and shit like that.
Yeah, and he's actually not at all. He's like charming, like you know, love interest character.
I think that's the
he's
point,
just a nice
though.
guy.
He's supposed to be like that kind of charming, you know, kind of lovable, kind of, you know, nice character and stuff. But like he does have. There's
like
one
an alien in this movie.
There's one monologue in this film, though, man, when he starts talking about like smartass, and he says smartass about 45 times in one monologue when he's killing the husband. That is one of the greatest things that, I mean, honestly, if you were making a highlight reel of Wings Hauser films, that has to be put in there because that monologue is fucking hilarious, dude. It's so good. I want to count how many times he says badass or smartass. I mean,
Oh, that and he like apologized for his language. He's like
man,
one of
so
those.
good.
He's like a Southern Canadian gentleman.
Whatever the fuck a Southern Canadian gentleman is. I don't even know what the hell that is. This shit was shot in Quebec, I think, too. So that doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Wouldn't that be like Calgary? Because isn't Calgary like people say is like the Texas of Canada?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Alberta here is literally the Texas of it is. It's all cowboy country. It's all oil. It's the equivalent of Texas. It's the same thing, except for Texas is probably a lot cooler.
Nah, there's nothing.
Well,
Really
it's definitely warmer
Texas.
because like Calgary's, or I mean, Alberta sucks. That's why
I mean,
my wife grew up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is she redneck?
No, not at all. No.
Yeah, she got the fuck out.
Well, you've seen her. She's not a redneck. She was actually born in BC, but then she moved there and grew up there. But yeah, it is literally
wasn't there the year that Aaron was at Wasteland.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, because she wasn't there. Okay. Yeah, no, it's literally when people describe Alberta as being the Canadian Texas, they're absolutely right. Everybody walks around with fucking skin tight jeans and big belt buckles and cowboy boots and hats and shit. That's what it is.
Is that like where like the main Canadian tuxedo shit comes from? Is that area, or is that just all of Canada?
I have no idea. Don't even know.
Have you ever worn a Canadian tuxedo? I don't know if I've ever seen you in like denim like that.
No. I literally, the way you see me is the way I dress all the fucking time. So no, I'm not wearing.
I say this because the movie was Canadian as fuck. It's made in Canada and all this other shit. I think Wings Hauser is the only non-Canadian like component of this movie.
I think so too, actually. Yeah.
I've never heard that term before. I had to Google it.
What?
It's so funny. Canadian tuxedo.
You've never heard that?
I've really never heard that term.
Wow. A Canadian tuxedo is literally like denim jeans, denim jacket.
Yeah, I Googled it. It's fucking hilarious.
No, that's literally everybody you'll see in that area, like especially Calgary. Calgary is literally cowboy country, but
it's mostly Americans just biting on their style.
There goes the great Fazio.
Like Alberta's one of those places where like you would just be driving down the road and just see people riding horses and like it's just cowboy. It's cowboy country, man. It's fucked.
Riding horses.
You wouldn't see that around where I'm from, but
are there any good westerns that take place in Calgary?
Probably not.
Ooh.
I mean, they probably shot stuff there because it's so flat. Northern. It's so flat. I mean, that's northern. Prairie shit, right? It's just pure flat. So, I hate Alberta.
Anyways, we'll get back to the Carpenter. So the story centers around this character Alice, who finds out that her husband Martin is having an affair with a younger woman or whoever, the whatever it is, and she suffers a mental breakdown and starts like scissoring one of his suits into tiny little pieces. And then he comes home and has her basically committed for an undisclosed period of time. We don't know how long it's been that she was in this hospital. Could be months, could be a fucking year. But while she's there, he decides that he's going to build, or he's not
But
going
it
to build.
couldn't
He's
be
going to.
50 years.
Nah, definitely not. I don't think so.
She looks the exact same.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It could have been 50.
50 years later.
He said we didn't
yeah.
know how long, and I said, well, we
Yeah,
know
it could
it's
be
not
like maybe 2 years max.
It could be any time. 1 year, 2 years. That's it.
Any year. But yeah, he buys a house in the middle of nowhere, like a fixer-upper, because he feels like getting her out of the chaos or whatever their lives are in is going to be good for her and their relationship, even though he's full-blown cheating on her. He doesn't even care. But they move out there, and the house is basically in shambles, basically, and he hired this group of young dudes to help fix the house up and shit, and they all suck. They're just like screwing off at the job and whatnot. And late one night, she wakes up in the middle of the night to like hammering in the basement. She goes down the basement. She sees Wings Hauser just like doing some bullshit. And she's like, "What the hell are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just getting the job done." And he's just like,
like an alien.
Yeah, he's like immediately being a charm to her. I'm like, don't you realize that this strange guy you've never seen before, who's like twice the age of the young punks that are working in your house, is just here hammering shit in like 2 a.m. But it's interesting because she's out of her mind, and you don't know like the aspect of like how her mental capabilities are. You don't know like what kind of drugs they were feeding her in this hospital, and like what kind of like after effects of PTSD she had from her mental breakdown. Because the film is basically shot in a very, very like dreamlike way. A lot of like flowing like curtains and all this other shit. So you don't know for a long time whether or not Wings Hauser is like a figment of her imagination, or if like she's killing them and it's just all like a weird like psychosomatic like I don't know something. But the next day, the husband has 2 or 3 of the workers fired. And when they're at the bar one night, they decide the best thing to do to get back at this girl is to basically grape her. Because that's what you do in an 80s movie to get back at somebody. So he's all drunk and he goes back and he gets the moves on her. And then out of the blue, here comes Wings Hauser out of the basement. And he buzzsaws both of his fucking arms off.
That's like the best scene in the movie.
It's the only decent kill in the movie. And the problem with this...
No, I like when he kills the husband, when he gives the whole monologue and he's like, he's got the vice on his head and shit. I like that. It's pretty fucking awesome.
I hate that kill. Because it's so obvious that he's not even cranking anything. He's just like moving his head back and forth.
Oh, I mean, obviously. But like, I just think it's fun because his monologue that he's given, man, about being a smartass. Oh my God, dude. It's fucking, it kills me every time.
And I was kind of hoping that the husband would get like a much more like fitting death. It'd been great if he got his arms buzzsawed off.
Oh.
But the fact that he does both arms is so fucking funny, man. You're right. That is the best kill in the film, but
he does both arms, but it looks like the dude clearly has his arms in his shirt because it looks like they cut and he got like fatter. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, his torso's like this fucking big.
Well, what's worse? What's worse, Al Cliver? What's worse, Al Cliver in White Cannibal Queen, or this one?
White Cannibal Queen is worse.
Yeah.
Because once he fell in the water, you could just like see his arm the entire time. And it was funny because he was trying to like hide it by like wrapping like a blanket around his arm while trying to fight this guy at the same time. So awkward and stupid.
Yeah, he's like holding the blanket off to let the rest.
So stupid.
Oh my God.
One take and one take only.
Wings Hauser kills this guy, and then basically for the rest of the movie, she's just wandering around the house like a fucking drugged out, like weird, like dreamlike wife, while he goes around and
she starts doing housework at 2 a.m. as well.
right, and he's just going on
and shit.
And he's just killing all these young punks that don't know good hard work. They don't know how to pull themselves up by their bootstraps like he used to do.
No, they just immediately want to rape this poor woman. Like like of all the crew she could have gotten, the first guy's like, you know what? It's time to make my move on this random woman. It's like,
exactly.
How are you guys getting jobs? You're just
how dare he fire me? I'm gonna rape his wife because of that.
I love that.
That'll show him.
Fired? It's like you haven't done any work. All you've done is try to rape this poor woman and not do any work. Like, of course you're not going to get rehired. What are you talking about?
The best guy in the movie is the paint salesman.
Oh yeah,
dude, his acting is so awkward. It's so awkward. He's just like so nervous and shit, man. He's like, "Is there anything that I need to know about you, man? Any health issues?" And then she just spits off everything. She's like, "Yeah, I had a mental breakdown. I went to the hospital for like this long. I take this many drugs and fucking blah blah blah." And he's like, "You're hired."
I guess we can give you a shot.
It's fucking classic.
You could tell he's got like high blood pressure. He's got like a used bottle of Pepto-Bismol right next to his like coffee cup. You could tell he's just like the most stressed out dude on the planet.
The funny thing is, when the movie started, I was like, I don't know what's going on. It's just like random like images going on. She's in an institution, and then it got to that scene, and it's like, oh, okay, now I have an idea. Like that exposition dump actually helped me because I'm like, oh, I can follow now.
It took her getting a job for you to like follow the movie.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I get it now. She wants to sell paint, of course. I might just.
Oh, he's like, this isn't like your, this isn't the paint that you're used to, and she's like, whatever. But yeah, that guy's funny. The paint shaker. Did you guys think that was like really interesting to look at on camera?
Yeah,
that
cool. Shit moves fast.
Yeah,
right. It looked really fucked up with like the 24 frames per second.
Yeah,
I thought that was
somebody
really
should have died with that.
But yeah, basically, Wings Hauser just kills like 3 more people for the rest of the movie, and that's just another problem I have with it. Is that in 1988, you need a body count bigger than 5. Like, honestly, that's a
This
huge
feels
problem.
like a classic example of a director, and I don't know who directed it, but somebody who was like, didn't feel like directing horror films. So he's like, mine's going to be not like gratuitous, like slasher bullshit. I'm going to make it more artsy and like meaningful. And then like the studio's like, yeah, but we need to like have a scene of like blood, and he's like, okay, I'll do this stupid scene where he cuts this guy's arms off. I don't know, that's how it feels to me.
Well, you're kind of right about that. So basically, almost the entire like crew of this movie were like fresh out of like film school, and this is like all their first movie, so they're all basically learning on the job. And Wings Hauser was the only like actual like vet that they had working on there, so he was like giving them pointers throughout the whole thing. But yeah, the director himself, yeah, he was saying that they wanted to make something more elevated and more serious.
See, I knew it.
Exactly. You know how film school students are. It's like, we don't want to make just like the regular old slasher movie.
Yeah, meanwhile,
it does make sense though. It does make sense because it was 1988, and like making a regular slasher film at that point was already way past its prime. Like nobody was really doing like, slasher films except for Ice in 88, kind of thing. Now there's other ones, but
yeah, but the problem, like Tony said, is by 88 you expect a body count because that's what it progressively.
Well, that's what you needed to do for sure. 100%. Yeah, it's his first film, and you know what he went on to do? No more horror films.
Right. This was the best thing he ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he peaked early. And yeah, I mean, in hindsight, obviously they made the wrong decision, but you don't know that stuff in 1988. He was probably tired of all the Freddys and all that type of shit. But could you imagine like a Carpenter movie where Wings Hauser like kicks it up like 2 or 3 more notches, has like
and
a pun
the
for
thing
every
about
death?
The thing about making a horror film called The Carpenter is you have so many tools at your disposal for kills.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
that was my biggest thing with the film.
I feel like Wings was maybe miscasted in this film because maybe take a fucking Nicolas Cage. Could you imagine Nick Cage? You take his performance from you take Vampire's Kiss and you put that performance in The Carpenter. Holy fuck!
But you keep him a Southern gentleman.
Oh man, no, like he's a gentleman until he's not, until he like freaks out and does.
You get him from like his character in Deadfall to be like, I'm gonna do some carpentry work, you know?
I mean, I'm fucking retard, man.
I'm fucking retard, man.
Fucking retard.
See, I don't think
like
Wings was a bad choice.
That energy. Yeah.
If he like channeled in like him from like Vice Squad, where it's like he's chaotic but he's still like charismatic.
Exactly.
And yeah, I agree with you here. It's a very tired performance where it's like he doesn't want to be there. He's like, even when he cuts the arms off, he's like, okay.
He's like, I guess I'm just gonna have to clean up this mess. You go to bed now. I'll take care of everything. Like they're like married already.
He definitely has moments where he could go batshit crazy. Like I said, when he kills the husband and stuff, like that monologue still cracks me up to death, but like it could be a little bit more elevated. Just like if you put that Nick Cage flair in it, where I could just imagine.
I like that it's dumb.
Nick Cage.
It's like just like so nonchalant. If it wasn't like that, I think I would like it less.
I don't know, man. If it was Nick Cage doing that scene with the exact same dialogue, I think I would fucking die. I would be
like the whole like obliviousness of him. It's just it's like dry humor to me. Like I think by going over the top with it will kind of lose the effect. It's kind of like
though.
With your rich ass, smart ass.
Yeah,
it feels so funny.
It feels like Wing Hauser is kind of like winking at the camera in the way, like a way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Did you find it jarring when like the main character Alice finally like turned on him, like so like harshly? Like he killed her husband, who she hated to begin with, which was a good thing. And all of a sudden, she's all like, "You're disgusting. You're dead, and you stink." Like she said, he stinks. I'm like, that was really mean. Like he didn't deserve that.
But you have to understand, in Canada, when you call somebody, stinky, it's just a mean thing to say. Because we're polite people up here, so we don't tell people you're a fucking cunt. You go, you stink. That's us being mean.
To say down here too.
That's just, yeah. Well,
if that's the case, then what a thing to say to a fucking like undead serial killer.
I'm quite clearly joking. Calling someone
isn't she like killing people? Didn't she kill the one chick?
No,
that was him. That was him.
He shot her with a nail gun.
Yeah,
and it's like. And
she's laying on the couch.
Deaths I've ever seen in my life, because he like shoots her from behind, and you see like the squib explosions in front of her, but there's no blood, and it's all like black like gunpowder marks.
Yeah, but then she's bleeding out of her side.
Yeah, once they like bring her inside,
it
was awful. Like in my notes, I have woman shot with nail gun. Like with a question mark, because I had no idea what the fuck that was that he shot her with.
Yeah, it was a nail gun, yeah.
Because the only nail gun I'm used to is the shit from Nail Gun Massacre, where it's like a giant clip with a fucking like air tank on the back.
Yeah.
The superior nail gun movie. But yeah, there's really only 5 deaths. And they're really badly spaced apart. You have the first one after like 24 minutes. And then after that, you have 2 deaths around like 50 minutes. And it's like death. And then another half hour, it's like death. And there's just so much nothing in between all those. Like, honestly, it's kind of boring to me. Like, the scenes where he's like trying to charm Alice and everything are fine. But it's just like, can y'all fuck at this point? You know what I mean?
I actually don't. I kind of like this movie. I liked it more this time watching it than I did when we reviewed it on the show last summer. And I agree, like the kills aren't really there, but it's just kind of entertaining to me.
You know what's funny about this movie? I feel like when you're watching The Carpenter, it's like watching like that first Blu-ray of like My Bloody Valentine, where all the kills are totally cut. Because this is how this movie was presented to us like years ago. It was like literally every kill was completely cut out of the movie.
And it was fucking cut.
Like the whole scenes, man. Like they literally chopped like fucking minutes. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
wild.
because I didn't mention it because this DVD or this Blu-ray has a transfer from a film element, but all the uncut footage is from standard def like inserts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
you can tell that shit. Like the scene where the guy got his arms cut off, you don't see fucking anything.
Yeah, it's very tame.
Like
yeah. You
you
see
take
like
out
him
you
chop,
take
and then
out
you
that
see the actor.
unrated
Yeah,
you take out the footage, you don't see anything. Like you see like maybe a blood splatter and then him just being like, "Oops, made a mess." I'm like, "What mess? I didn't fucking see shit."
yeah. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild, actually.
Even the husband's death had cut footage of him like half like cranking his
Yeah,
head.
yeah, yeah.
It's
And
like
so
I
like,
could
so if you're watching this originally, you would have missed the monologue with him doing his whole fucking smart ass because like that's all cut out of there. It's the best part in the movie.
I'm almost curious on watching like the rated cut and see how bad it actually is.
I don't remember it. I've seen this movie back in the day, but when I can like and completely forgot about it. And then when Scorpion put out the DVD years ago, I was watching it and then the quality kept dipping like crazy. And I'm like, oh fuck. But I just didn't remember. I couldn't correlate, like what I'd seen before and stuff. So I obviously it was like the young cut version. So I didn't remember because the movie's like not overly that memorable. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
not very
really
violent to
have.
begin with.
Yeah, it's not. I don't really have a history with this movie either.
I
The
do
first time
like
I
it though.
saw it
I do
was
like
after
this
the
movie.
Scorpion.
Yeah, yeah. I do like this movie, but yeah, that was kind of like my reiteration with the film with Scorpion and then but I'm kind of like JP though, man. Like even when I rewatched it last year for the show, I was like, it's the Carpenter, but like I had fun with this time. I don't know. I just I
Yeah,
think
like
it's fun.
the ass, like there's actually like some funny scenes in it with like, yeah, not like kill related, but like I said, like the paint store guy is funny. The relationship between like the sister and like the sleazy husband, she doesn't like him and he's all like, well, it could have been us or something.
Yeah.
You're like,
That
this guy
was really
sucks.
fucking weird because like there's no other like link to like a relationship between them two besides that one line.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
did
It's
they
like I feel
actually
like
have
we
like a little
missed.
bit of a history?
Yeah, like we missed a like part of the movie that was like in the script that never was filmed or something.
That's the
And then
director's
like
cut.
the fact like when the guys are just like out there working, he's like tells them to like they yeah, fire those two or whatever, and then the dude has to fire them and then they're like arguing and shit. Like that's kind of funny. And then like the fact they're in the bar and they're all mad that they got fired, so they're gonna like go steal all the tools. Like I don't know, it's just like everybody's an asshole in this movie, and it's kind of like funny to me.
It's true. And like the one random cop character that shows up in the movie just to give like the exposition dump about like the
Mhm.
history of Wings Hauser. That guy was so over the top, like drunk with like a beer belly. I do like the backstory of Wings Hauser though. He was just like a really nice guy who was just working on this house and all of a sudden it got repossessed and then he just went and killed the repo guys and got sentenced to death for that.
Yeah. As
Because
he
of
did.
course, a nice guy has to get sentenced to death for doing like a heinous crime that all of us can understand.
Right. Uh,
That's
But
all it
yeah,
takes is
it's
that one thing.
what was that?
No, I was saying that's all it takes is that one thing, and then nice guy turns into serial killer.
Hmm. I did really like the ending of this movie, like how like the ways they go to defeat Wings Hauser, and there's a really awesome fire stunt at the end, which to me is might be the best part of the movie. And it's pretty fucking hardcore because that guy was on fire for a long fucking time. Like maybe like he like walked like almost the entire house and outside. And I thought that was really impressive. And in the special features, you find out that that was the guy. He was the stunt coordinator, the guy on fire, and it was his first ever like movie that he was a stunt coordinator on, and it was his first fire stunt and everything. And it was such a gnarly stunt to have as your first one because it was so long.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, overall, I like the Carpenter. It's fine. Like it's obviously not like top shelf slasher, but it's perfectly good for like a Saturday or a Sunday like morning or afternoon. It's got like that dreamlike quality to it. It's shot very moody. The music is pretty cool. It's got like some nice dreamy like synths in it and whatnot. But yeah, I'd probably give The Carpenter a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I'm at like a 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's still my rating, 6.5. Yeah, I think it's.
But I do enjoy it. I like
Me too.
these like trade horror films. Like it's like an ice cream man, the carpenter, the dentist.
The
That is
Dentist, Dr. Giggles. I love that shit.
It is a good point, though. I mean, when you're dealing with the Carpenter who's got access to like so many awesome and gnarly weapons, the kills should be fucking amped up.
Yeah, you
right?
should have a lot more. I want to see someone
really
get
kinda
killed
shit
with a
the bed
tape
about.
measure.
Yeah. And like you
Oh.
mentioned the ice cream man and the dentist, and we talked about Dr. Giggles. Now think about like what those movies had that this movie's missing. Better kills and more fucking jokes.
Yeah,
Like
more
I
zany
just
characters.
I just wish Wings Hauser just like cranked it. Like I like
Yeah.
him as like the gentleman like during like the non-kill scenes, but during the kill scenes, fucking crank that shit up.
Yeah.
You wanted Wings Hauser to crank it in the movie? What?
Yes. I've seen so many Wings Hauser movies where he's a fucking like psychopath and like a dude who's like clearly on coke. And that was just something I was like severely missing from this movie.
Yes, rest in peace to Wings Hauser. So weird. So fucking weird. What are the chances, right? He dies on the same day that you're covering.
Well, did he actually die today or did it come out?
I'm hearing he died on the weekend and it came out today.
Well, it came out today.
But
Same
either
day.
The news came out today.
Doesn't matter. Same shit.
Yeah.
Dude, he might
R.I.P.
actually died the day that I watched this.
Oh no.
He might have died when he was actually burning in the movie.
Oh, what the hell?
Okay. You got anything else on that?
Doesn't even laugh. Like, come on, man. It could have been true. Fuck. Jesus.
I'll talk about some special features real
special
quick.
features, yeah.
So I didn't get to any of the commentaries. There's one with a podcast,
The worst kind.
the Oscar Bait Film Collective and podcast. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to that. But then there's also a commentary track with the director David Wellington and writer Doug Taylor, which I probably might go back and listen to because they also have a 33-minute making of documentary called Aggressively Itself with the cast and the crew of this movie. And I found it really interesting because they basically just talked about how they all got out of school and they just convinced this one producer to give them the money to make this movie, and they wrote it real quick and they shot it real quick, and the only person they got was Wings Hauser, and they all seemed to have like a really good time making it. Throughout the documentary they were just talking about how they were shooting the effects and how like awkward everything fucking was and how they just tried to make the best of everything. And yeah, I really recommend that one. And then
did they talk about how they got Wings Hauser? Because that's interesting.
not really. They just said they got him on. He talked about how he like just read the script and he really liked the character because even though I say I don't like the departure, he really liked the departure of what he was usually doing because he's like, I usually don't get to do like these serious roles like this where I can actually like showcase my talents in like a dramatic way. He was talking about how he really loved doing the dancing scene with the lead actress and shit like that. And
So
those were his favorite scenes in the movie that he did.
So that actually explains away why his performance isn't completely over the top because he was enjoying like the dramatic part and actually like kind of acting and being that type of different character. So it actually kind of makes sense as to why he's like that.
Well,
So,
yeah, probably because also the director didn't want him to be over the top and shit.
who doesn't want to be Nicolas Cage in this movie?
It's cool that they had Wings Hauser on this release. That's really awesome that they got that because he's really old in this too. Because he was what, like 77 when he died just now?
Yeah,
That's
something
like
that.
I was looking at the features on Autoerotic and they have new stuff with Adam Wingard, and I was like, that's pretty cool that he came back to talk about that when he's out there directing Godzilla movies.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those classic cases. Like you can't forget where you come from, man. You know.
Yeah, but
That's
some
what a lot
people
of people
do. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, most people do, but apparently Wingard doesn't. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck that
I
guy.
don't, I don't think.
Oh, stop spoiling shit. Stop spoiling shit.
I'm not saying anything else.
Actually, when people are watching this, they've already probably heard the other show anyways, but you're spoiling it for them.
Would you spoil March Madness?
No, I didn't spoil
He
it.
just said
Tyler's
one thing
not-
is kind of a
Tyler's
spoiler.
not an Adam Wingard fan. Let's just leave it at that.
That was a key phrase during the show was fuck Adam
fuck
Wingard.
that guy.
Fuck Adam Wingard.
Like literally.
Tyler
Damn, you
goes
don't
on a
even-
rant about Adam Wingard.
You don't even like The Guest?
He just hates
Just,
Death
I'm not
Note
gonna
much.
say anything about it. Just
I mean,
No.
it's not a horror movie, so it really doesn't like qualify for the list. But I love The Guest. That's probably
I don't
my
have
favorite.
any. No, that's actually I do like the guest. You'll
Guest
just
is
wait for
great.
the show.
The Guest
Like,
is
I don't want
great,
to say
man.
anything about it, but yeah, I will. I go on a rant
listen
about
to the
what
show.
I
It's
hate
a good
Adam
one.
Wingard like twice.
I will say that in recent years, like after
Which
You're Next and The Guest came out, that dude was so fucking hot. And I was like on his shit. And then he just came out Blair Witch and fucking Kong versus Godzilla. And he just fucking sucks now. Like, what happened to Adam Wingard? Like, give us like a cool horror movie.
he's making
There's
that
a-
big dollar bill, y'all, and then maybe he will come back to.
I mean, like I said, though, I'm
Yeah.
fine with the
Liquid.
Godzilla films
Corporate
because
now.
Godzilla films to me are just popcorn flicks. I don't take them serious anyways. But the Blair Witch movie did piss me off. And like, go back in the vaults, like I fucking gave that what 2 or 3 out of 10. Like I hated that movie. JP even
it
said
is better than White Cannibal Queen. I will say.
he even said that
Yes.
he
I don't
that
know
I was
about that.
right about that all these years later, and then he's come down. He's like that movie does suck.
yeah,
I haven't
So
watched it
I
since
just-
it first came out, and I'm afraid to.
I bet the movie
It's
I hate him
not
for
good,
sucks
man.
worse.
But yeah, going
Yeah,
back to the
Mike White.
Carpenter, there's one more interview which is really funny. It's called Tools to Play With. It's an additional 8-minute interview with Wings Hauser, and he like talks about a couple little stories. And the first one is when he flew into Canada to go film on this movie, and when he was like at immigration and whatnot, they basically detained him and they asked him if he was involved in child molestation and shit. Because he didn't have
Jesus
like
Christ.
he didn't have like a work permit, so they're like, you need to go to immigration. So they ran his name, and then they like took him like to the back with a bunch of guards and shit. They're like,
They're like, we know Wings isn't a real name.
Yeah.
yeah, they must have thought it was like a weird alias, but yeah, they like thought
codes
he
or
was like
something?
in child molestation. So they sent him back to the United States.
Dude, what the fuck is going on with these Canada customs?
Right.
Like,
Dude, Canada
I-
Customs is the worst. It's fucking. I can't even get back into fucking Canada
Oh my
without
God.
being harassed. It's fucked up.
So he is
Yeah, I
laughing
noticed
about
it's
it. Like
way
it's a really
easier-
sweet story.
Yeah, in my experience, is easier to get out of Canada than it is to get into
Yeah,
Canada.
I can't even get back. It's fucking stupid. Stupid.
Driving into
What
Canada.
what are you guys
wasn't
hiding
shit.
up there, man? What are you trying to keep us from seeing?
I don't
Oh
know.
man, we were coming back. This was like 2015. There's like 4 of us in a car, and like the duty free store, like right at the border, everything is like ridiculously cheap. So we all of us bought like an excessive amount of alcohol. And when you're crossing the border, they ask you if you have receipts for the stuff you bought, and like we hand them over the receipts, and this like guy at the border just goes after like 30 seconds goes, "Hey, that's a lot of alcohol, eh?"
Kept saying A,
Like, yeah, it took me everything to not like just bust out laughing.
but you were crossing through Ontario, right? Because that's how they talk.
Toronto.
Everything. Yeah,
Just
Yeah,
Toronto.
So
Yeah,
everything-
Ontario. Yeah,
Ontario.
You're right.
So it's like
yeah.
everything
Ontario
is
is the
Yeah.
province.
Yeah, literally, it's like you get into Ontario, then an hour later you're in Toronto. I'm dumb.
I
You're a
thought
fucking
Canadian
idiot.
customs was very sweet, but then coming back,
horrible.
like American customs, they're just fucking assholes. You're like, what the hell are you doing up there? Like, none of your fucking business.
I
had a
swear, every
Canadian
time
guy
I go
both
through
ends last
customs
time.
in America, it is the easiest shit in the world. Coming back through Canada, fuck, dude, no, it's horrible. It's like it's painful, man. It's fucking painful.
How could they be?
Unless
mean
you're
to
coming
their
through
own
Calgary,
people?
out of all places, we were just talking about Calgary. I come back through customs. There's nobody even there. You actually do it yourself. It's like the weirdest thing. It's so
bizarre.
weird.
Oh, no
It's
one's
so
coming in
weird.
through here.
No,
It's
but
like
when
a
you're
U
driving,
scan.
though, the border is way tougher. Way tougher. So
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for the Carpenter. R.I.P. Wings Hauser.
yeah, man.
Dude, what the fuck?
The best Wings Hauser movies that Vinegar Syndrome put out. You got Champagne and Bullets. You have what's that? That Tough Guys Don't
Tough Guys
Die or
Don't Dance. Yeah.
Tough Guys Don't Dance. He's really good in that too.
Oh, they put that
Ryan
out too?
O'Neal.
Or
Yeah.
who put that out? Like what
One of the
sub-label?
sub-labels did.
Yeah, I was
No,
gonna
that
say.
was Vinegar Syndrome proper.
Oh, it was? You sure?
Yeah.
I remember the case. Really? Really? The case looks weird for it to be.
Oh fuck yeah, they did too. I forgot. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's the case. It's like the slipcover looks like an old pulp like novel book.
Yeah. I forgot. I haven't watched that one yet. My bad. Fuck.
Yeah,
Dude,
I picked
you
that up
gotta
at
watch
Wasteland.
that.
But Champagnes and Bullets, though, come on, dude. That shit's ridiculous, man.
Who's doing the shimmy shuffle?
I don't
Or the shimmy
think that
slide?
Wings Hauser is acting
shimmy
in that.
slide.
I think he's just shit facing the whole movie.
He is shit faced. The part where he's like monologuing when he's like completely clothed, like in a swimming pool, and he's got like his inflatable like Native American sidekick and shit. It's
dude.
fucking
Oh my
crazy,
God,
dude.
It's classic, man. It's fucking great.
That's the Wings
Oh.
Hauser I know and love.
Yeah, rest in peace to Wings Hauser, man. Oh, he was in Watchers 3? Fuck, crazy.
That's a weird fucking franchise.
Man, he is.
Because they're all like part ones.
Didn't Watchers
Right,
2 get
right.
a Scream Factory release?
Sequel, name and sequel.
What was
What's
that,
that?
Dan?
Didn't Watchers 2 get a Scream Factory site exclusive, or is that a different film?
No, it was Watchers 2.
Watchers too.
Didn't Kino just announce Vice Squad on 4K? Something like that,
Yeah.
or it's coming
Yeah.
out soon.
Yeah, Vice Squad was put up by. You don't need a 4K of that.
That
I never got
Watchers
the
2
Scream
Blu-ray
Factory,
pissed
so
me
I'll
off
probably get
so
it.
much.
I
That's a
mean,
great
I'm
film.
fine with the Blu-ray. I'm like not the hugest fan of Vice Squad. I like it, but it's
I've never seen
I'm
it,
not
but
buying the 4K.
I never
I like
picked up that Scream Factory Blue.
I love Vice Squad.
It
I
was
got a
cheap.
copy of Watchers
Wings is
4
great.
here.
Damn,
That's
$4.99.
Watchers $4.99.
It was actually only 3. If you could see that.
You got it on sale. Nice.
That's just the name of the
Not
movie
so.
now. Watchers
Watchers
$4.99.
$4.99.
Dude, how is Mark Hamill in Watchers 4?
Dude, Mark Hamill wasn't doing shit in the late 90s.
Yeah.
No, he was just voice
Wasn't he
acting
the
throughout the
voice
whole
of
90s.
Joker in,
Yeah, he
in
was
the
the voice
late
of
90s?
Joker.
Yeah, that's what I said. He was just a voice acting. He was voice acting through the whole 90s.
Yeah. That was
Actually,
it.
watching those old Batman animated movies are fucking, man, they're so good. Hamill's
Watch the
amazing in
Batman
those.
animated
He's-
series.
Am-
That's the
He's
shit.
literally the
Animated.
voice of the Joker. Mark Hamill is.
Yeah,
when I
he
think
took-
of the voice of the Joker, I think of his voice.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, he's the
Absolutely. Me
best.
too. Me too. I was watching those movies back when they were coming out too, and like, fuck, they're so good. They're still awesome.
I remember seeing Mask of the Phantasm in the theater.
Really?
Live.
Theatrical.
It was awesome.
I
Fuck,
didn't
I
know
would
that
have
was
loved to have
so
seen
cool.
that.
They
Yeah,
showed that
I
recently
rented
here,
that.
I've seen
actually.
what was the other one with Mr. Freeze?
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero.
Yeah, man. So good.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one in this theater, I think.
Crazy.
That one blew me away because it had like almost like primitive like CG scenes in it. It was so cool.
I've never seen one of those like DC animated movies in a theater before. Like I just know them as like video releases. Crazy.
I feel like it grossed pretty good. Like I feel like it came out on Christmas. I'm gonna look that up.
It's kind of a shame that like the new ones don't come out because they're so fucking good. Like these DC animated movies that are rated R and shit, like they're not made for kids. If they got theatrical releases, I think they might actually do decent, I guess, if they let kids in.
They did they did The Killing Joke a couple years ago theatrically. It's like a brief run. I saw that in theaters, and that was-
Really? Fuck, I
really-
love that one. That one's actually legit rated R.
yeah, that's the thing, is that it was like a limited run sort of thing, and it was a packed theater. So clearly they're popular enough to warrant the theatrical run. So I don't know why they don't.
Yeah, I love that one. It's
Mask
so
of the
good.
Phantasm made like $6 million, so I guess it wasn't that popular.
Mhm.
Well,
Like,
back in '93, that's
Adjusted
probably
for
pretty
inflation,
decent.
though. Yeah.
What was the cost on that? I mean, what was the budget on that? It couldn't have been that much. You would think.
6.
Shut up.
They made 6 and it cost 6.
So they literally
Well-
lost. They probably lost fucking 3 or 4 million because of marketing and stuff. So yeah,
You probably made it back in the home video though.
yeah. All right, Tyler, you're up.
All right. So for this month, another double pack, like the last month, of the Asian variety. And that is The Two Faces of Taikato. Taikato is the director. That is not some play on words or some type of name of a film.
Is
The
it
two
Kato?
films are
It's Kato?
yeah. Maybe it's Kato, and I'm stupid.
I
Probably
just
is
look at it as a Kato, like Kato
It
Kato.
probably is Kato because I know someone whose last name is spelt like this, and their last name is Kato. So I'm dumb.
It's Kato.
Yeah, it's Kato.
Kato Kalin. Yeah.
So the two films this came
Kato
with
Kalin.
were By a
Guess
Man's
that's right.
Face You Shall Know Him and I the Executioner. What drew me to this set is I never his name, this director's name sounded briefly familiar to me, but I'd never seen any of his films or really knew anything about him. But after looking into these, I guess at least one of these kind of has a bit of a cult following. Both of them do, really. But I'm a really big fan of just the Japanese golden age, and I've like had fun digging into those movies really between like the 50s and the early 70s the last several years. So this fit right in there. So this was a good pick for me. Plus, I like picking up these double packs because they're pretty good value for what you're paying for them. This one looks, the art on this one's pretty similar to the Takeshi Kitano double play 2-pack that I got at the end of last year. So it's probably made by the same artist. And
I thought that's exactly what you showed me at first was the Takashi Kitano.
yeah, they're very similar looking, but I do like the way they look. And if they keep making like these cool like Asian like double packs like with this similar art, like it's almost like a series and putting like kind of names on them like that, I'll keep buying them. I think overall pretty cool. But yeah, getting into these, the first I watched them in order. They're from 1967 and 1968. The first one was By a Man's Face You Shall Know Him. And I think one thing that's important right at the beginning of this movie, and I think it follows suit for a little bit of context on all these movies, is they make a point to tell you that these are stories created after post-war Japan. So they want you. It's really kind of announcing itself like these films are about life after post-war Japan, and these were both really pretty cool. The first one, By Man's Face You Shall Know Him, is more of a Yakuza like gang conflict film. What's interesting about it is instead of you having like rival Yakuza gangs, it's actually the Korean gang that's a Korean gang that started to infiltrate this Japanese town. It's like a little center that they're like taking over and kind of like running the block. They overtook a strip club that used to be owned by that used to be operated by a Japanese gang. I think the area was called Market Square, and they're like shaking down the residents and all that, causing this conflict. It juxtaposes it against some of like these Japanese peoples that are still struggling with the effects of war. You have people that fought in the war that never want to have anything to do with violence again. Banding together with these like this town folks that are getting shaken down and people and getting hustled out of getting pushed out of their spaces, and it kind of becomes a commentary in a way of of a foreign culture like invading their space. It kind of proves for an interesting dynamic. Visually, this film's really good. Both these films are really good visually. Definitely, you can see a consistency in this guy's camera work. He likes using a lot of long takes where he'll put the camera like somewhere in the back of the room and put like objects in like front of it like this and just have these long takes of like these conversations and just like these big shots of these rooms, letting things just play out naturally. And I thought that was really good. And he does a lot of close-ups too.
That reminds me a lot about like Paul Thomas Anderson movies. I was watching Inherent Vice and he framed a lot of shots the same way, with just very long dialogue scenes with a lot of interesting like foreground objects.
Yeah, to me, like a lot of the best directors of all time have done that. That's something Kubrick really did too. And it's always like you get these like really big rooms and like these big open spaces. To me, it's just like it's really like a touch of confidence for a director to be like, we're just gonna put this camera here for like 8 minutes and like let the scene like unfold and like let this pace naturally. So there are some of that stuff in here that I thought was really impressive. The colors, and this one's in color. I don't think it's in Technicolor, but the colors on this movie like pop like crazy. It really the look of it and really the themes of it too reminded me of a Seiji Suzuki movie, something like in the vein of Tokyo Drifter. Definitely not as energetic or as vibrant, but that same like popping, more like something like Youth of the Beast that he did. Not as good as his Yakuza movies. His was something special, but it was a really cool imitation of it. And this movie's got some decent writing. There's a character that's kind of caught in the middle of that's a doctor. That's this guy you see here in the back. He's like a suave doctor that also like fought in the war, and he could really end this conflict with the Koreans if he wanted to. And it's like it kind of pulls himself as a film progresses into that push to limit type thing and then his moral fortitude as a doctor to like take care of people is put into play as these two sides start conflicting. Innocent people get hurt. There's a scene where really in like the first like fight these like some people have in this movie where a woman gets hurt, but she's like basically like she's like a gang girl. I don't know what you would call them. And he's like she's in the trap house with
a gangsta bitch.
Yeah, so
yeah, what would you call that?
Her. Yeah, so they have to like bring her to like the Japanese doctor, and then the Japanese doctor has to like balance his moral scale of taking care of this hurt person, but it's also from these criminals that are invading his town, and they have to put the trust in the doctor, and they have to listen to him, and then he gets then as it progresses and these conflicts keep happening, he gets pressure from his side, from his Japanese community, to stand up on their side. It becomes a really interesting dynamic that really boils to the center. It's a little repetitive in what it does. It kind of like plays that same like pendulum back and forth, but the movie's pretty short. It's just under 90 minutes. And I don't think that it gives you some really interesting themes to play about, but I think it is a little messy. One thing about it is it's a little hard to tell the gangs apart. Also, sometimes I would like.
So now you're being racist?
I don't know how else to say it. There was one guy in the Koreans, like you knew who the Korean gang leader looked like. He looked like kind of like a modern Korean actor, and he had white eyelashes.
You mean all look all the same?
So I could tell who that guy was. But these, honestly, I feel like they had a lot of Japanese people playing Koreans, because usually I can tell even like Asian ethnicities apart. And then there was this one guy that was on the Korean. So that actually, you know what? This guy is played by a Japanese fan, because I know it's a cool actor playing him. But yeah, there was this guy that always wore like those like black tint glasses with like those classic like Japanese tan suits of the era. So like, and you knew he was like the strong man on the Korean side. And that guy was a Japanese actor at the time, and he went on to be a director. His name's Yuzo Atama, and he made movies like Tampopo, The Funeral, Supermarket Woman. He made some pretty cool, well-loved movies in Japan in the 80s and 90s. So that was really cool. He was just like playing some like gang enforcer in some B movie in the late 60s. But yeah, it bubbles to a final conflict that was really, I felt like it was really satisfying. The movie definitely has a little bit of issues. It probably could use maybe a couple minutes of trim time or a little bit of variation what it was doing. But for the most part, I did really enjoy this one. I thought it looked really good too, and it fit into, if it was a good enough impression of like a Seiji Suzuki movie, and it had its own kind of interesting like take on it. It had its own style and its own cinematography, and I think it gave you a little bit more context than some movies some of the other your regular like gangster Yakuza movies. If I probably still don't even have, the full context for everything, like the feelings that they were going for the people living in Japan in the 60s. So that's one part that I'm a little lost in translation. I can understand the history of it so much, but there's still like little cultural things like you're just not going to understand unless like you're that deep into it. But I liked it. Wasn't incredible, but I thought it was a pretty good watch. I would give that one a 7 out of 10. Then the second one, which was what was cool, but I complained last time in my double feature that the movies were like very dissimilar, very like different pacing, and I thought it wasn't a good thing. And that was actually the case again. But the second movie, I the Executioner, I thought was like great.
Poor man Dan's getting all porno over here.
No, sorry, I'm trying not to.
You see that? I'm pretty sure I just saw like a top muffin there. I'm
Good Lord, I was trying to
Dan just pulled out his dink.
He pulled out something there, man. I don't know
what is happening. My character. This is good character assassination. Tyler's trying to talk about these movies. Let the man
dude. You're
speak.
forever on camera. We saw something there.
Oh, shit.
It was a muffin top. It was like a muffin top.
This video is flagged before it even gets on YouTube.
Yeah, this is what happens. The one time I'm on, I'm causing copyright issues. Good lord.
But yeah, the Executioner actually it was a real treat. This one is shot, even though it came out a year later. It was shot in black and white, but he does such a good job with the lights and the shadows and like the darkest blacks and fixing the light where it needs to be, and it works better with the same type of cinematography he used in the first movie. But this movie starts like extremely shocking. Even like it gives you a cold opening where you're just on a POV shot on a woman's like face in terror, and for the first like couple minutes of the movie before the credits even play, you're just watching this woman like get murdered and strangled and tortured by a home invader with like no context. And like it's very quiet. It's very serious. It's super raw. It's got a lot of like real harsh, quick cut editing. It's super effective. It's super shocking. It was what a way to start a movie. And then it does some cool cross dissolves where it just like starts to like the room like starts to spin and you're like floating above this table of these 5 young women just like laughing and playing mahjong together. And you have no context for what you're seeing at the movie, at the beginning of the movie, or what like this will eventually mean, or how these things actually like are connected. But man, it's really kind of a ride the way the story connects. Yeah, it ends up being. I don't want to give much away about this movie because it's a pretty simple story. It's executed so effectively, and like some of the subject matter it's covering is very very shocking for the time, as well as just like the raw violence in this movie. But ends up being a revenge tale. You basically have these two storylines running, where you have there's a killer in the city. I think they're in Tokyo, maybe I'm wrong, but they're in a city, and there's a murder on the loose. This is the first murder of this woman being strangled. And you're following these police officers, just like it becomes like a noir, like police procedural, where they're trying to solve the crime, like they're interrogating different suspects. There's lots of red herrings. The murders keep happening, and it's really interesting. On the other side, you have these grieving people. There's a young boy who was working. He was sending money back home to his family who lives out in the country, and he was trying to build a way of life. It was a very young man, and he kills himself right at the beginning of the movie. So you have this like one storyline of this grief, and of the story, and then these women are getting murdered. And as the movie starts to keep unfolding, and the police discover more, it starts to intertwine, and where it goes towards the end and the reveal was very shocking to me, and I thought it knocked my fucking socks off. Some of the editing in this movie is very good. There's a lot of real experimental things they're doing with like double exposures, where like the screen is like white is now becoming the predominant color, and blacks are like filling in the little parts where the white will reflect. There's some really like it is presented in such like a dark, terrifying way that I would honestly classify this as a horror movie. I think it's actually marked as a horror movie too on Letterboxd. But this one was a real gem. This was the film I was talking about when I said one of them had more of a cult following. This for really good reason. It's based on some previous source material in Japan about this type of revenge story, but the gender roles are reversed in this revenge. Like I can't really talk about the revenge too much because it like gives away the movie. Like when you find out it's even a revenge story, it's the movie's like spiraling its reveal. It ends up being really interesting. I liked it a lot. It's a movie I would even just like watch like as a single release and be happy I bought it. It was a real treat to see that one. I enjoyed it a lot. I definitely watched that one again. It was much more unique. As much I did like the first film in the set, but it was much more unique. So if you want to try out one before you like, if you're interested in the set, maybe I would try. That's the better film. I would maybe try out that one. and it really like makes great use of its camera techniques and its lights and shadows. This one was more reminiscent of like a Mashiro, what's his name, Mashiro Shinoda film. He's the guy that we watched one of his films for 75, the guy that made Under the Golden Cherry Trees or Blossom Cherry Trees. He made a lot of these kind of like Japanese like commentary type movies, and this again follows some like life in the post world Japan, just on a more micro scale than a macro scale, feeling like you're losing your homeland. It's more micro to this like a specific group of people and feelings of like paranoia. It's very good.
Is it modern day or is it set right after?
It's set in the modern day. I believe it's still like just that whole like recovery era. I think there's nothing indicated to be the 40s
because this is 68, right?
68, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're quite removed from World War II then, at that point, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they made a point to show it at the beginning of the movie, so that made me think that that these is like this. That's what these movies are kind of hinting at.
Right.
But yeah, I really like that one. Yeah, it ended super dark too. I definitely recommend that movie. I really recommend them both. As I said, overall, I think this was really good. And having the name The Two Faces of Taiketo was actually really clever because they really are like two very opposite movies. So it's kind of cool to say like The Two Faces. And I was very disappointed in my features in the last movie, and not this has a shitload, but this has a pretty satisfying amount. They were pretty good. These must have gotten a release from Radiance. I don't really follow Radiance that often. I have a couple. The
first one did.
Yeah, well,
I'm actually quite surprised that you don't, actually, because they put out a lot of fucking Asian stuff.
My access to them and like what I have to pay for them is just like. It's too much to like take away from like the sheer stuff I'm already buying.
We're not all Dave who gets them all for free.
But I have an interest in some of their stuff. I do have a handful of their titles, but especially if I'm not going to import any of them. Like if on the I don't know if it's an American release, but a lot of the features it said like the Radiance logo that came up before it. But the MVP of the special features was Kenta Fukasaku, who is a modern Japanese director, and he is the son of Kinji Fukasaku, who most people will probably know from Battle Royale. A lot of people probably know this, but for those who don't, he actually had a very long career that began again in the late 50s, where he really worked as a studio director, and he got to move on and like make his own movies. He made a series in the 70s. It's basically the Japanese version of The Godfather, called Battle. It's like a 5-film series called Battles of the Honor and Humanity. He made some other good Yakuza. He made a lot of genre films, so he has a giant filmography. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's a real legendary figure in Japanese cinema, and he worked through all these eras. He's almost like kind of like the end of the golden age, and him taking inspiration for all those. So his son does basically an identical feature on both the films, where he just talks about like what these films made him feel like, and seeing them as a teenager, and what he thought about that. And you learn more about Taiketo in general. Taiketo was a studio director. He worked for Toei, and these two films he made in his early 50s, and they were actually freelance films that he made for Shachiku. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these things right, but I'm saying I'm like a dumb American. But yeah, he made these two films for that company. They were freelance films, so he got to do a little bit more than he got to be a little bit more hands-on than he was producing studio films. And these are his two most popular movies, so there's always something to it. But what was really cool about the features is his son was just like super energetic and like super reminiscent on his time, like his teen years, and like seeing like all these movies from all these Japanese directors that I'm going back and watching now and enjoying, and like hearing him just talk about like watching like Shindo and like Suzuki and Misaguchi and like Kurosawa, all those guys. He's just like, I was kind of like cheesing out a little. He's like, I love all those guys, and it was just really cool to like hear somebody like talk about them like so nonchalantly and like with like the same like in this level like enthusiasm, and where like Taikedo fits in all of these type of movies. He said that he feels like Taikedo was making movies that were really B movies, and he made movies for teenagers because he felt like the youth was the future. And I don't think this would help something like this would really do well with teenagers here. But I'm sure things are different in '60s Japan. So it's kind of cool to see like a time capsule of what the context of those movies, like way far removed from it, because that's something like I would have never thought about watching these. So he does a feature on that, or both movies, where he talks about both those movies. Then he has a tribute feature where he just talks about Kato himself and his experience. He knew him growing up. He was a friend of his father's. And his father, I believe it said he got to start like directing in like a Moulin Rouge type of gig, and his mother was an actress in those movies, and that's how the connection came with him and his father. And it was just someone he had known personally, like because he was friends with his father growing up and saw all these movies. So it was really cool to like have somebody that had that real firsthand account of the guy. And then there's like a little mini featurette on both the films. They're only like 7-9 minutes long, where it kind of just gives you like a brief it's like almost like a historian, like visual essay, where you just get brief talking about the themes and other movies that they were inspired by. It was like they're cool for what they are. It's kind of like cool to see. Like, yeah, I when I was watching this movie, like I felt like this was a movie inspired by like the likes of these guys. So it was cool to hear them also just talk about like the same type of inspirations in these featurettes. So overall, this release is pretty good. I would give the Executioner an 8 out of 10. I don't know if I said that. Definitely my favorite of the two. But overall, when you look at all the parts, I think this is actually a pretty great release. It's definitely something I recommend if these type of movies aren't really like necessarily in your wheelhouse. Maybe a cautionary recommend that maybe it is more of a special interest thing. But if you're a fan of Japanese Golden Age films, this is like an easy pickup. You'll like both of these movies, and the features in here are really interesting for what they are. You probably get just under 90 minutes total between like the 5 mini and there's some old trailers in here too. I didn't watch those, but if you're interested in that sort of thing. But both each film's on its own disc, so there's none of that, no over compression or anything. And it looks just like the Takeshi Takano set, so I'm thinking maybe this will just be a continuing
Damn, this motherfucker's still talking about that movie?
Yeah. I'm right now. I talked
about two of them
while you were gone.
I'm just fucking with you, dog.
Now he's moving on to the second movie.
Ironically enough, like his two reviews are the shortest of the night.
Nah, mine was definitely the shortest.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the only one who's seen these, so it's a little quicker for me to just.
I saw the first one.
Do you like it? I think that's definitely the weaker one.
Well, I should also probably say I'm not drinking, but I saw like I'm drunk. The second one was also released by Radiance as well. Yeah, the funny thing is that you said the second one was better because the first one, I wasn't crazy about because I was like, I feel like what you said before, a lot of like context missing about like, the Koreans and the Japanese. So I was like, it's all right. I don't know if I want to watch the other one, and then now you're saying the other one's a lot better.
Other one's a lot different, and like the first one is just like kind of a stock Yakuza gangster movie. It's not
I had no idea. That's why, because now like I still want to watch the second one now, but I was like
the second one you'll like. The second one's kind of crazy. That one's got a lot. That one's more of a noir. That actually reminded me of Mashiro Shinoda's Pale Flower. That was like the movie that came to mind when I was watching it.
And the first one I didn't even think was bad, but I definitely felt like one, I needed context for probably some of the more political elements to it, and two, I guess I just wasn't all that engaged with it, so I was like, I don't really need to share the second one.
It's but now, that's what I mean. That's why I only gave it a 7 because it is good, but it's like there's like probably 10 better like Suzuki movies you can watch.
Yeah, no, you got me curious about I, the Executioner, so I definitely want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Good set overall. Definitely recommend. From Film Movement Classics.
All right. Awesome. All right, let's get into the featured review for tonight. You guys ready for this?
Sure.
Why not?
Let's do it, man. So we're going to take it all the way back to the glorious year of 1972, which we have completely covered before on 22 Shots, but we're doing that here. So, and I believe this film actually made a couple top 10 lists, if I'm not mistaken. JP probably knows better than me. I'm really bad with history.
I know it made Brandon's list.
Okay. So it definitely made one of maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 people. I don't remember who's on the show.
It definitely didn't make. I think it was like 1.
Okay. So it actually makes sense. It makes Brandon's. This is a Brandon movie.
This actually seems like a Brandon movie.
It really
100%.
does. All right. So yeah. So 1972 is The Possession of Joel Delaney, directed by Waris Hussein. So fuck, man. I was like doing some research on this guy. This guy is
only made Brandon's.
Born in India and then moved to England when he was 9, and then directed this American film. So short and long of that, it's just weird to me. But anyways, synopsis on the film. An upper-class Manhattan divorcee comes to believe that her brother is possessed by the spirit of a serial killer who beheaded young women in Spanish Harlem.
Spanish Harlem, dog.
Spanish Harlem.
When I hear Spanish Harlem, it reminds me of that Santana song.
Right.
Maria.
Thinking the same thing. That's fucking wild. So who here has not seen this movie before?
I haven't. Well, until now.
Oh shit, just me and JP.
Wow.
Okay. We were the only ones that've seen it. So okay. Well that's good to know. So Dan, what are your thoughts on this movie?
It's an interesting film. I think I'm probably going to be not even as negative. There's not the right word. I'm maybe not as looking at some of your guys's like letterbox ratings and probably just general kind of feel. I'm maybe not as enthusiastic about the film, but I did think there's a lot of like really good elements in it. The acting for sure. I mean, Perry Mason, Shirley MacLaine, I think are both top notch. It has these really cool kind of surreal, like this long sequence when it's I forgot where Shirley MacLaine was. She's like the house and they're doing the ritual sort of stuff. That stuff's cool. I think more so I just wasn't terribly engaged by a lot of the film. A lot of scenes just kind of dragged on for me, and by the end I just wasn't terribly invested. And I feel bad starting off because I'm definitely not as high as the rest of you guys, because I know you guys are probably big fans of this film, I would assume.
Really, Moodz? Really, Moodz?
What did I do?
What?
Your 2-word review.
What was it?
Remember,
what is it?
No idea.
Nephew's Nuggets. Dude.
Oh no.
Didn't we talk about this on the show?
Dude,
you need to go back to doing 2-word reviews.
That might be your best 2-word review you've ever written right there. That was the funniest shit.
Dude, what was the rating on that too?
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Dude, but seriously, bro, you need to go back to 2-word reviews. God,
that just fucking ridiculous. Killed me.
These nuggets. That's a good one. That's a good one. Shit. It completely makes sense if you've seen the movie.
That's bad.
I know. I'm just scrolling down because like Dan's saying about people's letterbox ratings, and I'm like, let me look at that. And then I just scrolled down. It's like 2 words: Nephew's Nuggets, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's gold.
Shit.
I tried to forget it. Now we're back.
8 likes.
You only got 8 likes here. Shit.
I'm about to give you another like. That deserves another one.
Yeah,
man, that's funny. That is.
We
funny.
need anybody listening. Go like Moodz' review. We need to get this shit to like the most popular reviews.
That's the top one.
It's so funny.
It's so funny if you. That's hilarious.
Oh shit! I just took a huge hit off my fucking vape pen too. That's really kicking my ass.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's hilarious.
So am I the only one who thought Shirley MacLaine was like unreasonably hot in this movie?
Dude, she is phenomenally hot.
She's a fucking smoke show in this movie.
Oh my god.
Dude, I had to look her up because you know sometimes when you're watching older films, you can't figure out how old people are because sometimes people look older when they're younger and vice versa. Like, it's weird.
Yeah. She would have been like 30, 32, 33, right?
She was 38 in this film.
38.
38?
Yeah, 38.
What?
That's my point, man. She's so fucking hot, and she's like 38. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah,
like,
she's in her fucking 90s now, bro.
So what is this movie?
Still going.
Came out in 72. Wow. So
yeah, bro. Like,
wow. I thought she was like 21 when she did The Apartment.
yeah, no.
Wow.
Yeah, she was 38.
When was The Apartment? 67?
60.
For 60?
So that's why I thought she would have been like
Good lord.
30s.
So she was like, what, 26 in that?
Yeah, she must have been. I thought she was younger. I thought she was like 21, 20.
Latter 20s. Yeah. It's crazy.
Golden Lane.
Wow.
How about that Perry Mason, though? Good looking guy, right?
You know who he reminded me of? Like, in the earlier scenes when he was like really goofy before he like became possessed. All I kept saying was like Kelso from that 70s show.
Dude, I get that completely. It's the haircut, man. It's the haircut.
Hair. And he always had this like
with a shit-eating grin on his
look
face.
on his face. Like,
yep. 100%. 100%.
Look at this smug motherfucker.
Man, I gotta say, man, I fucking hate this slipcover, man. It sucks. It's awful, man. Because I love this original artwork, man. Because, like, honestly,
the back of the cover is kind of cool.
Yeah, the back. I like the back.
Yeah, the back's cool. But the tagline on here is so cool, man. If you believe no explanation is necessary, if you don't believe no explanation is possible.
Oh,
that is a good tagline.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's really good. But I like this artwork.
Not quite as poetic as Nephew's Nuggets, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, you can't fuck with that.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
I can't believe they did that in the movie. I was watching like, oh my gosh. What the fuck?
Because it's one of the last things that leaves you with, right? You're like, what the fuck is going on, right? Like,
I have a question. I have a question for
would
the
you
guys
be?
who saw it before. Did you guys watch the VHS transfer or the DVD transfer the first time?
DVD. I actually have the DVD.
I think I might have rented this from like Netflix DVD by mail back then or something.
Because I read that like the VHS version is like full frame, so you see even more.
Oh,
because they purposely shot it like that because they knew it was going to get cropped theatrically, but they didn't do that for VHS. So that kid, yeah, you saw a lot more of that on VHS.
Wow.
I was so mad.
That's really fucked up. That's fucked up.
Real fucked up.
Movie.
It's like the kid from the Nirvana album cover. They can do it.
That kid's not happy about it.
You know what's funny, JP? I actually said that to Tyler pre-game a couple nights ago on 22 Shots when we were waiting for you.
Shots. I remember we were talking about this movie and we had a whole conversation about Walkabout, and I was like, yeah, and then his fucking dad casts his son in the movie and shows his little baby dick in it at the end, and I was like, I'd be so fucking mad if that happened to me.
And I brought up the kid from the Nevermind cover, man, how he like sued later on because his fucking wiener's fucking out in public for like 20 fucking million people to see.
Forever. Billions.
I would be like hype if that was my little penis on there.
Totally. I mean, you're fucking like an infant. Who cares?
He probably is hype, but he wanted to get money too.
Right. Yeah. It was all
like no one will ever know
sure.
no one will ever know if like you don't tell
if
them.
you don't say anything. Yeah.
Right.
Like
he probably doesn't give a shit.
He's gonna be with one of his girlfriends, and she's gonna be like, hey, "Wait a minute, wait a minute."
All right.
Parents post naked pictures of their babies on the internet all the time. It's like
imagine like telling your grandparents one day, like, "This was me as a baby."
Yeah. Right.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, if my grandfather was like, "This was me back in 1992 or whenever that album came out, 95." I don't know.
No, not 95. 92.
92.
Actually, it was 91. It was actually 91.
Oh, I was about to say, damn, I was spot on. I got that.
So, Tony, what are your thoughts on the film?
I really like this movie. Like, I didn't know what to expect, but I thought it was really cool. It's sweet that we got this weird little possession movie like a year before The Exorcist.
Yeah.
So there's like no rules, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like nothing to
right.
compare it to. And it like honestly kind of just reminded me of like a horror movie that would have come out like in the 2010s. You know what I mean? Like it felt like one of those like elevated horror movies because it's like you have the title, The Possession of Joel Delaney, but most of the movie's not even like a horror movie at all, and it just keeps building and building and building into that climax.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And just like a lot of horror movies in the last decade, that's how a lot of them are just completely built up. And then it just like smacks you across the face at the end. It's just, I thought this movie was really, really powerful.
I'm really a fan
It's
of
fucked me up.
Yeah.
I'm really a fan of like incorporating like the you know, Spanish Harlem type shit in there.
Yeah,
And
that
sort
was
of
really
like
cool.
the way that it's like this like, you know, voodoo-esque type of
But
thing
but
going
that's what
on.
I like about that. It's not though. It's not voodoo. It's like it's
No, it's
totally
not,
Spanish.
but
It's totally like a different thing.
It just
yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the religious, like that's the cool thing about like Spanish cultures and certain cultures like is like the religious like superstitions and stuff like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
I always like when they incorporate like that, and because we always get the Catholic like traditional like, you know, Catholic version of things. So it's
In
kind of cool to see
in North American cinema, we do.
yeah, and yeah. So it's kind of always cool to see like, you know, different perspectives on that stuff, and it always like I always find it like really creepy whenever like, you know, you have it's something about like the 70s and the way they handle like religious stuff and possessions and stuff. And like you said, this is like pre-Exorcist, so it's not as like the same as we got after. I just love how creepy and simplified a lot of like possession and like religious type of films from the 70s are in like the Satanic Panic era and stuff. But this is like a totally different kind of possession film. I
Yeah.
like it.
I don't know how true it is that I mean I've read on the IMDb trivia, so who fucking knows, but that William Friedkin didn't want Shirley MacLaine for The Exorcist because this was also a possession film and it was too similar or something. I don't know how true that is.
Interesting.
I read
Ooh.
Like before he made The Exorcist.
that. Well, when he was casting for The Exorcist, I don't know if he had her in mind or he made a point not to because she was in this and it was similar. Again, this isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
I'm
sure if it's out there like that, the cool thing about Friedkin is he's talked a lot about that film and just films in general. So I'm sure if that could have been a story that he shared at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if she would have taken it based off of like her opinion about this movie.
Oh, she doesn't like this movie?
No, like this was almost like a career killer for her. Like,
No, I didn't know that.
I mean, she was coming off some pretty big shit though, man. Like working with Eastwood and like doing all like I mean, she was a big fucking star, man. I mean, to me it does seem like it seems like a sidetrack for her at this point in her career. Because I mean, we have an appreciation for the film now. I mean, I think for the most part, but I think at the time she wasn't doing genre films like this. I mean, I guess westerns and stuff like that, but I mean,
is
like
this her only horror movie?
I would assume so, probably, yeah.
I'm trying to think what else she did like around this time. I think she did a movie. I know in the late 70s she did Being There with Hal Ashby, so that was kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, she took like a 5-year break after this movie.
She did a movie in the I don't know what year in the maybe it was before this. I know she did a Bob Fosse movie.
Well, I think it's because she took a 5-year break because the movie ends with her being possessed. She couldn't get a role after.
They thought she was really
only Spanish speaking roles.
Yeah, she was all Spanish. They're like, we can't hire you, Shirley. You're not speaking the English.
Don't make any sense.
You're not speaking the English.
Yeah, maybe she just had a resurgence in the late '80s and the late '70s and the early '80s. Then, because I can think of a bunch of stuff she was in.
So
But
does she explain that away in the features why she took a hiatus? Was it just because the movies she thought sucked, or like I
The
don't know?
movie like was super taboo. I mean, think about like what the audience felt watching this
yeah,
in 1972. Like something like this is like insane to even think about, like people seeing in the theater like that.
And
Like
it
people
like
just people
it's
railed it. Like Ebert fucking destroyed it. Like critics hated the movie.
I
Doesn't
really
surprise
don't
me.
understand because it's like it's not a bad movie at all, and I think it's because the idea of what's happening is so different. Nothing had ever really been done like this.
And it gets so dark. Like
yeah,
super dark for like mainstream
it is
audiences.
super
Like the
dark.
whole end of the film is so fucking disturbing, and like I've seen this movie. I think it's only my second time I ever watched it because I have the DVD. I don't think I ever watched it more than once. But I'm watching this film going, watching with a critical eye this time even more. And I'm like, man, this third act is so fucked up because Delaney is possessed. And it gets so dark. And where it goes with the nephew,
Dude, with the
it
fucking
gets so
And his
oh
it
my
nuggets.
gets
god,
dude,
the
it's not that this
details.
guy's just a serial killer, he's obviously a pedophile too, right? Because you would never ask the kid to do what he's gonna do or what he makes him do if you're not willing to watch and enjoy that. It doesn't
Right,
make
to
any
see it.
fucking sense, right? Like, no, I'm not
Mhm.
gonna like if I'm a killer and I'm not a pedophile, I'm not gonna ask someone to like you're gonna do something else. So watching this again, I was like, oh my God, this movie is so fucking disturbing. So fucking disturbing. I'm like,
And it
wow,
works to
man,
that
it's
point
very
too.
powerful. I can see why people would be like, holy shit, man. Like, I just didn't get it the first. I
Yeah,
just didn't catch on to
the
that the first
last
time I watched
like
it. But like,
the last like
damn,
act of the
dude.
movie in the house is like kind of fucked.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's pretty fucked. It's like
Yeah,
super fucked.
It makes like the slow burn build up like totally worth
yeah,
it.
Right. That's what
But
the same
I
thing
won't.
It's
is that
sad
the
too.
build-up works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, sad and very mean-spirited and very much like, kind of shocked to the senses where the whole film has a pretty kind of like even sort of steady tone, but in the same way where you watch like The Exorcist as well, you get to the first act, it's very cool, calm, maintained, and then it just bam hits you. You're like, whoa, okay, here we go,
it's
in
got
an
some really
effective
good.
way.
It's got some really good commentary on like I guess rich white folks and stuff like that. Like we got this upper Manhattan woman who obviously lives the life.
Socialite.
Yeah, and she's down in Harlem, and like there's this great scene where she, after she leaves that store, she literally runs out of there, and the way it's shot, she's just fucking. Everyone's looking at her, but it's shot from her perspective that she's scared to be there, right? Everyone's just kind of looking at her. It's not. No one's out to get her, but she's fucking terrified to be there because she's a white woman, white rich woman from Upper Manhattan that needs to get back to fucking 74th Street or where the fuck it is. And I
I
love
love
that
that
scene.
scene.
It's actually one of my favorite scenes in the whole entire film because it puts a commentary on exactly what was happening at that time. People were so scared that lived in Upper Manhattan and in these richer areas to go into New York, you know what I mean? Into like these areas, into Harlem, into the Bronx, into the Brooklyn.
What's crazy is that like most movies too, they even depict it as like the worst fucking place on earth back in the 70s and 80s. It's like the sleaziest, grimiest streets, but it's just a fucking street. Like it's like the anxiety of her like walking through these people, and it's just like there's little
Yeah.
kids on the street with their parents. It's like it's no big deal. It's just a busy street. You
They
know what I
show
mean?
but they show the yin and yang. They show that kid.
Hmm.
He's literally wearing a police badge and he's playing football with his buddy. And then the
Yeah.
way the cinematography is, it's almost depressing, but it's so eye-opening and it's so distracting because it takes you away from like what she's doing. And it's beautiful because they focus in on the filth and the shit and the gutters and stuff like that. Right? It's like a perfect contrast of what's happening. It's still a fine area. Like people are not dying in the streets or whatever it is. But like, dude, I
It was
think
such a cool snapshot of New York.
yeah.
Something that you don't
Right.
really see a lot in
Yeah.
mainstream movies.
Yeah, it's a time capsule, man. It's like really fucking awesome. I think those are the best scenes in the film for me. But that third act, though, man, what the fuck? It's shit that you can't make anymore. You would never see this movie. You would never see a remake of The Possession of Joel Delaney. And I find it really ironic because I think I mentioned this before about the title of this movie. I think a lot of people haven't seen this movie because they see the title and they're not willing to check it out because there's a million movies called The Possession of Insert Name. You know
Yeah, and
I mean?
especially like after the 2000s, like that seemed like a popular like direct-to-video title
It
or
became like a
something.
trope in horror. It almost like The Possession of
The
Insert Name, right?
Possession or The Haunting.
Yeah,
I
it
probably have
was.
like 20 of those in my collection.
And that's what I'm
Right.
saying, man. But this was produced in
That was like
1972.
the Olaf Bittenbach film, The Possession or Haunting of Valerie something or some shit. I had that DVD in my collection for so long, and I was like, just it looked so shitty because the title.
Yeah. And I feel like that's exactly why people are like, well, The Possession of Joel Delaney, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Not
I can
realizing
tell
what
you
year it came out.
firsthand, whenever we did it for 72 or whatever, I like rolled my eyes at the title of this and put it off because I'm like, oh, The Possession. It just sounds like it's not going to be an entertaining movie.
Mhm.
I really like it because it basically just puts the little like nugget in your head, not the nephew nugget, but the other
Oh
nugget
no.
that you know where the movie's gonna head towards, you know, that's gonna be the possession of Joel Delaney. So it's like basically you waiting for it to happen. And you're just like knowing the buildup is happening. I thought was really cool.
But I like the fact that it like literally delivers with that though too. It's not just like a fucking, it's not a cop out. It's not a title where it's like, it's leading you somewhere and it's like, oh, we're not going to do that shit. It's like, but it literally is that. But it
Yeah.
kind of keeps you guessing. It's like because people are leading her towards, it's like, because they play this whole psychological angle of like how Joel was, kind of, he was brought up in this world. Well, I
There's
mean,
like
not
the
brought.
backstory with the mom.
Yeah, so the mom commits suicide and he obviously suffers from that and stuff like that. And he's also had trauma from, Shirley's character of, kind of being like an over provider for him. Like
Coddling him. Like he was coddled by their mother too. So
Yeah,
he's just
right.
been coddled his entire life.
Yeah, so he's been overpowered by her and, the death of his mom and stuff like that. He just has this major trauma. So they play on that too, which I don't think they do it overly that well in the film because it kind of takes away from that a little bit at times. I wish they had have like focused more on the fact that maybe it's not a possession and that it is that, and then just kind of fucking hit you with that. But like, that was always kind of my big critique with the film. But I always felt like in the film it was him just being possessed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you're going to show that there's this, psychological, kind of backlog, it doesn't work as well. It kind of takes away. But all in all, I mean, it's not a boring movie. Like for a 105-minute movie, like it keeps you intrigued at least through the whole thing. Like I'm cool with it, man. I'm cool.
Yeah.
So, but
I really love the ritual scene in
Yeah,
Spanish Harlem.
I think I like ritual scenes in general, especially when they're
Yeah,
foreign.
that's kind of what I was getting at earlier.
It was giving me like the Wailing vibes.
Yeah, I always like whenever there's a ritual scene in a Korean movie, I'm like, oh.
it's interesting too when they start that shit, man. The dude's like when he starts lighting the candles or the incense or whatever it is, and he like starts convulsing. I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like you can kind of feel like it's happening. It's happening.
It's just because like we have like such like I feel like in America you have like such a stock perception of like an exorcism or a ritual because of The Exorcist, and like that's what you think of when you see like an exorcist. And you watch like the Spanish one, and you got all these like fucking 1,000 people there, like fucking like screaming and dancing. And like,
it's more like it's more like spiritual in terms of like the energy of like the earth and like the just it's more like embodiment. Then like America is just, like The Exorcist, like just like a preacher standing there yelling shit.
Yeah, it's all demonic.
Like whole like essence type of things.
Mm-hmm. it feels more like, in other like cultures, kind of like a whole gathering where it's not just like a priest coming in doing an exorcism.
Yeah.
It's like everybody has to work together on this. So
Yeah.
And I also like those kinds of films as well, where not strictly to this, but in general, where a character is having this sort of crisis of faith, where even if they don't entirely believe what's going on, they kind of have to surrender themselves to these other forces to save. Yeah, and I think it worked because it's at this point where a character sort of has any kind of logical response behind them to go like, okay, it's like I love that line in From Dusk Till Dawn, which is it's just the embodiment of these kinds of films where he says, George Clooney says something along the lines like, I don't want to hear anyone say I don't believe in vampires because I don't fucking believe in vampires. It's sort of like, that works out here. It's like, I don't care what you do or don't believe. We have to work together on this. And I love that.
Yeah.
And it was really sad too because it like ultimately led to nothing. You know what I mean? Which is like really sad because Shirley MacLaine just didn't believe fast enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because they told her
she
that
didn't
you have to bring him
in
here.
her.
And she's like, I can't do that. She didn't have enough faith to bring him in person, so she had to bring like a blanket or some shit. She could have stopped it right then and there.
So
my God.
I just have an epiphany, man. Like the end of the film, which we might have to say spoilers, but she took a 5-year hiatus after this film. Maybe it's because they couldn't figure out what they were gonna do with her.
I guess as an actress.
I mean, she was the next one.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's interesting kind of to see her career after this, because interestingly enough, I'm on the IMDb page right now, and Tyler had mentioned the film Being There from 1979, and that's really kind of her next big film. She did one film in 77 called The Turning Point, which I haven't seen, and then she does Being There in 79, which is, a very big film, very popular film, memorable, and that kind of kickstarts a new era of her career. So this is fascinating as all this
old lady McLean era.
Exactly, because then you get
Possession of Joel Delaney was the end of her youth.
And then she does the great Cannibal Run too. No, I'm just kidding around.
But no, Endearment after that.
Yep, Terms of Endearment, Steel Magnolias, Defending Your Life. I mean, bigger films.
Postcards from the Edge.
Not seen that one.
Sounds good. She plays Meryl Streep's mom, and it's it's based off of I think like an autobiography that's like about Carrie Fisher and what was her mom's name? I forgot. The one from singing Debbie Reynolds.
Debbie Reynolds.
Yeah. I think I've seen like 2 movies with her, and like 2 meals with Sister Sarah, and like this one.
Film.
I bet you JP.
I mean, it's fucking classic.
What?
You probably seen more Debbie Reynolds movies. She's the grandma in the Halloween Town movies. There's 3 right there.
Okay.
In the what movies?
Halloween Town.
It's like a
Moodz
Disney
is like, the fuck
series.
is that?
Disney Channel movie.
Yeah. I can't relate to that.
Disney Channel Halloween franchise of our
There's
youth.
only 3 of them.
There's actually 4 of them.
There's 4, but I don't think she's in the 4th one.
I guess they're not franchise then.
The 4 is different people.
Yeah, they replaced Marnie with Sarah Paxton.
I've never seen the full Steel Magnolias movie before. I've never seen that.
I wanted to see that in theaters last year.
You know me. I can't fuck with that shit.
I was gone on
I haven't watched that forever.
I wanted to see that in the theater last year.
Is that a crier? Is it like a tearjerker or?
I don't think so. Is it? It looks like a slice of life, like ladies at a salon movie.
Steel Magnolias is definitely a tearjerker.
Okay, there you go. No. That's why I don't watch that shit. I don't watch.
We can all watch together and just circle with each other.
I don't like cry movies.
We can recreate the poster.
Yeah, that could be us.
The only cry movie I ever watched is Boys in the Hood. That shit fucks me up every time I watch it, man. It kills me.
Cry movies all the time.
Shit, I just watched Flow.
I don't like to watch movies that make me cry, man. The wife, like, she's like, watch Marley and Me. I'm like, fuck.
That's the saddest. That's the one I cried the most in out of any movie ever.
There's no way I can watch a movie about a dog dying. Like, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it, dude. I'm such a pussy when it comes to dogs.
It's not even just about the dog dying. Like, that's the thing that is like most like off-putting about it is like you're not just crying because of that.
But I would though, man. I love animals more than people, so.
What about
it pains me right now, but you guys have seen me dealing with my dog all night. It's like man, I know she's on her way out, and it sucks.
Yeah, but you gave her a great life. That's what counts.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of dog death, how did you feel about like the line in this movie?
Oh, that's a fucked up line.
Oh yeah,
he won't
be needing it anymore.
That's so mean.
He won't be needing it. Like,
oh yeah, yeah.
Like he didn't have to do that. I'm like,
oh, it was
right. He did
golden
it.
retriever.
Just,
I was like, dude, that's
just like another
that's
twist
like
of the
Mickey's
blade
food or something.
But he said the exact same thing. I would have said, you don't need to do that. Like, why would you kill the dog? It makes no sense.
The dog saw what he did.
It's just for a dramatic effect, and it sucks.
Because he's crazy. He's not himself.
He's evil.
Well,
he kills
of course
dogs and he makes out with his sister.
Yeah, they really take it far, right?
That?
I know, right?
So JP, is that an incest? Is that an incest?
That was when
scene?
JP went from like a 9 to a 10.
Full circle with the taboo movies.
So
it's not that bad.
So is that an incest scene, or is that just a fake incest scene?
I was gonna talk to you guys about that. Are there moments in this movie where you can kind of like sense like a weird little relationship between them two?
Yes.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Dude, the opening scene in the film where they're at the party and he feeds her. You're like, who the fuck is this guy?
I missed that.
And then
doesn't he also ask her about like her sex life and shit?
Yeah,
but that was like when he was already like
like possessed. Yeah, it's the dude trying to figure out. But like the beginning of the film where he's not possessed yet, he feeds her like an hors d'oeuvre, and you're like, who the fuck is this guy? And then you learn that it's the brother. You're like, oh shit. When you think back on it, you're like, god damn, dude, that's fucking weird. Who feeds their sister? Like, that's weird.
And she's fucking weird too.
That growing up?
What's that?
No, I don't have a sister. Sorry.
I do have a sister, but no.
Like the part where Shirley MacLaine like first finds the first dead body, like her reaction to it, where she's like licking her lips and shit. It's like herself. She's not even possessed, but she's kind of deranged, like in her own mind.
Mm-hmm.
Scared and the motherfucker is possessed.
It's kind of weird though too, because it's not like she's like fully traumatized by her divorce, because apparently she's loving her divorce because like she's living the high life,
loving the alimony.
Yeah, man, she's loving the alimony.
She's like, but she keeps playing off like she's still married. Like when she's like trying to get information, she's like, "I'm Mrs. Blah 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 blah." Like she's still acting like she's in a relationship and like living off of her husband's name that way.
Yeah, there's that weird scene where the ex-wife and the new wife are sitting there, and she's like, "Yeah, what's my husband?" And it's like in the hospital.
I have to go check on my husband.
And she looks at her like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like, "Fuck, it's so awkward." I never want to be that dude. That is awkward. But all in all, I think this movie has really great performances, man. I think the guy that plays Joe Delaney, man, does a really good job. Yeah, he's obviously the dubbing when it comes to the Spanish is a little hilarity. There's a little bit of hilarity there. It's funny because like you're watching an American film, and when it starts dubbing, you're like, "Fuck, man, what am I watching? An Italian film or something?" It feels odd. It feels awkward, right? Because it's clearly not him speaking Spanish. But I think Shirley MacLaine, she does a really good job in the film. Even the kids are good. Like even the kids are really good. I just, man, dude, like we
didn't even talk about the daughter, like, and what happens to her too is also fucked up.
Oh, dude, the dog food scene is so fucking brutal, dude. Like you can see the tear in her face, and like honestly, I think she's scared. The brother with his whole scene, and like, damn, dude, like there's a lot more here that man. It's honestly a good film. It's painful. It's hard to watch though at times, given the context.
Yeah, it's like shell shocking because it goes from like 3 to fucking 11.
Yeah. I mean, they were just out on the beach doing some fishing, man. What the fuck? Like, literally, they caught a little flatfish, and then shit went not good after that. So,
it floundered.
Yeah, the flounder. That's what it is.
Nuggets.
Yeah, and then it went to some nuggets for sure.
Whoa. It was the 70s, all right.
But again, like I said before, it's like, this is one of those movies that you couldn't remake shot for shot because you couldn't fucking do that anymore. I don't even think that you would even show the little girl being force fed to eat dog food out of a fucking dish anymore. I think people would be offended by that so much. Like, we can't do that. We can't do that.
People would lose their shit.
We don't do that here.
Because it's like the way it happens too. It's like I mean, it's not offensive to me, but it's like, I could see people being offended by that because it is pretty cruel.
Yeah, it was almost like Sallow levels of depravity.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, so this movie, the third act is pretty tough. It's tough, but all in all, I think it's a good movie. I mean, it doesn't need to be 105 minutes, I don't think. I think that's kind of its little bit of a downfall. Mm-hmm. That's my opinion. I don't know, but I enjoy it though. I think it's really good. I think it's a good movie.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I probably liked it more this time than when I watched it for 72. But yeah, I was really into it this time. It's like a little bit more of a slow burn, but it's pretty good. The payoff it gets really intense at the end, so like the slow burn aspect is justified.
All right.
It is a slow burn, but it still has those scenes within the film, like the birthday cake scene. Like it has these peppered in scenes where you're like, God damn, what the fuck, man? Like, but we didn't even talk about like the kill scenes. Like Joel Delaney's girlfriend literally gets all fucked up. So after this scene, his girlfriend goes back to her place, and then next thing we see is her head hanging from her hair.
Yep.
Decapitated body. I'm like, that's pretty cool. It's pretty fucking awesome. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more of that. Like, kind of flush this thing out as a, like a full-blown horror film. Maybe one or two more. Because, I mean, we could probably pass on the dog death. I'm fine with that, but...
Leave it in.
Yeah, I like the way they alluded to the dog, because it's just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh, God damn it, dude. They killed the fucking dog. Shit.
No witnesses.
Yeah. Yeah, this one goes batshit. It goes batshit to me. Good movie, though. You guys have anything else?
Think I'm good.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I agree. It's a little too long. Like, it kind of meanders. Like, probably in the first act, a little too long for my liking.
Yeah, it's the first act. It struggles to get going a little bit.
But yeah, besides that, like, once the possession starts going, like, it moves real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Even being slow, it's just so interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the third act, even more past the third act, like I think that this thing leaves you going, oh, that was really good. So you kind of forget about it, but like there is a little bit of downtime, I think, in the first probably 40 minutes of the film. But, all in all, when you think back on it, I think it's a pretty solid film. It's got some good character development and stuff like that. So, and like, honestly, all the characters in this film, man, even to the kids, man, are like memorable, like those are good characters and like it works. It's effective. So, yeah, you guys got ratings on this one?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, what do you got on this one?
I mean, it's a lower rating, but it's not. I actually never know how to rate anything. I wasn't as crazy about it, but I dig it. So like a 6, but not a -6. Like it's okay. It wasn't for me.
He just said not a -6. I've never heard someone say not a -6.
Yeah, -6 would
it's like.
It's like me, where 6 is good. 6 means it's good.
I'll give it a 5.
6 is fine.
I'm giving it a 5. You guys changed my mind.
Well, that's fine. Like, this is very average.
It's middle of the road. I give it a solid like.
All right, Tony, what do you give this one?
I'm gonna give it an 8.5. It really worked for me. I loved it.
Tyler,
I suck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be that high. I thought it was pretty. I did think it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty solid. I'd watch it again, but I think I definitely like it more than Dan did. I'll give it a 6.5.
I also give it an 8. I don't think anyone gave it an 8, but I'm going to refer to my previous review, but I still give it an 8. Nephew's Nuggets.
It's a solidly made film with some
Nephew's Nuggets.
You can't unsee.
Nephew's
Nuggets. You watch it and you go,
it is fucking disturbing, man. It really is, man. Ugh.
To me, that entire last act disturbed me more than the entire movie of Sallow.
Really?
It's just the shot. It's honestly the shot where they're shooting him from outside.
And you're dealing with actual children.
And it's clearly him. It's not a body double. It's clearly him. But and then when there's moments where you do see, I'm assuming that kid's probably 12 years old.
Yeah, you see his nuggets.
You see peanut, like it's pretty crazy. But like the back shot is like full ass. You're like, damn, dude, what the fuck?
Dude, you're being too descriptive, bro.
I'm just saying it's a product of its time because I mean we've seen a lot of Italian films where we've seen underage. Well, we already talked about another movie tonight, which underage nudity.
Oh yeah,
that's the theme of the night.
Oh gosh,
what are you doing, Dan? Drawing dicks?
Apparently, this show is the most preferred show on the airwaves right now.
Naked minors.
Damn, we talk about naked minors on this show. That's what we do. So
damn, man, the episode I'm on, I was the one we're all getting in trouble for. Great.
We bring the porn man on. We bring the porn guy on, and all we were talking about is underage fucking nudity.
You know what? I'm never coming back. You guys talk about underage nudity on your own. I'm pleading.
At least the underage nudity wasn't in the porn movie.
Could you imagine? Dan never comes back because he's offended by this underage nudity.
Yeah,
this
you guys are
low brow for Dan.
You guys, this is ridiculous. This is vulgar and inappropriate. I'm going back to watching these other shitty movies. All right.
Fucking hilarious. So
I'm
funny.
going back to watching Tracy Lords, a good actress and good movies who would never do anything vulgar.
Real family gal.
I love Tracy Lords.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
I give it an 8 out of 10 as well.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Good movie. So we got a 5 to a 6
and a half.
6.5. Wow, crazy.
An 8 to an 8.5.
Yeah, 8.5. Yeah, to 2 8s. Wow, that's widespread.
So, what's the release of the month?
White Cannibal.
Possession of Joe Delaney.
That's what I'm going with.
To me, it's really not even close. Like, I do like the Carpenter, but it is a solid Blu-ray, but it is standard def inserts. And it is the best we'll ever get, but it's still not like top shelf, like quality release.
Well, it's a good release. It's just, I don't know if it's a top quality movie. You know what I mean?
That too. Like, it's not a bad movie. It's just a very unremarkable movie.
I mean, I like it a lot, but I think like I mean, what was the last release of Possession of Joel Delaney?
A DVD, apparently.
Old DVD.
Yeah, that. I think that, you know, a pretty solid movie getting a HD was it 4K?
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Looks good.
It's pretty crisp.
Yeah, it is pretty crisp.
It's a movie that deserves like another like reassessment too.
Yeah,
not a lot of fans of this one.
Mm-mm.
A good release.
Yeah, I think honestly the title is hindering its potential to be exposed a little bit more. I mean, honestly, us titling this episode "The Possession of Joe Delaney," I think is going to hinder the viewers because people don't want that title. They really don't. It sucks, but
they're going to miss out on some
call it Nephew's Nuggets.
But then again, people didn't really watch the Iced episode either, so I don't know the fuck's going on. But I just realized
like everyone was really excited about Iced, and no one said a word about it once it came out.
I know, right?
I just realized there's a little penis on this cover. Look at that.
Oh, it really is the episode of Nuggets.
Look at that little penis.
Oh my gosh,
that's fucking hilarious.
You guys are vulgar.
So, release of the week. You guys went. Who went with
release of the month?
Release of the month. You guys went with Delaney.
Pick of the month is The Possession of Joe Delaney. Tyler, I assume you were going with your shit that you reviewed.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with my
Tyler always goes with his own.
I'm going with Rot because
no, I didn't last week.
This was a fucking honestly, I'm talking about the release in whole. Delaney's obviously a way better movie, but Rot was insanely it's fun, but man, the features, dude, I spent 4.5 hours just now. I love this movie. It's great. So I'm going with Rot for myself.
All right. So I guess that leaves us to the final bit of talk here, which is what we are doing in April for our March title releases. So Tony, what are you doing?
I am doing a selection from The Forgotten Gialli, Volume 8. I'm going to do Reflections in Black, 1975. Super obscure movie that almost no one's seen. So it'll be interesting to talk about.
Cool. Moodz, what are you doing?
I am doing 38 Especial. Especial.
Which is what is it, Spanish or
Spanish?
Mexican.
Mexican.
It's Mexican.
Yeah, it's actually Mexican. Yeah, it's Mexican. Sorry to get the Spanish and Mexican thing.
Video.
Shot on film, edited on video.
So it is the latest De Geyser video. Not intentional, but so pretty excited about this because oh, you already got it, man. I'm super excited to watch this because a Spanish or Mexican shot on video action film. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen one before. So I'm pretty curious on this. Have you ever seen this before, Tony?
No, this is some super obscure shit.
I feel like they're on the barrel. I think on this one.
I think I saw 20 people logged it on Letterboxd the day this was put on sale. Literally no one's seen this.
Right, that's crazy. I'm pretty excited about this actually. Because honestly, De Geyser has not let me down. So
yeah, we are big fans of De Geyser video here. Tyler, what are you doing?
I am doing a film from Connie this next coming month called Kisat Mata, which is a pretty notorious Filipino movie. I was very excited to see it pop up under any release and jumped on this one.
Yeah, you even convinced me to get it myself, so I actually bought a Tyler movie this week.
There was a movie on
I got it too.
Proper.
Yeah.
There's a movie on Vincent Proper that I was like, oh, this is definitely going to be my pick. And then I looked at the partner labels and saw that. I was like, yo.
Man, have we had a week where someone hasn't had a double feature or the main feature wasn't double feature? Or a month?
Yeah.
Because it seems like every month there's because our main feature
definitely has been.
Honestly, a lot of the earlier episodes we didn't do double features.
Okay, because it just seems like every fucking show there's a double feature.
Well, that's 2 in a row for me.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my pick was Cannibal Girls from Canadian International Pictures. I don't know why, but the last 3 fucking movies that I picked have been cannibal-esque with deranged white cannibal or slave.
Damn, bro.
White cannibal god or what the hell is that movie called, bro?
White
Cannibal Queen.
White Cannibal Queen. Or Cannibals.
God.
Or
you
Cannibal.
Mixed up 2 movies right there.
Or just call it kind of Cannibals. That's what I know.
Or you can call it Random Floridian Cannibal Dudes.
Right, yeah. I have no Moodz. I know you're familiar with this one. I've never seen it or really heard much about it.
It's literally a Canadian film starring Eugene Levy.
Wait, really? Holy
what?
Shit. That is
Ivan Reitman directed it.
So
it's got Andrea Martin in it too.
I haven't got my copy yet, but I actually own 2 other copies of it, and I even own a Cannibal Girls shirt. because
Did you buy another copy from Canadian International for this?
I do. I have the old Blu-ray. I have the old DVD of it, and I was like, "Okay, fuck, I need to buy this one too." But it's funny because when next month I'm gonna wear my Cannibal Girl shirt.
Oh my
I'm
god!
I'm sticking with the old Blu-ray. I didn't upgrade.
No,
I'm sure it's fine.
There's actually a lot of features on here. Anyway,
no, I'm fucking lying, dude. I didn't buy the new Blu-ray, man. I'm stuck with my old one too. I already have 2 copies. I mean, honestly, dude, like to be honest, like what else is gonna be? I mean, maybe some new features. I don't know if Levy's on there, but
no, but there's some features.
nah, I passed it. But
and then the feed. So we might have a guest. I don't think we told Tyler and Tony that yet. But we might have a guest next month. But
I don't think you told me that. What the fuck are you talking about?
You were
man?
in the fucking chat, bro.
Was I responding to this? Because I don't remember.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Dave Z?
No.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Fucking Sleepy Mike, dog.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He's going to fall asleep, man.
I know. That's why we put him at the
end. How did that come about?
Well, he's on California.
I don't know. He just he was saying, "What are we doing? And how does it work? And can he do it?" And I was like, "Sure."
Okay.
He listens.
Nice. Okay.
So the featured review is going to be Devil Fetus and Her Vengeance, which is a Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I can't wait to get mine. No,
I love the West Bend Scoter art.
Feature. I totally forgot what the main feature was.
Oh, dude, you guys are that's awesome. Mine hasn't even shipped yet.
Yeah, mine hasn't shipped yet. Fuck you guys.
Mine arrived today, but I don't have my package right now.
I'm also looking forward to checking out this film, The Visitor, with cover art that may be inappropriate. I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
Is that lips, a vagina, or a penis?
Definitely looks like a vagina.
Vagina on feet. I don't know what it's about, but I'm ready.
Oh, God.
Interesting.
Yay! Anyways, thanks for having me out again, guys. It was fun talking.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Anytime. Anytime.
Well, guys,
except
I think
for next week.
Yeah.
Or next month.
So that's it. That's it.
That's it.
We're good. All right. So that's going to conclude episode 3 from season 2. I guess I don't need to keep saying that, but whatever. All right, guys. Dan, thanks for stopping by once again.
Thanks for having me.
Always a great
about these movies.
Yeah, man. Always a great host. I wish I could chime in a little bit more with your reviews because I'm not really the porn guy, but
Moodz, you're great. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks, bro. All right, guys. All right, guys. We're out of here. Deuces.
Peace.